Hello, 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 hello. Don't ask me what happened with the first stream. I have no idea. Some kind of a glitch, but I'm sorry, and here we are again. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a while. I have been ridiculous sick with everything, and I still am. I have to go back to the doctors this afternoon once I'm done with this, of course. Um, as you all know, the house on King Road is being demoed right now as we speak. And that is why we're here. I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas. I have missed you all ridiculously, and I appreciate you all joining me for this today. More than you guys know. It's great to be back and see all your amazing faces, all you beautiful people. I am beyond grateful for all of you, and I thank you all for the well wishes as we move through this holiday season. I really expected to see an injunction put through on this, and it didn't happen. Hold on, folks, 1 second. All right, all right. Sorry about that, Mr. Dago. I was asking if I knew about this. I said yes. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Clue, I know, I agree. I really thought there was going to be a hold put on this. I really, really thought. I'm surprised and shocked. I feel really, really bad for the families right now. So let's see who's here with us real quick as we're watching this. I know I'm a little behind on it, guys. I'm sorry. But let's see. It's looks like Doodlebug's in the house. Good to see you, darling. Thank you for being here. Josie, welcome back to you. Miss Carolyn, welcome to you. Kate, Pruitt, welcome. Great to have you back. Great to see you. Of course, the awesome Cluminati in the house. Thank you for joining us today, Clue. It's great to see you. Charlotte Gross, welcome back to you. Miss Cami Q, great to see you. Brandon Hossman, thank you for joining us. Heather M, welcome back to you, dear. Wendy Nelligan and Annie Ruler, great to see you all. Natalie B, thank you for joining us today. Michelle Farrow, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Duke, my friend, my brother, what's going on? Good to see you. Salty, welcome back to you. Salty Grace. Rita Boston's in the house. Good to see you today. Miss Brandy B, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Lady Speedwell, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Terry Louise, same to you. Tanaj P, welcome. Good to see you. Cryptic Conversions, welcome back to you. Evie Marie, great to see you here today. Thank you for joining us. Josie Joe, what's going on? Oh, I don't feel better at all. But I'm here. Nat Cat, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. CL, welcome back to you. Wonderful to see you. Amy B, great to have you here. Eddie, one made nuts in the house. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Got me stumped. Welcome back to you. Dog Mom, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Cappuccino 877, welcome back to you. Let me see. Leanne W, welcome, first timer. Love seeing first timers. It's great to have you here. We have quite a few new subscribers, guys. That's so very amazing, and I appreciate you guys for that. Please, if you will, leave a little bit of DNA on that like button as you come in the door. I appreciate that so very much. And again, welcome, Leanne, for the first time. Let me see. Did I miss anybody? Oh no, I'm checking. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. What's going on, darling? Good to see you today. Thank you for being here with us. Mama Bear is working, of course, as always. Proud Mary's in the house. Welcome back to you, Mary. The Karma Police, great to see you, and Groot, you as well. Julie Dunn, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you guys. I've missed you so very much. I wish I could be a little more upbeat, guys. I'm sorry. I have been sick as hell. COVID's not fun. Neither is this flu. I think I had both of them back to back. Kind of crazy, folks. But here I am. Doing my best. Doing my best to be here. Really have missed you guys so very much. What's happening? Gloria, good to see you. CL, you as well. Moonlit Baby, thank you. And yes, rest in peace, Maddie, Kaylee, Nana, and Ethan. Never forget and will never be forgotten. This house going down, it doesn't make sense to me. None at all. All right, guys, because today's a different type of a day, I am going to drop this link, invite any of you to jump up here, conversate with me, if you will. Again, guys, remember to be respectful to the victims, the families. No nonsense. Let's keep it real, folks. Let's keep it logical, commonsensical, and all that fun stuff, if we will. Come on up. We can talk about this, so on and so forth. Thank you, Gloria, Carolyn. Yes, I get it, Gloria. I do. All right. I do believe I dropped that, didn't I? Yes, I did. All right. Let me. Oh, sorry, guys. Hold on a second. One moment, everybody. Sorry. Bear with me, guys. I gotta pin this real quick. Here it is. Boom. All right, we're good. Bring this back up. Nope, not doing that. That's that. Hold on a minute. Sorry about that, everybody. Come on in, guys. Randy Fur, good to see you. Knowledge is power. Welcome back to you. Deborah Thompson, welcome. Great to see you here. Mr. Popper's in the house. My brother Dan Jackson, what is going on, my friend?
What's up?
How you doing, bro?
Not much. Is this that house where them four people?
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't understand how this is happening either.
Yeah, I mean that case isn't even over, right?
It hasn't even hit trial, bro. That's the problem that a lot of people are having with this, is that it's evidence in a sense. A lot of people are on, there's two sides of the fence. Let me know if you guys can hear me clearly, by the way. The defense doesn't care if the house goes down, the prosecution doesn't care, so neither side's worried about it. But the families feel like it should be standing, and quite a few people feel the same way, because in a sense, it's basically evidence in some ways, okay? So that's where the problem lies with this. Crazy.
Yeah, I
Welcome
mean
back.
I can see both. I can see both sides. I mean, if the case was completely over with, the trial was over with. I mean, I can see like that house doesn't need to be. I mean,
Right,
what is it going to be
right.
used for? I mean, who wants to?
And I agree, but I also agree that opinionated welcome. The house is basically a biohazard scene after the crime scene, and it's not healthy to go inside of it. So therefore, in turn, not many jurors would want to go inside there with the situation the way it is. And like I said, the defense says they don't need it. The prosecution says they don't need it. I don't know. I don't know how to take it for sure. I know that I can see, like you said, I can see both sides of the fence, but at the same time, it's almost like, why was it such a rush? I don't get that. I know that it's been said because of the health hazards and health issues, because of the house, that was the rush. But I don't know, man. It's very weird.
I just think like, what if the trial starts and there's some,
Yep.
There's some big like, and like being able to go back into the house would be able to like verify or
I agree.
or whatever.
I agree. They've been in there quite a few times. They went in and made 3D models of the interior of the house. They've done this, they've done that. They just went in there last week again for whatever reasons, but I still just feel like there's something that very possibly could pop up that they just might need. And the house
I imagine they probably went through that entire house like, very thoroughly, but there could be some unforeseen thing pop up, like I said, during the trial, that being able to go back in there could be beneficial.
I mean, the sound, I said a while back that I think that, thank you, Doodle, that the sound, being able to hear what goes on in there would be important, but they've taken all the furniture out. So the sound's going to be completely different for one. That changed 100%. But I don't know. I still feel like there's something that very possibly could happen, like you said, and I just don't know. So, at that point, it's like, I just really thought there was going to be an injunction that went through in order to put a hold on this, and it just didn't happen. I really, really thought that was going to happen.
It's going to be another one. I mean, if something comes up, mid-trial, where going back into the house would be, whether would be able to prove something one way or the other. I mean, it's going to be another one of them things where, like, oops, there's been so many of those, with mass shootings where, people have been looked at by the FBI and then they've been kind of greenlit to.
Yep.
There's been so much of that. I mean, and it's going to happen, but it seems to happen a whole lot here lately.
Yeah, dude. I mean, and you don't even really follow this stuff with us, but there's been so much of that oops that has gone on in a lot of these cases. It's like, what is going on? Like this case has been, I know you followed kind of a little bit from this, backstage and sidelines and stuff like that, but it's been a mess, like pretty much from day one, from different variations of reasons. But this really blows my mind. it was talked about. The families wanted it in a bad way. They wanted it to stay, all but one of the families. One of the families is, they don't care, but most of the families wanted the house to stay. They were kind of vocalizing it in a big way, and they just basically ignored the families of the victims, saying, so be it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's kind of a little unusual, especially from the prosecution side, because usually they, if if there's a possibility of like a plea deal or something like that, usually prosecution will go to the family and I mean they don't always go with what the family says, but they a lot of times you hear that they go to the family and say, hey, are you going to be okay with this? Or
sure. And they didn't at all. They don't seem to care because Steve Gonsalves, he's basically been the spokesperson for three of the families, and he's spoken out about a lot on this. And they have, they've listened to things that he said in the past, but this one thing they just don't seem to care, and it really blows my mind. It really blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, somebody like myself, I mean, I know a little bit just from kind of lurking in here, but as far as doing any kind of research or anything, so it's kind of a little iffy with somebody that's not familiar with everything comes into it and like that's a little weird.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, I know that you don't follow it. You follow it, like I said, from the sidelines with us here and there, lurking in that, and minimal parts of this case. But this, for you to say, hey, that's weird, there's something wrong with that. You know what I mean? A lot of people are the same way. And the weird thing, I mean, not saying that this has anything to do with it. I'm not going down any kind of rabbit holes by any means, and I don't want anybody else to, if we can today, And by the way, others are welcome to jump up here. Eddie, anybody that wants to, Cluminati, I'd love to have you up here as always. You're all welcome. So, but I'm just saying, like I found out a while back that I don't know if you knew this, Dan, but the house was donated to the university. Okay, which is weird to me too, and that happened before the crime scene was completely dealt with at the same time. Well, not the crime scene, but the case was dealt with. What's up, Clue? Welcome. Good to have you.
Hello.
That is very weird. I mean, why would the university want that property?
Well, here's my thought. I've looked into it. A few of us have looked into it. I believe Clue looked into it too. She's another creator. By the way, Dan, this is Cluminati. Cluminati, this is Dan. This was my first subscriber, my first friend, my first moderator ever out here.
Nice.
2 years ago. So long story.
2 years almost exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy. But welcome and introductions. But again, like I was saying, they donated this before the case even got to the point. The hearings hadn't even really taken effect, and it was donated, which was weird to me. And the president of the university, this was his childhood home. Weird to me as well. So there's a bunch of little things that are strange to me about this. And like I said, I really, really expected at 6 a.m. this morning to see some kind of a document drop stating that there was an injunction put through on this, and there wasn't. So here we are.
It's for a development, in my opinion.
I agree, because they sold off all that stuff around the corner too, and that's going to be, in my opinion, I expect to see more apartments along the lines of what's onto the left side there put in there again for more housing for the university.
Yeah, they sold those two properties, 1118 and 1126, in July to one person. It's like a company, but if you investigate the company, that company has two companies registered to that address, and one of them is a development company.
There you go. That's it. And like I said, it's all about this university. The university, I get it. The university is, the bread and butter for this whole town. I understand. I got that. That's fine. We have a quadruple homicide murder case that's going on right now, and they're more worried, it seems, about developing this property to make more money, to bring in more housing for this university again. They may even turn this into, since it's so close to the fraternities and stuff like that. They could add this on to Greek Row. Who knows? I don't know, but it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't want to do some kind of like a small. I mean, myself, I would feel a little bit weird residing.
Memorial.
Yeah, like a memorial park or something like they did. I think they did that with like Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment.
Oh yeah,
building.
And they're saying that they're putting one in over by the university, but like this is where it happened. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of crazy. It's weird. What's up, Sarge? Good to see you. Yes, it did. I can't. I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised that it went down. Like I said, there was a. Go ahead.
Every once in a while on the right side of the screen, I could see like a kind of like a baby blue. Is that a different property or is that part of?
Over here to the right is yeah, it's I don't know. That house was. They were actually friends with the kids that lived in this house. That was the house that had the camera.
Cam. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
the blue house that you keep seeing, that's 1118.
Yeah. And that's going to probably be torn down too.
Okay, so the house where this all happened is that, I mean, it's gone, completely gone.
Yeah, it was right where that crane is sitting right now. It's gone.
Yep.
I mean, I've never seen a house torn down with a crane, kind of seems kind of quick. I didn't know it happens that quick.
It was very quick, and from what I understand, they started before the sun even came up.
Yeah, it was dark outside. Yeah,
they wanted to sit down before anybody could put anything through, I guess. So, I'm sure the way it looks to me is that they were probably banking on somebody trying to put through injunctions or anything against this and hurried up and hit the house as fast as they could. So it's crazy. Oh no, Gaia, there's no tunnels on. Welcome, Canadian Cat Lady. Good to see ya. It was very quick. I agree. I was expecting maybe at noon, 10, 11 noon, maybe. Hell, maybe this afternoon. No, they were on this shit before the sun came up. So,
well, I told fiance, I was like, I know people think it's gonna be like a long time, but I've seen a almost 6,000 square foot home torn down the same exact way, and literally in like 15 minutes it was flat.
Oh yeah, it doesn't take long. Doesn't take long at all. Which is crazy. And it looks to me like they're burying it. So I'm surprised about that. I thought they were going to take it out of there in like, long haulers or whatnot and take it somewhere to have it burnt or incinerated, whatever you want to call it. But no, they're burying it right there.
Well, they have taken out a few dump trucks.
Oh, have they? Okay. See, I missed some of that this morning because I was dealing with being sick. But it's crazy. It is crazy. And now they're pushing, like I said, to try to get this trial going by summer, which is good. It's good. I wish we could see it sooner, but I don't know. I'm just really, really shocked at this, you guys. I know a lot of us are.
Yeah.
So what's the holdup? I mean, because it's been quite a while, right? I mean,
it's been over a year. November of this past, last month was a year. So, there was a lot of problems getting discovery handed over to the defense via FBI per se, in my opinion. There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of motions put through. There was a motion put through to try to dismiss the indictment. That was denied, of course.
True Crime Time just said that the debris is going to be taken to an undisclosed location and guarded per a statement this morning.
Gotcha. So, hey, you changed your name.
Hold on. If that's for real, I have a problem. What the heck? I'm not going to cuss, but I want to.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
What the heck is the difference in you guys? Because this is the whole thing, right? Y'all talked about it was so expensive having to guard the house. You got to have security, blah, blah, blah. What is the difference in paying for someone to guard the remnants versus guard the damn house.
They wanted it down. Period. That's it. And you, like I said, we can see as of how early they went in, how fast they tore this place down. They wanted it gone. End of story.
And I'm not too sure what benefit, the debris.
Right.
I mean, at this point, like, I don't see there being any kind of a benefit. So why store it and have it guarded? That's kind of a little weird to me.
I
mean, they could have done the same thing. They could have guarded the house as they have been doing for the past 13, 14 months, just as it has. And no, it had to be gone. There's some reason it had to be gone. So be it. That's it's crazy. It doesn't make sense. They've been paying security to watch this house, to sit there on this house for months and months and months. What's the difference? Why couldn't they have waited to the trial at least? You know what I mean? Only to make the families feel better, if nothing else.
Yeah, because I've seen like JLR will drive by there. He drove by there. It couldn't have been. It was not 6 months after. It was less than that. Yeah. And you can hear, music coming from Jack Decour's place. Right. Music bumping. You hear people laughing.
Yeah, thank you, Firefly. Molly's saying that she believes that maybe it's the developer's timeline. That's very possible. Maybe they're trying to get something started for housing before next school year. And thank you, True Crime Time. I appreciate that very much. Hey, Jesse, good to see you. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys that real quick here. 1 second.
Well, yeah, before you do that, I'm going to jump down. I just jumped up to say what's up.
Oh, hey, no, I appreciate you, bud. I appreciate you very much.
Thinking about taking my car uptown and having an inspection done. So
okay, you're off for the season now, right?
Yep, till March.
Good. Maybe we'll see you more often.
I mean, I'm doing some other things, but yeah.
Gotcha.
But all right, I'm gonna jump down.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you very much, and hopefully, maybe I'll see you more often here on some of these night streams I'll be doing once I get myself completely healthy again.
It's the weirdest thing is when I was actively working, I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning. Right. I was having such a hard time going to bed at night. I was getting very little sleep. And as soon as the season ended and I don't have to work, I've been going to bed sometimes as early as 7 o'clock in the evening and sleeping straight through. None of this like 2 hours here, 2 hours there stuff. But yeah, I think the latest I've stayed up since we shut down for the winter is probably like 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, so, okay.
Well, but yeah, if I see you live at night, I'll jump back in. I've kind of been looking a little bit, but like I said, I think I've been missing it because I've been.
Well, no, I haven't been on here since before Christmas. I had the flu. I had a respiratory infection, then I got the flu, and then on top of that, then I backed that up with COVID all at one time. I've been sicker than shit. So
I thought I was 100% certain that I had COVID again. Saturday night. I was uptown doing some stuff, and it was. Right. I mean, it hit me exactly like it did the last time. I got out of my car. And I was walking into a restaurant, and right. I just I was like not swaggering, like swaying when I walked. Right. Yeah, and I was so dizzy I couldn't think straight. It was the exact same thing. So I left there, went to Walgreens, bought a COVID test, and I mean, no, it came out negative. So
I mean, I know this flu, dude. This flu hit hard, very hard.
I never other than the dizziness. And a little bit of a headache that night. I was never sick. And the next day because I was so my mind was so cloudy and I couldn't think straight, like driving home was horrible.
Right. No, I got you.
the next day I went ahead and took the second test just because I thought, like, as messed up as I was last night, I don't even know if I took the test properly. But
well, yeah, that's how I felt too. I had to take 2 of them. The first one came up negative, and I'm like, wait, something's wrong, because I can't taste or smell, I can't anything, and I'm thinking, well, maybe it's just that bad. And then I took another one, and that one came up positive. I'm like, Jesus, okay.
Yeah, but since then, that, like I said, that was Saturday. Since then, I felt fine. No more dizziness. I have no idea what it may have been, because I came home that night and I passed out. So I may have been just like overly tired.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll keep an eye out for you going live at night.
Absolutely, brother. I appreciate you jumping up here today.
Yep, no problem.
It's good to see you and talk to you again, and we'll get together soon.
All right, see you later.
All right, bud. Take care. All right, guys, I'm gonna pull up the family statement here. Are you still here, Clue?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My app just shut on its own.
That's what happened with the first time that I opened StreamYard. It just did it itself. So, welcome, Golf Inspector. Good to see you.
Hey, guys. Good to see you.
All right. Hold on a minute, guys. Let me get this up here. Let me drop that for a minute. And 1 second, please. Give me a moment.
Hi, Cluminati.
Hello.
You guys are gonna have to bear with me. I'm still sick as a dog, so everything's a little weird to me. So if I make mistakes, I'm sorry ahead of time.
Yeah, our heads are not clear today. I think everybody's a little bit sad about what's happening.
Oh, that too. There's a link in there, Sarge, if you're interested in jumping up here. You're welcome, my friend, as well. Let me find this. Molly, did you send that to email by chance, or do you just want me to pull it the other way? If you didn't, don't worry about it, hon. It's all right. Yeah, Jules messaged me this morning and said, "Are you seeing this?" And I was in the midst of dealing with something on the phone with my doctor and stuff. Speaking of which, there she is right there. What's up, Jules? And I came into it late, so my apologies, guys. It's still crazy to me. I'm sorry. I feel like an overcooked spaghetti.
Oh. Well, you feel better, Dago. You feel better.
I'm trying. I am trying. I promise you.
Yeah.
Let me find this link here real quick. 1 second. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Oh my God, I'm so sick of this. Okay. I'm sick of being sick, you guys. Crazy.
It still boggles my mind that no one filed anything to stop this.
I agree. I really expected Dick and Calvez to do that.
Me too.
Like in a big way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That and actually, this is criminal. If you think about it, what they're doing, they're demolishing a crime scene. And I consider that a criminal act. And would there not be any protection, on that? Other lawyers and the state? I don't know. I was expecting a little bit more than just letting the university decide something big like this.
Right. So the statement, this is from the family page, the Gonsalves family page. Morning, Bonnie and Pebbles and all of you. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Jules, Phantasmic, what's going on? I'm doing the best I can with this, guys. So this is our family statement that went out to the media yesterday. The house is set to be demolished today. Please pray for our family, as this is an extremely emotional day for us. Yeah, agreed. Please stop the demolition of the King Road home. The Gonsalves family has reached out to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office and the University of Idaho to stop this madness. When the victims can't speak, you have to speak for them. When you feel someone is hurting the case, let's just answer the question on why the King Road house should stand for basic evidentiary purposes. Agreed. What were the vantage points of the roommates, Dylan and Bethany? Thank you. What could they hear from where they were in the house? What could they see? How far was Dylan when she saw BK? And why didn't he see her? Could the surviving roommates hear a dog barking from the third floor? Screams. Can you hear those same sounds from the bottom apartment? Outside the house. If evidence is presented about BK leaving or watching the house, what windows could he see in from where he was parked? Was he able to view the inside of the house? And what was going on from outside, sitting in a car or walking by? Goes towards premeditation. How long did it take for him to walk to his car? What points of entry could he have gotten into the house? Is there audio evidence, and can you hear standing outside the house? What can you hear inside the house? All of these things, guys, I've stated, the same things are super important, I think.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously they're not.
Well, it's a crime scene. Of course it is.
I mean, that's what blows my mind. And
it's the crime scene, and it was owned by the university. That number one is wrong, but looking beyond that they made that decision to actually demolish the house is a criminal act in my mind, but I don't know by law if it is or not.
I mean, it seems like handing the house off to somebody else before the trial even happened was in a sense criminal too. Obviously, it's not. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
I mean, we've talked about this, guys, time and time again. How did they do that legally without the trial even being in effect?
Well, I thought they released it first. Like, didn't MPD say they released the house back to the owner?
I believe they had to do that for that to happen.
They did. They did. They officially released the house back to the owner. However, going back, even though they have Koberger, it doesn't matter because the house itself was targeted. So what happened to that?
Okay. Yeah, right. Absolutely. They spelled Dylan's name wrong, guys.
Yes, I was going to say that, Dago. I wanted you to scroll up so I could see it.
Yeah. D-I-L-L. I'm sorry, I can't blow this up any bigger. D-I-L-L-O-N is how they spelled it. What's that all about? You know what I mean?
I'd be curious to know who wrote that. Was it Shannon Gray or was it?
It was probably him. I think he takes care of most of that kind of stuff.
That's what I think too, but that's weird that that name is wrong. Because I mean,
I agree. I do agree. Definitely. Let's see here. Number 4. What was Xana's path in the house to pick up the DoorDash? That's a great question that I think everybody in this room has asked about 100 times. And did Xana actually do it, or did Ethan do it? You know what I mean? How did it go down? How did all that happen? Did she have to walk past different rooms? Could she have walked past BK? Where could he have been hiding? All the entry and exit points in the home. How could you get in and out without anyone seeing you? Where the decks, potential access points. The decks and landscape features are very close to each other. Any biological evidence? Where was it located in the house? And any proximity to the victims and any trail outside of biological evidence. If the house itself was a target, which was the theory from the beginning, which is the supposed reason the University of Idaho called off their campus-wide warning while BK was still not apprehended. That's a huge question I've had. And why was the house a target, if that's the fact, and its access exit points in the driveway configuration for a vehicle to enter, exit, and turn around? Vantage points of other camera evidence pointed toward the house. These are just a few things that the family has thought of, and no one seems to be able to answer about the King Road house. The question is, if the home is demolished, will all of these questions be able to be answered later on with the diagrams, models, and technology, etc., if they become an issue at trial? And if not, then leave the home alone. Please get a trial date scheduled. I do agree. It is with disappointment and frustration that we have to ask for this publicly. The court in this matter has delayed long enough. The hearing for the challenges to the indictment were in October, and the court finally made a ruling in December on those challenges over 45 days later. The court still has not made a ruling on the camera evidence that was presented on December 1st of 2023 regarding the genealogy evidence. That's kind of interesting. And it is also now our understanding that the defense has filed a motion for the court to reconsider the court's decision on the indictment, challenges, or stay the proceedings for appeal. This challenge will be given another hearing date in another 30 days out. This was filed a day after a scheduling order and a trial was requested. All of this affects us, the victims' families, and we cannot understand the constant delays. This case has to move forward. We are a year out, and the court just made a decision on the indictment. Now, the court will have to make another decision to reconsider the decision the court just made, which took the court 45 days to decide. All along, no trial date. We feel that the University of Idaho and the court has put us in a horrible position to have to voice our opinions. We all along have just wanted the King Road home to not be demolished and for us to have a trial date so that we can look forward to justice being served. Amen. And you know, I've said this multiple times. These poor families, I mean, this is horrific, but they have not, in my opinion, had the ability to grieve in a correct fashion, as in anybody that should be able to grieve. And that's just my opinion, okay? Because of everything that they've had to involve themselves in, because, of course, things were not being done, in my opinion, in the correct fashion that they should be. And they've taken so long, as they stated here. And it's just crazy. So
I think for me as a parent, I think what makes me so mad is the fact that the university doesn't communicate with the victims' families.
Well,
or even like
I agree.
care
They-
about what they say.
They did, but they wrote back that they don't care about what they say. So they were very straightforward with that point. Basically, if you read that statement they made to the family, that was horrific.
Yeah.
That was
Definitely.
horrific. What they wrote back as a response to the demolition when the family
Yeah.
requested it not to. I just that just blows my mind, to be quite honest.
I agree. And I agree with Jules. Thank you again, Doodle, for that. And anybody that's donated to support the channel in that fashion, thank you so very much for that. Very, very much appreciated. It's definitely not expected, but more than appreciated. Words don't matter. Shannon could have filed something. I wholeheartedly agree with that one, Jules. And I don't understand. Of course, we don't know. Maybe they did, and it was denied. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Very possible. That is very possible. And I have a tendency to agree with Molly that I feel that this is going to be developed. Okay. And if the development has a timeline, the crews and all that, and they have a timeline set up for this, that could very well be what the deal is. Not saying it's right, but that could be what it is, you know?
And also take into account that right after the house was released, and this is several months ago now, they went in and started the inside demolishing already. So the stairs was taken out, you know, all that was like they gutted the house from the inside. So that started months ago. This is nothing new. So they just had like the outside walls basically hanging on there at this moment in time. So that's bad. If you ask me, you know.
And I still want to know, what were they doing there last week? What did they get back in for last week? What could they possibly still need? You know what I mean?
Yeah, a final walkthrough, a gutted house. I don't know.
What if the house would have went down in October like it was supposed to initially? Okay. Whatever they got last week, they would not have gotten. So I'm curious.
No, I agree with that.
Seriously. Their goal was to curtail families coming to visit the school for possible attendance from taking a drive to see the kid. Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that too, Sarge. It makes sense. Very much makes sense. This is a step in healing on a level, and I agree with that too, Salty. Most can't understand it's different feel for each family. This signifies more than evidence in a house with him. I wholeheartedly understand and do agree with you in that sense. Like I said, I can see both sides of the fence with this. I really can, but I just feel like in a situation like this, that the family's thoughts and the family's opinions should be like a priority And it seems to me that they weren't. I mean, I may be wrong because we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But again, it seems like they weren't. I mean, they already had you're right. AR said that you could build a 20-foot fence. It's not hard to conceal the house. And they could have done that. They could have put a privacy fence around it. But again, I feel like this is matching up to somebody's timeline.
Yeah. I think it's a statement. I think it's more of a statement that, we have the right guy is the statement that at least the one side, the state wants to make.
Even if they have the right guy, even if Brian is the one that did this, there could have still been some things that they needed to use or needed to see. I mean, I get the prosecution saying, we don't need anything. This is him. He did this. We're moving on. That's that. I get that. Okay. I just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're right. But it's still, if they want to make a statement like, we don't need the house, basically, is the statement, and we have the right perp. So there you go. That's the statement, and we're not going to back up on that. So, and the defense, I guess, was like, they're not there to show you who did it. They're there to show that their client didn't do it. So their job is not the house, keeping that up. Really, honestly,
I can agree. Jesse says, I thought the family statement expressed a lot more skepticism than we have seen so far from the G's, and I can agree with that. It really does show a lot. Firefly says, and I really do agree with this a lot. The university obviously doesn't truly care about those families. They care about one thing: money. And that's what I've thought for forever, guys. And I still feel that way.
It's a business.
Absolutely. Or its destruction is to make sure he doesn't get convicted. Same thing people think about the DP being presented tactic. Who effing knows anymore? I agree, Jules. I agree. This has been such a mess. I mean, every day there's something new. There's something different. There's a different perspective and certain variations of what's going on with this. I don't know, and it is a statement. It is a statement. CL says the statement is, we can do what we want. And I agree with that.
If one single thing goes wrong with their house rebuilding, the electronic version, the prosecution, in my opinion, is screwed.
They're screwed. I agree. Just like Dan just said, if there is one thing that happens, what if somebody on the jury says, what if it takes one person on that jury to prevent a hung jury, and they need to see or want to see something that involves that house? Okay. And it's not there then. What? That could be detrimental. So
I think they're going to have the same attitude they did about when Ann asked them about the testing of the other 3 DNAs. Well, can't do anything about it. Wasn't done.
That's it. Yeah. You can't do nothing with it if you don't have it. Facts.
And that's a good point, Jules. That's a good point.
Yes. Agreed. It can be compromised. 100%. Anything can happen, guys. And if you don't have, the actual scenario in your hands anymore, that's it. What if that is what, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, you guys. I'm just giving what if situations, but what if that house, something with that house is what, like I said, prevents a hung jury or some scenario like that, or if it's something, really important that they need to see or hear or just need to know, and it's gone. So who knows? I don't know. I know as a juror, I would not want to go inside. That I will say. But what if they want to walk around, like Steve or whoever had written that statement said, from the parking lot? What if they were looking at the scenario of being able to see through the windows and stuff like that? I get all that. I don't know. That's a good question, Salty, and I really don't know. That's a question we can all answer. Take turns answering. Does anybody think? In fact, I could do a poll on that. Does anybody think that keeping the house would have helped the defense?
No,
I agree. No, and the reason is because they're not there to find the killer. That's what the police was supposed to do. And I can tell you one more thing, that adds on top of this is if Brian Kohlberger is found not guilty in this, they will never find the killer.
No,
this is it.
I don't think they'll go looking for him either. If that's
exactly, this is it. This is all the eggs in one basket.
We know how much money has been put into this. We've seen it. Okay. And in my opinion, I'm not saying it's true. Okay. It's just my opinion. I feel that if this is done and they don't, congrats, War Eagle. Thank you for being part of this family for 5 months. That's awesome. I feel like if by some reason they find Brian innocent, he gets off on this. That's it. That's it. Mm-hmm. It's done. We've said this before. They're not going to put any more millions of dollars into this. They're not going to do any more on this. That's the end. It's going to be a cold case. That saddens me to no end. No end if that's what ends up happening. And like I said, I don't want Brian to get off if he's guilty, guys. I don't at all. But I also don't want Brian to be convicted if he's not guilty. That's the other thing. So, oh, thank you so much, Bonnie, for that. I appreciate that. Are you guys hearing the sound effects in the background, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure that's still working. Bonnie, thank you so very much for that. I appreciate you very, very much.
I mean, all we can do is hope they have the right guy at least. You know,
yeah, I agree. I do agree. And yes, Pebbles, I do think there will be. I think that this is going to turn into, this is again just my opinion. If Brian he gets off on a technicality, or if he's found innocent due to whatever, I think there will be attempts at vigilante justice. I do. He's going to have to go into hiding in some sense because he's been convicted, you know, by the public already in a lot of facts. So that's it for him. Unless they pull some crazy thing out and say, hey, look what we found. That's going to be a different situation there, but I don't see that happening. So, yeah, I do believe you're right, Sunflower. I think, what is the date today? 28th? No, he wasn't arrested on 28th, was he?
The 30th, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was the 30th. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, a year ago, they were searching through his garbage.
Yeah.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's true. And Firefly, I agree again. If BK gets acquitted, Steve will own Moscow. And you know what? That is who will take this case over. He will not. And I can tell you guys, I think we all agree on this. I can promise you that Steve Gonsalves will not allow this case to be a cold case, period. If Brian gets off on this, something, he'll do something.
I agree with that.
He will not let this go, you guys. And I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either as a parent. No.
He shouldn't.
No, I agree. I hope to God, I pray that either they prove that Brian did this and he's convicted and he gets, you know, what he deserves, or they figure out how or what happened with this for the sake of those families. They will never be able to grieve this if this does not get true justice, folks. And we all know that. Okay. We all know.
Like a part of me though is kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to get behind like Steve wouldn't let it go cold, because you would think in this situation, I am kind of with Jules. Like, why would you not file something?
I agree. And like I said, I don't know that he didn't, or that maybe Shannon did and it wasn't in time, or something didn't happen with it. But again, I also agree with Jules stating that if that would have happened or it was denied, he would have stated that in that statement, I think. So I can go with that too. So I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, not even forget filing something after they alert you guys they're going to tear it down. Like, let's just be real. You've had a year to file something for them to not go after this house.
Right. Maybe they feel like it would have done them no good. Maybe they know something that we don't know. You know what I mean? I still feel like I just don't know. I just don't know. Hey, Ashley, good to see you. It's crazy, you guys. It's crazy. Inquisitive Wolf, welcome.
Yeah, the only thing the family really did was plead with the university
Right.
The families, they pled with the university to not knock it down. And the only reason they pushed the October date forward was because of the backlash
That should have
from
been
the
enough.
media, right?
Right.
Not because of the families, but from the media. And then this time they were like, F it, we're going to go for it anyway. It needs to be gone.
I can agree.
Kids are gone from school right now. They need to not be there when they're back.
It should have been enough. That should have been enough. The fact that the families asked the university to not do this, in a sense, I can see them saying, you kind of owe this to the families, but they didn't seem to care.
I just think they're looking at it strictly from like a business angle, which I mean, the U of I, they are a business. You know what I mean? It's like when you hear Taco Bell uses like, I don't know, dog meat or something, at first you're going to be like, ugh, but you're going to eat there again. You know what I mean?
Yes, I get it. I agree. This is it's crazy, you guys. I really, I swear to you, I expected to wake up this morning and see, there's an injunction filed or whatever it would have been. And it would have put a hold on this again until July or something like that. You know what I mean? That's what I expected. I really did. Nothing. Blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Blew my mind.
Yeah. Mine too. But as I said, as a bigger picture here, the criminality behind doing this, and that nobody in the state did anything about this. Like, there's state representatives looking at this. Can they not see that this is wrong?
Thank you.
This is like beyond, this is involving politics as well, because that's where they get their money, right? The university got all that money, and the I think the Moscow PD got their money. It's all political.
Hey,
so
Richard,
where are they at?
I think it's going to be, and I'm surprised. That's good. You're good point, Sunflower. I'm surprised there are no protesters.
I mean, we wouldn't see it if there were.
That's true too. But to see people standing out and around there, I would imagine. I just saw a couple people. Who knows? But I think that the university is probably going to take a hit for this. I do. The public knows this belonged to the university. The public knows that the university could have done something to change this. So at that point, I think they're going to take a hit for this. I do. That's my opinion.
There you go.
For a little while until people forget.
There he is, brother. What's happening?
Hey man. The only I want to get down with you on that. I do. I really do, because I'm right there with you. But my question in my head that stops me from thinking that's possible is we're looking at it from through a looking glass of, there's a lot of stuff that's off with this. But then you look at the university's performance this year, their enrollment's gone up. I really don't think they're going to take a hit from it. I think
that's a good point, bro. I mean, seriously, I wasn't thinking of that. So yeah,
I think it's a perception thing, right? Or an image thing, right? They're creating this image to make sure that this thing is gone, and it's a year now. It's gone. They can move on and they can put it behind them. Is what they're wanting to do.
Absolutely. No, that makes sense. It does. Definitely makes sense. I wasn't even thinking about that. The fact that the enrollment went up, and I mean it's weird. I'd have never imagined that their numbers would have gone up like they did because of the scenario. But at the same time, curiosity. There's a lot of people. I've heard people that have enrolled in this school because they're curious. It's like, okay, that's weird to me, but whatever. I agree, Jesse. That's one thing that's true.
Well, I mean, like, look at celebrities, right? People talk junk about them. They get more people who know them and they're interested in them. Any publicity, good or
100%.
bad, is good.
I agree. I do agree. Greg says Bill Thompson is the same Lake County prosecutor trying BK that prosecuted the Capone murder in Moscow, where Rachel Anderson, never found, was thrown off the Red Wolf Bridge in Clarkston.
Oh yeah, he got a guilty verdict for a death. Like, the guy was found guilty and they still don't have a body.
That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. And if she was thrown off the Red Wolf Bridge in Clarkston, you'd have figured they'd have found something at some point. That's weird. Interesting. Very interesting. I didn't even know about that. I want to look into that.
Yeah, like the verdict came from a witness statement, if I'm not mistaken. Someone said they saw him do this or helped him or something. They helped him maybe, and he got a guilty verdict off of someone else's testimony.
So is it hearsay?
Pretty much. I mean,
hey, we all have seen stranger things than that, right or wrong. That's not surprising at this point. But I didn't know that. Thank you for that info. That's crazy. AR says that Bill Thompson's notorious for plea bargains. Yeah, I don't see that happening with this. I just don't.
Me either.
I have felt at some point that the death penalty was put on there on possibly, this is just a possible opinion, guys, that the death penalty was put on the table purposely to try to pull a confession, but I just never see him doing that. I don't ever see him confessing to this. I don't ever see him pleading at this either. But that's me. That's just my opinion.
Well, I would think if I'm judge, whatever, if I know for a fact that 6 out of 16 members of the grand jury wanted more information, that house would have never come down until there was a verdict.
I can agree on that too. Definitely can agree on that one. That's true.
Correct. And is it up to a judge though to do these decisions? I don't know. I'm saying this is so beyond like the legal system. I don't know if the judge could have done anything about that.
I think he could have.
He could have. Okay.
I think he could have possibly. Yeah. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me fix it.
Phantasmic Ether.
Okay. Was that better? And does my voice sound normal yet?
It's normal.
Okay. I can't hear.
Well, we're just lying to you. No, you're fantastic. What was it? You're doing that voice. No.
Still? Oh.
No, I'm just joking.
All right. Just making sure. I should probably put, before I even play with those. I can't find them though. Oh my God, you guys. I swear to God, COVID causes brain damage. I'm telling you right now. It does. I can't think straight. I can't. It's crazy.
All right. I'm going to jump down. I just wanted to voice my opinion. I'm sorry. It just has me riled up today.
No. Please, that's what it's about. Don't apologize. I want to hear your guys' opinions. I want to hear your guys' theories. I want to hear your guys' feelings on this because everybody has, thoughts on this. I think, honestly, Jesse was right. There's been two sides to this for a long time, but I do agree that one thing specifically that has been agreed upon the whole time is this. Okay. This is something that I think we all felt, for whatever reasons, should have stood. The house should have stayed. We all had different variations of our reasons for it, but I still feel like we all felt the same way.
Yeah, correct.
So
we were unified. All right, guys, have a good one. Thanks. Feel better, Dago. See you, Illuminati.
Bye, Golf Inspector.
And so fiance. Bye.
Bye.
By the way, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just have a question. Like, I remember back in October, like you were talking about the first time they tried to tear this down. Mm-hmm. I remember hearing reports that like the prosecution and the defense were both in favor of it coming down. Did they have to agree this time?
I don't think so. I wouldn't think that they had to have, maybe because the statement was already made back then, like you said, that was it. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's a good question though. Like, here's the thing. What if one of them said at some point, like, wait, no, I changed my thoughts on this. We need the house to stand.
Yeah.
What would have happened with that? You know what I mean? Would they have stopped? Would they have had to go, put a motion through in court again, and this and that, and everything else?
Well,
yeah,
it kind of like I never saw that in like official paperwork, right?
I
It's
didn't
just like
either.
what people were saying, but I can say this much: if that's true and Ann Taylor was in agreement, then it does kind of seem like the general like gut feeling I have that it is definitely more in favor for the defense that it's gone.
Yeah. And I think that's why the defense said we don't need it, we don't want it. You know what I mean? So I would just imagine that the prosecution would, I don't know. I don't know honestly how to put that. That's a good point. By the way, since I'm here, I always do this for you guys. I'm sure you've already seen it because I'm so behind on everything. This was put through as of the 22nd. For those of you that aren't, don't know about these new documents that dropped. Motion to seal defendant's motion for, I never can say this word, interlocutory.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, we couldn't say that yesterday either.
Interlocutory, whatever.
Locutory, maybe?
Yes. And it says, comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorney, Ian Taylor, public defender, and hereby moves the court for in order to seal the defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss the indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal for interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings filed with the court on December 21st, 2023. Thank you again, Brandy.
I wish I was a damn lawyer.
Yeah, right. I know. What does this mean, Jules? What does this mean? I mean, I know what it means. They're basically layman's terms, as they're trying to ask the judge to reconsider denying the motion to dismiss, which I'm kind of surprised at. I really am. So
well, isn't that what Thompson told Jay Logston to do? That's exactly what he actually thinking about it. That's exactly what he told Jay Logston to do, because Jay Logston was up there. Rare, probable cause. It should be reasonable doubt. It's not.
Yes.
So
basically, yeah, there it is. And it seems to me that Thompson feels comfortable enough that it's not going to be approved. So, the example I found was an instant replay. I got you, Jules. Thank you. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely interesting, and I'm kind of surprised that they're pushing for this again. So, and I'm wondering when this happens, is she presenting something else, or are they? I should say. You know what I mean? Is it going to be? Are they going to represent something new, something different, to give them the reason to rethink this?
Well, and here's the question that comes into my mind with this is, at this point, and if I'm not mistaken, the judge issued the order.
Yeah.
So at that point, why did nobody ask for the house to remain? Because I mean, the way I look at this is still all preliminary type stuff, right? Like this is y'all haven't even agreed on everything to even get to trial yet. So at the point that the judge gives the defense this order for the reconsideration, why doesn't anybody stop this house at that point? That like, cause you're still not in agreement on how you're going to proceed, or that you should even proceed. So how can you all just say, to hell with the house, we don't need it?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Seriously. Yeah, that's that's a good point, bro. That's a good point, for real.
Well, and my thought about it, is I'm not. One question I've had is, everybody keeps talking about or throwing out there that the prosecution and the defense, and Clue and I were talking about this yesterday, have signed off on being okay with this house coming down, and it's like I personally haven't seen that. Right. I mean, I know it's being talked about, and I know it's sort of a action through inaction type of thing, but part of me wonders, is this a situation where Ann really doesn't have to do anything? If if U of I tears it down, they only have access to it because it was released back to the owner. And if the prosecution is comfortable with their case being a 3D model and a VR representation, and they get that shit wrong, all Ann Taylor's got to do is go, if anybody says, well, why didn't you say something? All she's got to say is, well, y'all said you had it. It was your case. You didn't do it right. So I guess my guy walks. And it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, in a way, I can sort of see it being a smart move to just leave it alone from her side.
Yeah, we were.
Oh, absolutely. Hold on one second, folks.
We were talking about that while you were outside with the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh.
Sorry about that, guys. That was the boss lady telling me the granddaughter's getting dropped off. I hope to God she's not sick. What's up, Sarge?
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I just got my chicken breaded and put it in the oven, so I had a couple of minutes. I figured I'd come in here and chew the fat.
Did you say chicken?
Yeah, not steak today, believe it or not. Chicken breasts, thighs, fried rice.
Are you
think
sick?
Asparagus, maybe. Huh?
Are you sick?
No, I ordered 8 steaks to be delivered, and they can only deliver 2. So I was like, then I don't want any.
Oh, wow. Such a debacle. I'm so sorry that, Mr.
Well,
Lord.
I mean, how dare they, right? I mean,
Exactly.
you can't deliver 8 porterhouse steaks from a butcher. How could you not have meat? I don't get it. So anyway, me being me, I was like, I don't want nothing now.
Your trip.
I got a couple of things I just wanted to point out.
Absolutely, go for it.
If this crime took place in a retail business like a gas station or something, or a highway, or it's not uncommon for the crime scene to vanish itself physically. So you wouldn't stop that business from ever reopening again, right? I mean, things happen in different places all the time, and the crime scene itself is then documented, and it's canvassed by both defense and prosecution, and then it goes back to what it was before, or in this case, it's ashes to ashes with it. So I'm not so sure that that's as unusual as I think people may be viewing it, because I think it's a more common than we realize situation that the crime scene itself vanishes.
I definitely do agree with that.
Yeah.
To some extent. Like, you can't hold something up forever.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
So I also think that the defense can use this as another example of mishandling of a crime scene.
100%.
I think that if you make the argument, the CSI workers, which were unprotected, which weren't putting their booties in a collection bag and walking in and out of the house with the same booties, I think that if you build the case that this crime scene is handled from beginning and obviously to the unfortunate end of the dismantling of the home, I think you got an argument there.
I agree.
And then I just also wanted to say that if people step back, if you think Brian did this, just step back and ask yourself a simple question. Aside from the microscopic DNA particles, take that out of the equation, and the probable cause affidavit simply supports Brian Kohlberger's point of view, his statements that he was driving around.
Right.
Yeah. So that probable cause affidavit is constantly reaffirming Mr. Kohlberger's statements. Right. Now, if you add the DNA into the mix like they did, now the argument is where Ann is focused, is when they took this minuscule amount of DNA that they couldn't match to anything and sent it to labs to be magnified, multiplied, right? They had to build a DNA profile where there can be significant room for error. In fact, the DNA that they say matches Brian 100% may not. It may also be able to match someone else 100%. Because the process is so critically detailed, and any small mistake, and it's a judgment. A lot of folks don't realize a lot of DNA work, it's all statistics. Statistically, right? You have so many markers, which means that you're most likely to be this child's parent. That's an example.
Right.
So I think the whole argument is the DNA and not the crime scene.
Right.
Okay. And in the crime scene being removed as it was, I don't think affects Brian Kohlberger negatively nor positively. I think The vanishment of the crime scene is kind of consistent with what we see in all kinds of crimes.
But let me ask you this, and Jules just asked that question too. If they could the defense use this, the fact like what you stated initially, that it was a mishandling of possible evidentiary, issues, going backwards to some other mistakes that were possibly made. Could the defense use this, to help in that situation that, he wasn't, it wasn't a good investigation, I guess you could say, better terms.
My argument as a defense attorney would be, I would bring that argument and I would use the house as an example. And when you can almost guarantee the prosecution's going to say, well, you could have objected. And the answer to that is, well, you don't stop your opponent from falling off a cliff when you're in a race with them.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not my job to stop you from making an irrevocable error.
Right.
I'm here to defend my client. And if through the process of defending it, you're going to make an exceptional error, like remove the crime, I mean, I think they can really use that against the prosecution.
So that's what, and I agreed with Jules with that question. Is that something that they can actually say, hey, this, and this, is that maybe why she said, go ahead, do what you got to do?
Yeah, I mean, you don't stop your opponent from making a mistake.
That's it right there.
Right? You don't reach across the chessboard and tell the guy, don't move your pawn there.
That's right. You already know the outcome and the procedure, what's going to happen 100%. And that's what my thought is. So I wonder if is that a tactic on the defense's side? So, could have objected and agreeing with, or two different things. That's a good point. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, it's both. It could be either or. I mean, it depends on how you view it. But if you view everything as like in a conspiratorial mode, or the cops are in on it, it's criminal, it's this, then the house is an issue. But for me, it's more, I don't know who did this, and I don't pretend to know. And none of my theories or anything I've ever said gives any indication I'll ever know.
Right.
So in that respect, if I was the defendant, as I pointed out before, I've been in front of courts and judges and arrests through when I was younger many times. And some things can definitely be used to your advantage that the state actually does, and the state should know better. There's a rule book to follow. It's one of them is the Constitution. The other is just basic investigative steps, and the idea that they're doing the things they're doing constantly, sneezing into their arm with no PPE, and you got cotton swabs in your hand, and you're in a house, right? I mean, come on. So there's just so many missteps that the police make, and unfortunately, guilty people go free. It's not a good thing.
Yeah,
but it's a part of the way things work. And if it's no different than if you're changing tires and you don't tighten the lug nuts. Well, tires go free too, and they cause accidents. You got to tighten the bolts, right?
Well, it almost makes me wonder with this new motion that they're putting through, if that is what she's going to approach with and say, hey, look, this just went down, even though she agreed on it. I don't know. These are just thoughts. Hey, Jackie, good to see you. I'm just saying, thank you, Doodle. Again for that. David Clayton says the defense don't need the house. The Koberger was never in there, and they will prove that. And that's what I'm curious to see. Right. Definitely. I feel like she would have to have something. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just talking in the background, but it does kind of like exude confidence on both sides, right?
It's very much so. Yes.
The defense saying, well, I mean, we don't need to prove he was in there because he wasn't. And then the other way, the prosecution, we have so much to prove he did it. The house don't have nothing to do with it.
Well, and that's where I run into my problem with it. Just, looking at just things as a whole, I have a hard time with the prosecution because they seem very, very sure of themselves, right? And Steve has even said that, they've told him, oh, with everything we have, don't worry, we got this and all that. And it's like, I can appreciate that to a degree, but at the same time, you cannot know what 12 people in a jury box are going to decide ahead of time.
Especially, I'm glad you said that, bro. Especially with the way that things have panned out so far with, the public basically has Brian guilty as it is. So we've all talked about multiple times how I'm very curious to see how this goes down, how they're going to pick and choose a jury with this, how hard that's going to be. to find people that are not biased in this sense to be able to do this. Okay. It's going to be insane to me. And both sides, I agree, seem to be very, very, very confident, which is interesting to me.
Well, I think it's unreasonable to think people don't have an opinion when they're put on a jury.
Yeah.
I think people say that they're open-minded and they'll accept evidence. And so the questionnaire is set up so that you try to weed through people that have an unmovable mind is what
you're right.
But people always get on juries that have an opinion of guilt or innocence, especially if the case is public like this. There's no way to avoid that.
Right.
It's kind of a catch-22 when it comes to the way our legal system works. Our right to know is the people,
Right. Absolutely. Truth Seeker says that she believes that or I hope that's a she. If not, I'm sorry. Prosecution is bluffing. A lot of people believe that. And then Jules says, well, if 6 from the grand jury wanted more info, I don't see how the trial jury will be any different. And I can agree with that as well. I really can. I'm curious to see how that comes out, Definitely.
Yeah, they needed 12 to go one way, and they had 18 jurors available. Isn't that accurate? And
yeah.
Six of them had an issue, so they just released those 6 and kept the 12.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. No,
Well,
the next. Go ahead.
It just seems unfair. However, that's how the system works.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
I heard an interesting thought last night on somebody that's very unpopular amongst the community, but he actually decided to talk about the case, and I was disappointed to say the least. But one thing that he was talking about was that he thinks it'll be likely that they'll put in the questionnaire, do you think, to the jury, do you think do you care if the crime scene is there or not? Do you want to visit the crime scene?
Right.
And I was sitting there thinking about that, and I'm like, is that really a question that they would put out to a jury?
Yeah,
a jury pool?
It's a good point.
Because I feel like that would just be sort of a really it would be a situation of stacking the deck if you ask that of your jury pool. I
can see them asking that.
Really?
Sure. Sure, because now you're left with only digital evidence, and you're going to try to want to get people that are familiar with digital evidence and are comfortable with it, or even if they're new to it, will accept it at the face value of what's being presented. So I could see that being a question in a questionnaire for a juror, because you don't want some guy from that's been hanging on since 1928 when he was born that's never used a cell phone on that jury, right?
Yeah.
So
how's that?
But does that not?
Doesn't. You do with Brian, but I'm saying
does that not sort of? I mean, in this case in particular, right? Wouldn't you asking that question sort of build the jury to support what you're presenting instead of the other way around?
No, that's of course what they're doing. That's why there's professional people that you can hire that'll sit in the courtroom and monitor their jury, and they'll read their facial expressions, their body expressions, their sweat, and they'll actually read the jury and then tell the defense to ask for that juror to be removed or to keep that juror, fight for that juror. So no, it's quite a process, and the questions can be quite extensive because you're both trying to get people that'll listen to your point of view. That's the truth. I mean, there's I guess they come out and they'll tell us they're trying to get people of an open mind, but that's the point. You as a defense want jurors that agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's a problem in my opinion.
I agree.
Like I feel like to that level of question, especially looking at it in this case, would be problematic, right? Because if you took 12 individuals and you just present the case from both sides as you have it built, and you haven't asked them whether they care about the house or not, right? There could be one out of those 12 that feel some type of way about not being able to go to the crime scene. Yeah. But there could be 12 that don't care. And I think trying to single it out and narrow down the field to suit your case is problematic in terms of seeking justice.
We'll look at what.
So let's say there's a juror that wants to see the house or thinks the house would be helpful, and then Ann can fight for the maintenance of keeping that juror on the panel. So it goes both ways. That question is gonna be fought from both sides of the coin based on perspective, right?
Yeah. And then Jules just said if they bring someone to trial for a case with no body, is the jury asked if they are capable of convicting without a body serious question because now I want to know. That's a great question.
Yeah, that wouldn't be an objectionable question to ask at all. It would be an obvious question.
Right.
That's crazy. I don't know. That's crazy to me that they can ask certain stuff like that, because it does seem like you're setting it up to have a group of people who are automatically biased in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but human biases isn't something that can be erased. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Human biases are a part of being human. You're not going to be able to find the perfect juror in all cases. And so questions have to be thorough and they have to be well thought out. So if you're going to bring a case to trial that has no, like Jules said, no body, that has to be a question, I would think, that's addressed to the jury, whether it be in the questionnaire or when you're interviewing, when you're questioning them as the defense.
Yeah,
I would suspect that that's an important. You need to know that, man.
Yeah, right? I would agree. I can agree.
Because human biases can't be erased. No matter what we want to think, we're just not. We're emotional beings. You're just not going to do it.
And here,
go ahead.
No. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead. Actually, I'm gonna step back for a second. Keep talking. I have to grab something. I'll be right back.
You might as well. These two talk forever.
I don't disagree.
I love listening to it. So go for it.
I don't disagree with the whole human bias situation and not being able to eliminate that. But I mean, in a sense, aren't you sort of creating a pool of people based around a particular bias by asking questions like that of the jury members?
Well, of course you are. But that's
a problem.
The legal battle system. That's the battle you got to go through.
And that's problematic in my mind because, I mean, I get playing the chess game of human bias in terms of your presentation of both sides of the case are important, but why add to the chess game by setting the stage to try and favor you? That just doesn't seem to spell out a fair trial in my mind. But what do I know?
Cletus, we did have a great conversation the other day.
Cletus.
I'm not calling you fiance or Beyonce. I'll call you Cletus.
That'll work, Sarge. That'll work.
Oh shit. But it goes both ways, but that's the part of the world that'll never be perfect. Right. And so you obviously, as a prosecutor, you want people that are going to understand the level of information you want to present to convict the guy. And as defense, you want the juror to be as amendable to your argument that your guy didn't have anything to do with this, right?
Yep.
And so there's certain important questions that need to be addressed. And the house standing or not standing, or the body present or not present, are very, very crucial questions. I'm glad that you listen to the guy. I don't suspect the guy would be completely unknowledgeable about the law. I mean, he is about, ego and sociopathic behavior. He's completely clueless on that. But, I mean, if the person was what they say they were, then that's a good point that they brought up with the house.
Well, like the conversation we had the other night, right? I think everybody, regardless of my opinion of them, everybody's worth hearing when they've actually got something worth saying, right? And that was just the thing that was talked about last night that I was like, okay, it's a valid question. It's just an interesting thought that I hadn't considered because I've never been part of that process. But I feel like that's a problem personally. Like I just do. Maybe it's my ignorance to the whole subject and in terms of real life experience, but I feel like it's a problem.
Right. I just don't understand how you could treat your jury like a prerequisite for a college course.
Yeah.
Right.
My question is where, and this is a serious question, where the hell did Cletus come from? What the hell? What is that, George?
I had to come up with a name, and I know a little bit about his appearance and some of the things he said as we conversed, and I thought, Virginia Mountains Cletus.
I love it.
Oh no, he's just
that was new for me. I've missed out, been being sick.
It's just a good nickname, Cletus. I mean, I think that's better than Beyonce.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, Willie.
And Clue.
Yes.
How are you?
I think, and I agree with Jesse here. I think if you're okay with it, that it is Cletus from this day forward.
That works for me.
All right, then. We did it here on the True Crime Cafe. It is now Cluminati and Cletus. It even matches, guys. It fits.
Listen, I have a knack for labeling people.
Yeah, you do that quite often.
How many times have I done that on your show?
Yes, you're good.
Rory is Corey, right? I labeled him Corey.
Well, that's
What up, Julie?
That's pretty good. You just named me, Sarge. That's
there
funny.
There it is. I've been named. Well, hell, he renamed me after my name was what it was already, and just made it even more what it was. So it is what it is.
My name is Weasel now.
I'm going to call you son from now on, Cletus.
Glue and Cletus. I love that. You might want to.
I lived at the base of the same mountain he's on.
Yeah. Actually, it kind of rhymed. Cletus and Clue. Hell.
But
take the whole channel name.
I'm not on a mountain. I'm under the rock.
Oh. Either way. How you doing, Willie? Good to see you, bud.
Good, man. Hope everybody had a nice Christmas.
Tried. I didn't do much of anything except try to breathe. So.
Yeah. You see that you see that house come down today?
Yeah. I was showing it. I'm just going through these docs real quick, and then I was gonna go back.
Holy shit, dude!
They tore the house down.
You should see. Well, I mean, I didn't know if you guys watched it live or not, but yeah. I can't believe how easy that bitch came down. Like, dude, those walls were like a half an inch thick.
It was put together shitty to begin with. The addition was kind of crappy. There were the walls.
Exactly.
I worked on a demolition team with machines like that, and it's nothing to knock a house down.
No, it's so simple.
Yeah, but that shit crumbled.
You could look at the house and tell that
it's just made of sticks. People, I don't know what people think a house is made of.
Well, that's why I don't understand how that, how that chicken side barely hurt anything when, the fucking walls are paper thin, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in that machine, guys, understand that machine is not made out of plastic either. That thing's got some force behind it. You just got to push, and it's boink. That's the end of it.
Sorry, excuse my language. I'm used to being on Dinky's channel now.
What did you think?
Huh? Oh, I said the F word. I said the F word again. Sorry.
You're fine. I just don't do it on a regular. That's all. You guys don't have to.
Yeah, I don't mean to.
Okay, you're fine. Just to go, let me get through this document. This is the other part of that document, guys. From what I explained, it says the court having before it motion to seal the defendant's motion for interlocutory and good cause appearing now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's motion to reconsider the orders denying motions to dismiss indictment and in the alternative for permission to appeal from the interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings filed with the court on December 21st, 2023 shall be sealed pursuant to I.C.A.R32. And there it is. So once again, another sealed document. And I'm curious, what would you guys do if they put this motion through and it's a reconsideration and he says maybe, and they dismiss the indictment?
I think the reconsideration, though, you got to realize she's just getting or being released the IGG stuff.
Yeah.
They had the in-camera review, right? So to me, she was making arguments with massive amounts of evidence not in her possession.
Yeah, thank you. I was just getting ready to say, with everything that just dropped. No. I like when you do that. When I'm sure you're right, Gay. It's not going to happen. But the point is that we know that the IGG was just released and just dropped to them. It makes you wonder, what is she basing this on that she's pushing so hard for this? Did something new pop up with this new IGG stuff?
Exactly.
I'm curious as hell.
I don't know if anything new. I think the simple fact that she has it and some of the arguments that we've kind of observed or put forward are now arguments that can be part of her defense of Kohberger, because she hasn't had the information. Did they use 23andMe without a warrant? How did they build this tree? And here's another thing I heard on a stream the other day. They showed a clip of a video conference between Ann and Santa the Crack Smoker. And in that, he admitted that there were 2 SMP profiles sent to the lab.
Yeah.
And I don't understand that. What do you mean there's 2? If you have a single source DNA, what's going on with it? Do they keep generating new SMP profiles from the same DNA? Or is that two different people? I don't understand.
Exactly. Well, I have a question about the DNA in the glove. Why is that glove, like, why does nobody talk about that glove more when there is a news report the day after, I believe, the murders occurred, and the cops are looking in, I believe, the recycling bins, and right there in the background on the ground, you see the black glove. But they state they didn't find that glove until days later. So I'm confused why that black glove that was on the news. I mean, it's on the news in the background. I mean, they weren't. I don't know if they didn't see it or if they're just.
I don't think
it's blind. I don't know.
I don't think it's that important. That's why.
No, I understand that there was a glove, and the first early part of the investigation of glove found was listed in evidence collections. Then there was another glove that some guy that YouTubes and writes books said that he pointed out that the cops were near the garbage can. That's a different glove.
That's the glove that I saw that was on the news.
Okay, that particular clip came a week or two after he found this guy says he found that glove there. But originally, the original crime scene included a glove, if I'm not mistaken.
So I mean, what about the DNA in that glove that was out? Like, you mean inside the house? They found the glove or outside? You're saying, sorry.
Outside.
Both.
They found two DNAs and then the DNA in a glove. But my understanding is the glove they're referring to came from the original collection of evidence. The glove that was on that video that you saw is a completely separate thing. Two different timelines.
So I'm saying, why didn't they give a shit about that black glove that's sitting outside of a house that 4 people were just murdered? And that's what I'm confused about. It was literally just sitting in the snow while they're looking in the recycling bins and shit. So
here's the thing too. Listen, I could be wrong in telling you that the original investigations collection included a glove. That's what I remember. Mm-hmm. I could be wrong. There were two you're talking about, but someone in the room probably knows. That's why I said it.
There were two situations with two different gloves. If I'm correct, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm gonna send you that.
Interlocutory. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, there was two different gloves. There was the one that supposedly Chris Medina found and blah blah blah, but then there was another one that came forth that Ann talked about when she brought out that information about the other two pieces of DNA that were found, the male DNA and then the cigarette butt and all that other crap. That's when that was dropped, and that was a separate situation, if I'm correct.
Yeah, because they said that another piece of DNA was found on the glove outside.
Right.
So they found two DNAs inside and one outside. That was on the glove.
Yes. Thank you, Jules. One was a nitrile glove, the plastic glove, rubber gloves, and then one was like just a regular winter. So yeah, that's what I thought.
So I was right in saying there were two different situations.
Yeah.
I just texted you the picture that I was talking about, Dago. But then there's another picture I texted you of a jacket that resembled the one of. Now again, I might be wrong. If you guys can help me on who was in the grub truck video, was it who was wearing the black coat in the grub truck video? Maddie. So
don't stop swearing on my channel, bro. You got to quit saying grub truck. I'm kidding.
But yeah, so there's a video of two officers. I sent you a screenshot of the video because it was in I don't know if it was in the attorney's stream or if it was in the investigation. I don't know what it's called, the investigation room or something like that. But there's a video of two officers hovering over this jacket, and then they pick it up with their hands. They run the pockets, and then they throw it back down and just walk away. When, if you see any kind of evidence like that, your first protocol is to call the whoever to come over and measure it and take a picture of it and blah, blah, blah. They literally ran the pockets and threw the jacket down that resembles the one that she was wearing.
I thought they cleared that jacket like way, way long time ago. I might be wrong.
Again, I'm just talking about the initial them coming onto the jacket that, walking up to it, they pick the jacket up, and it seems like this is their first time encountering the jacket. They run the pockets and they throw the jacket back down. So no matter what, that jacket's now screwed anyway. I'm just confused why
they didn't pay more attention to it. Right. No, I get it.
Or why they wouldn't call somebody over to, because now you have a glove outside, you have a jacket laying outside. I mean, that's kind of weird shit. There's no glove or jacket laying in my yard.
I mean, it could go back to mishandling, or it could have just been that these things were not. I mean, I agree with you. It is odd, but maybe they didn't think they pertained to it. Maybe, I don't know. It's weird.
I don't know. I just didn't know if any of you guys saw that clip of them running the pockets, because it literally looked like they ran the pockets of the jacket and then just tossed it right back where they found it. And I'm like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Right. I think also the timestamp in the relation to the actual crime needs to be determined to make sure how closely related that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Huda London may have done that. She's the one that she played that up big time. She had several videos with that jacket and the
Who did?
Huda London.
Huda London.
Oh yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I saw it on the investigation. What's it called? The guy who's like walking down the street in his intro.
Yeah, it's Chris Madonna's channel, and True Seeker said that he said yesterday actually that they should bag it no matter what. And in a scene like this, I agree. Anything that you see that's not, it's my opinion. Anything that's not normally, you see a jacket sitting on a fire hydrant or a glove laying on the ground, and you're on a quadruple homicide scene. I would imagine anything should be bagged as evidence at that point and tested. I agree. So,
like I said, I was just asking because I didn't know how long after the crime happened that they, stumbled onto that jacket.
It was red, Annie. And yeah, okay. I've had a lot of people emailing me about this private driver thing. Months and months and months ago.
Oh yeah.
There was from what I understand, I forget his name right now. Last name is
Eric.
Thank you. Watches this channel. That person watched this channel. Very, very close friend of theirs was in here watching as well. Contacted me after my show that day after talking in chat, because a lot of people were stating that this gentleman, the private driver, was 20.
Oh, Eric?
Yeah, was 20-some years old, and they have the person wrong, I guess. Now, I can't prove what I was told, but according to what I was told, okay, because he didn't want to come on here and explain it himself, because obviously he couldn't, but stated that it was an older gentleman who started doing the rideshare stuff because his son passed away in a drunk driving accident, not his fault. And so therefore, in turn, that private driver decided to start doing that kind of stuff to help kids not have to drink and drive. That's why he was doing it. And it was an older gentleman. His name is the same. Okay. The vehicle was a red SUV type vehicle. And that him and his wife had been interviewed multiple times, spoken to, so on and so forth. And yes, I know a lot of people are weirded out about that scenario because of the whole Taco Bell thing and so on and so forth. I don't know for a fact that the person I spoke to was telling the truth. I can't verify or vet that, guys. I'm sorry, I tried. And I have not spoken to Eric myself, but he does, from what I understand, watch this channel and referred other people to watch this channel. And that is how I found that information out, was because of that scenario.
A long time ago, in the very beginning, when that came forward, it was this gentleman was described, minus the knowledge that he was doing this because his son was a victim of a drunk driver hitting him.
Right.
But the idea that he was an older guy and this was a volunteer service, and they do that for the specific reason of preventing them from driving drunk. Right.
Right. There's two of them.
I've never really had any suspicions towards the driver that dropped them off.
I haven't either.
From way back in the beginning, because that was clearly the point was made way back when.
Right. So, and here's the thing. He's 50 years old, from what I understand, and there's two different. There's a younger guy with the same name whose wife does work for Moscow PD or in the courts, I believe. Don't I might be wrong. But
it's PD.
And here again, if you're watching this now, Eric, and you want to clarify that or can clarify that, you can reach me, just as you did, your friend did before. That way people will leave that alone, because a lot of people were going at him specifically thinking he had something to do with it. And I don't agree with that at all, because this was somebody that even Steve said that the girls knew. Okay. And I think that's been cleared like from the beginning. So I don't know for a fact, guys, that that's true or not. So like I said, I had that phone conversation with that lady. She's a very close friend of theirs. She told me the whole story, who it was, why, so on and so forth. There was no way for me to vet that, though. I tried. And I'm sorry. I wish I could. So
everything is being rehashed over, and people, there's such little information given to us, and it's chaotic. And so a lot of these issues that were talked about a long time ago are now surfacing with different little twists.
Of course.
This driver is unfortunately a victim of that.
Yeah, and that's why I said I just gave the information I was told, and I stated when I gave that information, I don't know if this is fact. This is just what I was told. I don't like putting misinformation out, and that's why I said if that person is available to be able to vet that information, but if that's the right person, I'm sure that they're under a gag, so there's no way that they can. You know what I mean? That's where the problem lies with that. So,
Dago, here's the question I have.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're asking about this new thing they filed, right? If they got new information. In that statement you read from the Gonsalveses, didn't they say there hasn't even been an order on the IGG stuff yet?
Yeah.
So we technically don't even know that the defense has it, right?
No, that's a fact. That is a fact. That's a fact. So I wondered though, because of the time when this happened, made me wonder. But now you're right. You're absolutely right. We don't even know at this point. It's interesting.
I just want to make a quick little statement. A statement was made on behalf or by the person that drove, and the person had stated they don't pull in the driveway because that's to prevent themselves from being robbed. And what he was saying was that on all of his drops, whoever he drops off, he doesn't pull in the driveways. And that's sensible when you consider the position you put your vehicle in. Once you do pull in the driveway, someone could pull in behind you. Now what? You see?
Yeah.
You could get trapped in that driveway and robbed. That's what he was referring to. He didn't make a special exception or do anything unusual with the young women he dropped off that night. That's standard operating procedure for the volunteer work he does. Don't pull in the driveway if you don't have to.
100%, because also, like you said, you get trapped in the driveway. If you open the door in front of the driveway, let them jump out. You can keep on going and go up and turn around and come right back on through. You know what I mean? So that makes sense.
Well, in regards to that, not pulling in the driveway so they don't get robbed, it is kind of like, in my mind, I just go, so this town is like literally so safe that people don't even lock their doors. You know what I mean? But you're worried about being robbed, dropping someone off. And then on the Linda Lane footage, if that's correct, like if the Linda Lane footage is right, you hear what we assume is the DoorDash driver lock their vehicle. Right. Sounds like they walk to the door, drop it off, and then they unlock it to get back in. And it's like, why is everybody locking all their doors if this place is just so safe?
Well, that's why I think there's the dash camera footage that we don't know about.
I don't live in a high crime area either, but I will tell you this, that the delivery of pizzas and other things that are brought to my home, they park at the end of the driveway and walk up to the house. They don't pull all the way up to the house. My driveway is at least 150 feet long. Yeah.
See, they don't even do that here. Like they literally pull right down.
I don't live in a bad area, but when it comes to delivering anything to a home, if you could drop it off out front and give your vehicle mobility in both directions, that's what you should be doing. You shouldn't be pulling into a driveway and giving the chance. Not saying that there was going to be any crime at that property, but as a sensible person doing that guy's doing the right thing by pulling up out front and letting them out of your car.
Do you have a place to turn around in your driveway, Sarge, or is it just like
no, it's 150 foot, maybe even more than that. Maybe I forget.
Maybe that's
anyway, it's long as hell. And they park up at the end of the driveway. No one's going to get in behind them the way they park.
Right.
And so they walk, and I'm like, I don't know why you guys don't pull all the way in. Ain't nothing going to happen to you here. You've come here like 200 times. Chill.
Not to mention, if I'm a robber, I can get you I can get you easier walking than if you're in the car.
Yeah, but that's what they do up here, man. But even with that gentleman, though, I just don't think him dropping her off like that is anything abnormal or inappropriate. I think it's the right thing for that particular guy.
Oh no, I agree. I'm not saying anything wrong with what he did, but it does kind of make you go, why why all the locking of the doors and stuff and all of that if the place is just so safe? You know what I mean?
And that's a good point Molly just said. And I've taken the time with Molly to sit and go through these. If you go back and look at the logs from the last few years, there's a lot more that happens on a daily basis out there than most people think. She's right.
Oh, I agree with that.
Right. So your
but
point,
it's just, for me, it's just another way that you can see that the university itself and the police department try to present this town as just like the Stepford Wives, right?
Of course, it's a college town. They got to make it look good. You know what I mean? I agree. You know, I think that's anywhere. Like I told you guys before, I used to go party on the weekends with friends up at Ohio State University. I wasn't enrolled there, but I would go up there for the parties. You know, back in the days when I could handle that stuff. But they talked about Ohio State like it's the campus is, you know, the best place to be. And I saw all the things that go on because I was involved in those things. So it's not, you know what I mean? But any college, college town is going to put it out there to make it look good, to bring
people. Exactly.
100%. I agree with that. So I get it.
Well, you have to ask then, would they cover up something nefarious?
For money? Absolutely.
Again, this town's relies on this college for income. That's how the town lives and survives, in my opinion, is based on what goes on that campus and who comes to that campus. They're going to
What is it? 13,000 people out of 23,000 are associated with it or something? Is that the correct? Am I correct?
Yeah, that was exactly right. I don't know how you remember that, but yeah.
I remember numbers really well.
And yeah, so of course they're going to hide something or keep it quiet. You know, there were other things. Me and Molly sat for hours and looked at this log one night. There's a lot of crazy shit that goes on, guys. And they're not going to put it out there because people are going to get nervous. And it all goes back to this right there. Money is everything. We all know that.
Yeah.
You know,
and it's not even like it was off a main road. That's what I have a problem with. Like, you can't even say it was an eyesore for, everybody coming into that area because you had to like drive off the main road to get there. So
yeah,
that's bullshit.
How many different scenarios have we looked into, you guys, as creators ourselves? Clue, I know you've probably done it. Willie, you've looked at things. Sarge knows stuff too, but we've seen things that have happened in Moscow that we're like, wow, okay, there's another one, and whoa, what's this? And whoa, what's that? There's a lot of things that they're not broadcast on regular news, and you don't see it blown all over the place, but it happened. You know, the thing with Anna Cleary, Caden, what's his last name? I can't remember.
Hudson Lindau.
Yeah, Hudson Lindau. Thank you. The other Caden kid. I mean, there's a lot of things that have happened in this town, but they're hushed because it's important to keep the town looking like, sunshine and roses, so that more students will come every year. Thank you, Ashley. Guys, if you haven't checked out Clue's channel yet, Cletus and Clue, you gotta go check it out. There's the link right there. And thank you guys for being up here with us today. I appreciate you guys very much.
Cletus, you might want to get the name on your driver's license changed.
Yeah,
he really does look like a Cletus. That's so funny.
It's the name is hilarious. I just wondered where it came from. Terry said early on it was said in a video that DoorDash drivers hated delivering in that area because people would throw eggs and trash and other things at their cars. I mean, that's interesting. And I can see it being it's a party town. Okay. And frat members and college kids party. They do crazy things. I told you guys I hung out on Ohio State University's campus. People can tell me Idaho's Idaho and Ohio's Ohio. Bullshit. College campuses are college campuses, period. It is what it is. Everybody does. I have friends that have hung out at different campuses that do the same things, and that's that. So I'm not surprised at that either.
And I'm not too surprised that through what goes on, we know, we call it a party town. Aren't we saying it's a drug infested, drug cartel connected, chaotic environment over there? Because that's pretty much all college campuses, and nobody really says it like that. They call it a party town.
And that's what it is. It's a party town because
sex trade, drug trade, all travel through these areas where we have universities. And as Americans, the word party, we accept it. But when you break it down to define what that means in terms of crime and danger, it isn't such a fun word anymore.
Well, listen, I want somebody to show me a college campus somewhere that is not a party campus, a party town on the weekends. So somebody show me one, please. Okay.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I just think calling it a party is too mild, because what surrounds our children, it shouldn't be, is a lot of danger.
Oh, I agree with that.
And they're going to better their lives. They're going to learn something. They're going to a higher education institution, even if it's a county school. They're you know what I mean?
It's
and the danger that surrounds our kids when we send them there, it's just like this. We call them I don't know. I don't think Americans even have a clue how dangerous it is to send your kid to college.
That's what I'm saying. I know what you're saying. It's like sending your kids to war in some senses and hoping that they make it through when they come home. You know what I mean?
Don't more of them pass away at colleges than they do in the military? Isn't that historically been true for almost?
It's a statistic that exists. That's a fact.
It's sad, man.
Yeah.
Diego, did you only see one view of them tearing down the house, or did you see the street view by any chance?
I have here. I'll show you. Molly sent me some stuff because I came in late. I was
Did you happen to catch Truth and Transparency? She had somebody on the ground there.
No.
So I think there was 2 officers that were walking up and down the street, making sure like nobody got close. But the thing I found crazy about like literally everybody in that area, the workers, the cops, if this was such a biohazard, why did nobody have masks on?
Right.
Like the shit's going up in the air, and like there's no pollution warning. Like there's nothing. They just knock it down.
They buried it. They buried parts of it, I guess, and they were taking pieces and parts out. This is the video Molly sent me because I missed this in the beginning. And
I didn't see that one.
It's still live. And I can go back to that here in a minute too. But this is the beginning of when they started taking it down, and you see it doesn't take much, guys, at all. And Jules is right. Nobody has any masks on. And here's the thing, guys. Whether or not this place was a biohazard scenario or not, regardless of that, you should still be wearing masks. There's so much dust and dirt and shit like that flying right now.
Especially if they're claiming, asbestos. Yeah.
Yeah.
My ass.
100%. So I don't know. This was very sad to watch.
Yeah, it really was. Like you think, I don't know how long like all the roommates were, have been living there, but you think of like all the memory, the good memories and shit that they had in the house is gone. Like it's like they just tore it all down. Like I know, something bad happened in the house, but there's a lot more good memories in there than, one bad memory. And that's what I think is crazy that they just expect, like I said, it's just before a trial. If it was after a trial, all right, then, you can make some kind of argument, but
this was also the president of the university's childhood home. So you would imagine that it would be
really.
Yeah. That's where he was. I grew up, I guess. There's a car. It's a green car.
So back in that road there, where that car just came from, is where
it's back behind Linda Lane apartments.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then we have the parking lot back here, or back here. Sorry, I'm backwards. Or wait a minute. No, back here. Wait. Yeah, this was the front, and then it's back here. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
It's a light silver white car. Oh, I didn't even see it.
That's crazy.
You know what else is very strange about this? Is that if somebody from the outside came to do this particular nightmare, the fact that they would do it in a vehicle and put themselves in a position where there was only one way out.
Yeah,
it's very, very weird.
I always personally felt that there was no car, that this person was on foot, or these people were, okay, and that the car was parked somewhere else. That's my theory on it.
That's why they don't say where the car was parked, because they have no clue.
That's my thought. But then again, we don't know
whether that car was involved or not. It just seems that in some of the very critical things that you would consider when you go do something, and being someone that's done things, right? And I'm no pro at it. Of course, I got caught and put in jail a few times. So you learn from your mistakes. It just to put yourself in that position to do what was done there, is extremely unusual, in my opinion, that you would put your vehicle in a place where there's only one exit. There's no other way to get out of there.
I wouldn't.
It'd be nothing to have blocked off them streets and prevented you from leaving.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
so this thing just makes so little sense when it comes to the argument this guy's schooling played a role in his planning, because first and foremost is you on any crime is how do you get away? That's where you spend most of your time when you plan on doing something. It's one thing to smash a van into the front of a jewelry store and grab the jewelry they didn't put in their safe, okay? But you got to make sure that when you hit this jewelry store, you don't disable your van.
Yeah, oh sure, absolutely.
Right? You got to think of these things. Yet this person drove into a place where there was only one potential exit and did this with no forethought as to how I was going to get away. I just don't buy it.
What if it wasn't Brian? Okay, and the person who did this was say a master plumber, and they know shit that obviously we don't know, and they hid the weapon in, I don't know, some PVC pipe deep in the basement somewhere, blah blah blah, that nobody has checked yet, and they're sitting here destroying the whole scene. Like what? I mean, what like that? And they're loading it into trucks. Now, are they going to sift through everything? Are they going to go burn it all? Like, what? Where does this go now? Is my question.
Someone said it was going to be stored and guarded.
That's what it. Yeah, that was information through the state. I guess Salty had put up there that what is here that they're taking out is going to be stored and guarded by a security company. I'm guessing. I guess you're talking about this car back here, Jules, is when I see it now. Yeah, and okay, let's go back to that real quick. I want your guys' thoughts on that too. Somebody stated it already. I think it was you, Clue. Like, what's the damn difference whether they guard it here in one piece until the trial, or they guard it somewhere else?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And in pieces. It's weird. It's very strange
because they don't want people taking souvenirs. Because there's
I know that. Yeah, I get that.
Silly thinking people out there, right? So. Like I really don't see this as a problem for the case at hand, because their case is going to be based off electronics, and to the most extent they're going to argue their DNA is everything, and that's.
Well, yeah, but why didn't they guard the home when people can go in and out, in and out of the home and get souvenirs?
Right, and why not just tear it down and destroy it? Why guard it? You know what I mean?
Well, I know that. Like I said, people are going to want to go and get a piece of this house. People are sick. You guys know that. And but still, it's like, I don't know, guys. The thing that really blows me away is how they just basically ignored the family's thoughts and their, and that's what really gets me, is they just completely disregarded their feelings on this. And that's where I'm at with it.
So I gotta.
Did anybody see any washers or dryers fall out when they were doing the destruction?
No,
they took all that stuff out. I think already.
Oh, did they?
I think all that was removed. Everything, in my opinion.
I have to say, to Sarge's point, like if you're gonna do something like this, you always make sure you have an exit strategy, right?
Part of the crime, man.
100%.
So for me, it's kind of like I think about this, and I'm like, okay, so if what we think happened, he started upstairs on the 3rd floor. That's kind of crazy to me, because you're starting in a room
you're trapping
that
yourself.
You can't get out of.
Yep. That's right. That's what if you were to get. What if people came up on you in that room?
Right.
As you're doing this, you're stuck.
Yeah. And what are you gonna do? Jump off the 3rd story?
I mean, I comment about this. This man with the digger is highly unqualified at his job. Should never have spread out to the extent that it did to hit that fence.
It goes along with the talent, dude.
Didn't even come close, man.
Nobody knows what the hell they're doing in there.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
You bring it to collapse into the middle of itself. You take the center of the house down. You bring each end. You bring the side.
But yeah, I just don't understand that. If Brian does walk, they have no crime scene. Like now, if other people are charged, they'll never have a crime scene ever. That's
Same
scary.
thing happens though in a gas station that's robbed and people are shot and killed there. That turns back into a gas station within a couple of days. It's right back to normal operation.
Exactly. But
this crime's kind of the same way. I know the house is gone, and it just seems to me that it makes no difference at this point.
They couldn't wait to get this
there or
started.
not.
Look how early it was when they started too.
Yeah, but how can you say it doesn't make a difference when the trial doesn't happen and it could make a difference to a jury member?
Well, then you don't accept that person on your jury. Is what I don't know what to say. I mean, that evidence they're going to be given is what they're going to make the decision. And the house being there or not isn't really.
Well,
relevant.
no, but if you were the defense
example, it's like
but if wouldn't you show this video? If you were the defense,
I think the defense can use this as an argument and say that they mishandled the scene of evidence collection completely and go and then say they to the point where they even ripped down the only thing that we could actually examine. I don't think they could actually hammer her with this, hammer the state with it, and say it's another example of the state doing things that are inappropriate in crime scene work.
That's why I think that that's why I think the defense said, yeah, go ahead, knock it down, because they're like, it's going to help us in the long run. So go ahead. Like, this is crazy. They're probably thinking like, we've never seen this before, but if you guys want to do it, knock your socks off.
Yeah, it's like telling the guy you're going to race with, he didn't turn his nitrous on. It's his problem, not yours.
Well, that's what I mean, especially when you obviously see that they have no motive connecting their weapon. Now they have no crime scene. So it's like, they just keep handcuffing themselves more and more and more. It's like, Jesus Christ, you guys better have, I don't know, you guys better have him on video doing this at this point, because it's just,
their whole
this
case
is pretty ballsy.
The whole case has to be the DNA that they're trying to hide all the genealogical work on.
Yeah, but is it just a transfer, Sarge?
Well, it doesn't matter. Coincidentally, you also happen to have Mr. Kohlberger's car in that area. I mean, if you look at what they're arguing, if they can get the jury to believe the DNA proves he was in the home during that time because of the circumstantial evidence of pings and whatever, then car video. But
here's my problem, though.
If the DNA is accepted by the jury, then those other things fit.
I agree. I do agree with that.
Yeah, but then how does a jury not accept the other DNAs? Like, how does it? Because my problem is you can, like I said before, you can make an argument for other people with the same amount of evidence on them that Brian has. I mean, no offense to whoever, again, I'm not going to say names, but whoever the rideshare driver was, to be honest, you have his DNA on whoever took that car, and you have their DNA in his car, whoever took that car. And that was a couple hours before this happened. So, was that one of the people's DNA that they're saying is unidentifiable because that person didn't give up, a swab or something? So again, there's other individuals that you could put the same amount of evidence on. That's why I can't understand why they're being so ballsy in now knocking down this freaking crime scene. Like, they got their guy 1,000%, where I don't see that.
No, and that's fine. I mean, and there's nothing anybody can do.
I don't give a shit at this point.
It's practical in some terms, and in other terms, it's outrageous. I mean, I can see both arguments, completely understand them. I'm of the view that the house's existence isn't relevant at this point. I just don't think it's going to matter, because I don't.
But you're the first person, whether they think they're. Yeah, but you're the first person to say that, whether that person says, they think BK is guilty or not. You're the first person to say, like, there's no reason for it to stand. Because there's a lot of people that think. I don't see it being. Because
I don't think the case going after him has got anything to do with the house except that he was in it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't think there's any evidence in there to disprove that he was in it. And there's as likely as there's no evidence to prove he was actually in it.
Okay, Molly.
That's where the argument of the DNA is going to be the argument. The genealogical work, all of that's going to be the battle for his trial. And you're right, it shouldn't be that way. But this is where I think we as a people can be in danger if transfer DNA that they then have to manipulate and multiply and magnify to create a genealogical tree can be used to arrest and convict you. I think we're all in severe danger here.
Oh yeah, I'm calling all my family members and being like, don't take no fucking test. Excuse my language.
I think this DNA itself, if it were saliva or semen or sweat or hair, if it was something solid,
I'd be on board.
We'd all be at ease. But because we think a lot of Americans don't give it a second thought. They hear the word DNA and that's it.
Exactly.
Here's the other thing, and I got to get back to. I got to finish my bacon, but I want to say this: if you've been around the world like I have, as long as I've been around, you've watched these police crime shows go from cops doing the absolute right thing to cops and people affiliated with the cops breaking the law to catch their suspect.
Mm-hmm.
That is a complete diversity from early television shows like Adam 12 or Chips, of policemen working in the community, following the rules and the laws as they apply to themselves and to others, to a day now where we live, where every one of these crime shows, you got investigators breaking the law, sneaking in the houses, picking, and it's become this accepted way that police work, and it's just horrible. It's like,
because they probably get the better job they do, they get a raise.
But my point is, it's just terrible how society has allowed it to move to where that's really true what you're seeing in these TV shows. That's the sadness of it. And there used to be a day where this wasn't true, that it wasn't that kind. It was very rare for a policeman to step outside the line.
Yeah, but not really. I mean, like I said, look at Frank Lucas. He had 3/4 of New York's police department that he was paying off, and he could do whatever the hell he wanted. So, corruption has always been there.
Is that the Giglio case, or is that before that?
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Corruption's always there. Like, it's
good point, Jesse.
Yeah, I agree with you on that 100%. It's always there, but I think modern society and the way that we're being shown things is becoming more and more. It's like we just expect it, and we shouldn't.
Yeah. Well, that's why, and that's why I thought that body cams were supposed to prevent all this, and that's why it pisses me off hearing that they didn't have them on in these crazy situations where if one of them were hurt, damn well they'd have body cam footage. So, how can I believe their word now when they can't even prove their word? That's crazy to me.
Well, how can I have a state not do the same thing with all of its DNA samples and come up with 3 different profiles? Or an explanation as to how it was possible only to magnify this profile, but not the other 3.
Especially when they, at least match the sex.
Mm-hmm. And only men. They don't have no women DNA.
Right.
Exactly.
They have unidentified male DNA, 3 samples of it. Why is it
unidentified? Like we said before, how'd she know it was a guy?
Well, if you could do the miracle work you did with his DNA, I can hardly believe that you can discover any DNA and not eventually discover the ID of it. If you could do what you did to Brian, how come you're not? It makes no sense in my mind that you didn't do it with the other 3. I don't care that his was on the snap or not. You collect those DNAs as part of a crime scene collection. Therefore, they're relevant, or you wouldn't have taken them with you.
Well, the excuse is going to be it wasn't enough, but I don't understand because obviously Brian's wasn't enough. That's why it was sent to a second lab, unless I'm wrong.
No, that's true. But why didn't the other ones follow along? Because none of them took hits.
Exactly.
I think the DNA were partial samples, and you can't get a hit in CODIS. CODIS
will reject them. You're fine,
right? So, yeah, it's
so how'd they get the sex then? DNA. That's what I mean. How'd they get the sex if they didn't put in CODIS?
So, Willie, to do the STR, not an S&P profile, that's a total build out like Brian. But to do the STR to run them in CODIS, at that point, if it's a male or a female.
But at that point, them being able to do that, wouldn't that classify as enough to build the same tree they built for Brian? If they really wanted to?
I think if they wanted to, yeah.
Well, I don't think they should. See, that's where prosecutorial judgment comes into play. So they focus on the knife sheath itself, right? Which is smart. You can't object that they did that.
Gotcha.
But the other 3, if you collected them and found a gender on them and found no hit in CODIS for them, the question is, if you were to process that DNA in the same way you processed what you found on the sheath, why didn't you continue on with that process and send that information to the labs as you did the one from the sheath? That to me makes no sense whatsoever. There should have been.
But even from a common sense standpoint, what if one of those other, and again, I'm not, I know that they don't want to bring it up because it's more reasonable doubt for their case, but just in a common sense, having some kind of logic standpoint, why aren't you testing these DNAs and building a tree? Because one of these people might have helped Brian. Like, why didn't that ever come up? Or I hope it comes up in conversation where, what if these other DNAs, one of them helped Brian out, and that would make, this whole timeline, him not driving his own car and blah, 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 make more sense. And they were just like, fuck it. Or screw it.
I think that's Ann's whole argument, right? Because you really did zero in on my client, whereas you didn't. Like Brian's DNA wasn't in CODIS, but what made you go further with his DNA to figure out who it belonged to?
Right.
Exactly.
And I don't think, honestly, it was on the sheath. So if that's we have to accept that's true. So it makes sense that that would be the first one you'd be interested in. But to have that kind of a crime scene and 3 other samples of DNA and not follow through with all the genealogical work you did for DNA, that's a legitimate argument and question that needs to be answered, because it makes no sense when you take the totality of the situation and the potential that this person could have had help, regardless of what Dylan said. She saw one man leave. That doesn't mean someone else didn't leave before him.
Right.
I will say this. I know I did a video on how they can literally manufacture DNA. They can manufacture anybody's DNA. They don't even have to have a skin cell, saliva, semen, whatever you want to say. They don't even have to have it. They can just make your DNA.
And that's the catch-22 with this DNA and genealogical work. Did the lab target Brian Koberger? Because if you have a target, then it's more likely you can make a mistake.
Yep.
Because
that's why they took so long to hand it over.
Or build out DNA that matches your target.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, that's the catch-22 in that genealogical work.
They were just hoping that the judge said they didn't have to. I mean, they were just praying that the judge said they didn't have to turn it over, because look how many times the defense asked for it.
Well, and that's the messed up part, because if you look at the DOJ, right, they want you to destroy everything you do in terms of building out the IgG profile, like notes, everything. Like they want you to destroy it. That's why they tell cops, don't put IgG in your PCA. That's sketchy in the beginning. That's sketchy.
Yeah, but okay, so if the IgG is such a key piece of evidence that the defense needed, here's my question: how in the hell was Brian supposed to have a fair, speedy trial if the defense was never given this until past the time frame of when a speedy trial takes place?
I don't think that we were supposed to know that IgG work had any part in this.
No, at the end of the day, it was a tip, right? That's the way the prosecution's listing it, as a tip, not as evidence.
So when they say fair, speedy trial, they just mean speedy trial whenever we decide.
To the shooting range, pretty much is.
I got you.
And then Jules just made a point saying house is gone before we even know what the judge is going to do with the in-camera RVW. That's a fact. It's an interesting point. And then Sherry said evidently Ann got her answers with the IgG, which is probably why she went back to dismissal from a higher court. That's another good point too, Sherry. Thank you. Then Jules says after that in this case, the DNA was only asked to be excluded in the search warrant from Daniels, not the arrest warrant, which is another good point.
Well, but the DNA in the arrest warrant is related. It's related to the actual the match that they did, not the IgG, right?
Yeah.
So it's a completely separate issue.
Hey, Christy.
But they matched the father. They didn't match Brian.
Right, which is why I keep in my head, I keep asking, just to humor myself. When did his dad go to Pullman, right? Because that weekend was family weekend or whatever at
he had been there. His father had been there quite a few times, from what I had found out, that he regularly went there to visit him for different parents' weekends and things like that. So
really?
Yeah, that's what I had been told a while back. Jules, did we not talk about that at some point?
That's kind of crazy, because in my mind, I'm sitting here like, if that's true that you came up there and visited him frequently for Parents Weekend, why the hell haven't you had your ass in a seat at all of these hearings?
I mean, okay.
Diego, do you know if Tom? Do you know? Shit, what's it called? Is it Once Upon a True Crime or something? Once Upon a
Tommy, yeah. Once Upon a
Do you now me and him have been emailing back and forth about the whole private counsel thing. Do you know if he was able to get a hold of Brian's dad or not?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to him personally for a while because I've been so sick. But
okay, because I saw somebody comment about it on one of your videos, so I didn't know if you knew about that shit. But yeah, so they have, I guess, some pro bono lawyer that is usually a ton of money, and they asked if I could try to get a hold of Brian's dad or mom or something. And I, that I know people who know Brian, and they told me that if they need to get their contact information, that they can. But he hasn't emailed me back, so that's why I didn't know if he already got their information or not.
I don't know. I haven't been able to talk to Tommy like personally for a while.
Okay. Because listen, man, I think Ann's a great public defender. That's cool. But like, again, I put myself in that situation. I would want a private counselor. You know what I mean?
Well, especially after learning that she has political aspirations, I would definitely want a private attorney.
Absolutely. After we talked about that last time I was live, I believe. Remember that? Clue was here for that too. That she was looking into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So absolutely.
And like I said, I'm not, even if I get their info, like I'm not going to reach out to them myself because they're obviously probably not talking to anybody. So I don't know how they would get this message anyway. But I hope it gets through, and I hope they think about it because I think it would be beneficial to him, in my opinion.
Reverend Cynthia says that we still need to get a hold of them. And then, like I said, Miss Sherry had stated, if you guys remember back to that whole pool party thing and all that scenario, that there was a conversation that Brian's father had spoken to. He was there, had spoken to somebody and said, hey, invite him to this or whatever and make him some friends. Not those exact words, but you know what I'm saying? So he had been there. And like Jules said, we both, when we talked about it, wondered like, why was his father there so much? Why was he there so often? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's always been a question for me. Like, I want to know when he got there to drive back with him, because everybody says it was arranged for months. So did you go spend like a few weeks and then y'all drive back?
From what I understand, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, we were
flying.
We were told he was there for 5 days before they left. I don't know if that's true. I haven't been able to vet that. That was from months ago. It was told that it was previously, put together. The situation was already, they had done it months before or whatever, and that he went there a week before, hung out for whatever they did, and it makes me wonder, what all went on in that week that his father was there.
Well, hold on a second. How long was Brian going to the university?
6 months.
No, he just moved there in June.
He went there in
June. That's right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask, if there were other times that he drove there to drive him across the country. But
his father was present during these crimes.
I don't know. We don't know.
That's what I want to know. Was he there when it happened?
Yeah, but I thought December was when they drove back.
I don't believe his father was there because his father came in longer and he flew in, and then they drove back. But that
I heard he flew in
the
5 days before, but I don't know, guys. I can't find that for sure.
That's weird, Jules. If that's true, that he got a rental, like why wouldn't you pick him up?
Yeah.
And y'all had 2 cars there.
Yeah, but I wonder where the airport is where he landed. It might have been more efficient for him to just rent a car. That way he wouldn't be dependent on his kid if he's staying a few days.
Yeah, right? And like she says, he flew in, got a rental, drove to Moscow, which I agree. We talked about it. We found it odd because that means for some reason Brian didn't want to drive to the airport and they had to drop the rental beforehand. Right. It's very weird. The whole thing's strange. And the airport wasn't that far. That's true too. So
the time of the flight coming in and Brian's schedule may have been an issue. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why Brian may not have.
Maybe he was working or something, and I don't know. It's very weird. Very, very weird. A lot of these things are weird. We don't understand half of this shit, We
don't even know if Brian had a job outside of his teacher assistant position. We don't know anything at all, really, as far as
I never met his father. But Mike, Mike knew his father, like, Mike saw his father all the time, and I asked Mike, do you think his dad was capable of some shit like this? And he was like, no. He was like, he said his dad was cool. He was kind of like he called his dad like a I forget what he said, but he said like his dad was buying pizza, them pizza all the time. And, he was like the cool cat that let him stay up all night and shit.
I got you. I'd like to have a conversation with Mike personally. I really would. He wouldn't mind. He hit me up last night because I asked him if he wanted to come on. I was going to go live yesterday, but he said, I forget where he was speaking. Cause like I said, he's a well-known rapper. But we're going to schedule something
like today for, hopefully I'll shoot for this weekend, but whenever, whatever day. And then again, it's not going to be like something where it's like an interview type thing. Like if anybody wants to come up, and bullshit and, ask me a few questions and shit, I don't care. You know what I mean? So.
Absolutely. And like I said, he's welcome. You can bring him one of these.
Yeah. Yeah, that too. Like, I told him that I chill on like, 2 other channels that, he can always pop in and, chat and shit like that. So
yeah, if he ever wants to, not be on here and talk to me, give him my number, any of that stuff. I'm more than willing to talk.
Yeah. No, he, like I said, he has his own channel. He has a Facebook. I mean, like he's not he's not hiding or anything like that. He doesn't mind. But like I said, he's the one that he would hang out and with Brian, and he said they would do drugs all the time. And then Brian's dad would buy him pizza all the time and shit like that. But he never got any like weird, creepy vibes from what he told me. So yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can't. I mean, how do you say it? I didn't
know his dad. I knew his mom, not his dad.
Yeah, from what we've seen of his dad, it's really hard to make like I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Make a decision as to what type of a person he is. We haven't seen him that much, to know him that way. So
yeah, and I'm curious because Mike said his dad worked for the school. I'm curious what his dad did for the school, because
he was a janitor, from what we were told.
Oh, okay.
For years, and then that his mom had something to do with the school as well. So I don't know 100%.
No, his mom was definitely part of the school. I didn't know about his dad being part of the district as well. So, and that's what I mean. That's why I said. That's why when people are saying Brian was a troublemaker and shit. Brian's, now that I know both of his parents worked at the school, Brian didn't have room to get in trouble. You know what I mean? Like his parents are right there. Like they'd kick his ass.
Right.
So.
Jules is right. We were told that his dad did HVAC too. So who knows?
Well, that's I mean. His dad to me seems like just a goofy blue collar guy.
Yeah, right.
So,
that's what
I don't know.
Took it as too. 100%. Just kind of reminded me of that dad that kind of like was trying to be cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Try to just do
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate you very much. So, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Absolutely, I appreciate it.
Again, I need to know. I just need to know. Like the one thing I would want answered right now is if and whose DNA is under any of the victim's fingernails or Ethan's knuckles or something, and if that is one of the unidentifiable.
I find it hard. Yeah, and I find it very, very hard to believe that with 4 victims, not one of them got a piece of whoever the suspect is.
Yeah.
Oh, me too.
Really find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
And if not, this person was very well clothed, very well covered, very well pre-planned this, I'm guessing, but there's got to be something.
Yeah. And that's why at first I was thinking like a paintball mask, because a paintball mask you can get one that covers your whole head and stuff. But the fact that she saw his eyebrows threw that right out the window, and I'm like, well, shit. Now we have to narrow it down.
Yes.
I mean, he could have taken it off when he was done.
Yeah, but where would he have? Yeah, but if he had a knife in his hand, he would have had the mask in the other hand.
Or, I mean, there's a lot of these what ifs. You know what I mean? Walking out. Did the person walk out with the knife in their hand and she didn't see it because they were holding it to their side? They shoved it in their pocket. What happened?
It's black. It's a black knife.
Yeah.
I just want to say that.
I was just saying about having a free hand.
About that knife is when they claimed that sheath was placed. I believe that statement's derived because it was under the comforter and under her thigh.
Yeah.
It was placed there manually. It didn't just flop there, right?
I thought it was wrapped in a comforter.
It was,
under
partially.
the comforter, under her leg or her thigh, her hip, whatever.
Right.
So she was on top of the comforter that the knife was covered by, the sheath. The knife sheath was covered by, and I find that an interesting fact that it was found in that location, and they claim that it was, they state that it was placed, which it would seem like it would have had to have been placed and not just simply dropped or ended
But
up.
she could, but and could also mean that like it was moved, like if one of the police moved it from the ground to the bed or from a different room to that room. Like she doesn't necessarily have to mean planted. And that's what I think people get a misconception of with that word.
The language and I've told you guys for months upon months, the verbiage in the documents is very hard to follow in some senses, and it can be taken in multiple ways. And that's why we have to be careful how we take it and how we read it. You know what I mean?
It wasn't it said that the snap was found face down on the bed?
That's what I mean.
That the snap had to be under the comforter.
That's
But how do we know? How do we know another one of those DNAs that they found around the body?
Let me finish. It would make sense that she was on top of the comforter.
Yeah. Well, or unless there was two, like she, I've seen that. Like my kid, he's lazy. He doesn't like to make his bed, which he makes his bed and then he pulls a blanket over top of him. You see what I'm saying? And he lays on top of the comforter and he's got another blanket that he pulls on top. Don't ask me why. Kids are lazy, and I hate talking about this like this. But we saw Maddie that night, and I'm not going to say where because I hate saying those words, but maybe she seemed like she was feeling pretty good, and maybe she would just went in and laid down on top of her bed like that. And that was that. You know what I'm saying? But then at the same time, how did it get up underneath the comforter is the other thing too.
So also here's something I think about when I like think about this aspect of it. I don't think this was a situation where your victims aren't going to move at all. And especially if Kaylee was fighting, she could have shoved that thing up underneath her trying to get out of the bed.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Walt. I'm glad to know that.
Well, my question is how do we know another DNA? Like, how do we know one of these other DNAs isn't on the sheet, the leather part of the sheet? Because all they described was the button snap.
I think they would have put that in the PCA if they would have found that DNA on the sheath itself. We would have had to.
But why? Because we didn't find out about these other two DNAs around where the victims were located until later on.
Right. And why is that? That's something else I had a question too. And Jules says we don't. So that's possible. But I thought that's a good question. That is a good question. Like I would imagine that they would have put something like that in the PCA, but
not if you don't want reasonable doubt.
It's the opposite of probable cause, though. If you put that there's
what if that DNA was useless and couldn't be done any more than what they did to identify gender?
Yeah.
So if it were on the knife but useless to them, they wouldn't include it, would they?
But exactly. Well, that's what I mean. Useless, but I still think that it was enough to build a tree. If they had enough to build a tree for Brian's ass.
Yeah, I'm with him on this.
The thing that confuses me with the whole thing is if you've got multiple DNAs and you've got an eyewitness that saw somebody, how do you still single it out to one person? And I'm not going down the road of multiple people could have
exactly
done this, but I'm saying even if you prove he was there, proving that he's the one that did this is problematic in my mind, especially since you don't mention that you see him in the car. You just mentioned seeing a car. So even if you put all that together and lay it all out there beyond a reasonable doubt, I still don't know how they prove he was the only one there.
Well, that's why I'm curious to what Bethany saw, because if Bethany saw something different than Dylan saw and you have multiple DNAs, well, what the frick? This could be two different people. So
Right.
Maybe that's why they ran to the grand jury.
Or it could be the same person with a conflicting description. Maybe Bethany's description, if that's her thing, it could be she saw somebody of color. Could be so. It could be very contrary to what Dylan said. So it doesn't mean there were two different people there. It could mean that. You're right. I mean, you could make that argument. But
no, I'm just saying. I think that's why the defense wanted to speak to her.
What Bethany's statements are, that would be like very good to know.
Well, I think that's why they ran to the grand jury, because they didn't want Bethany's statements out, because I think they do conflict what Dylan says.
I agree.
Yeah, I can agree with that too. Thank you, Brandy. And Jules said that, and I agree with that too at this point, that, since I was answering my own question, that if there was other DNA on the sheet, that they would put it in the PCA anyway, just Brian. I agree with you on that, Jules. I really do. Again, thank you, Brandy, for that. And thank you to anybody that has donated to the links there. That supports the channel in that sense. I appreciate it because it keeps me coming out here, pays the bills. So thank you guys very much if you have.
I hope somebody takes this video of the house being ripped down, the angle you just showed, Dago, and I hope they slow it down as slow as they can go and zoom in as well as they can, and see if, as they're ripping it down, if we can see any floorboards or walls that were ripped out and taken as evidence, like we were told.
Oh, you can believe I'm going to do that.
100%. How many of us aren't going to do that is the question.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't think it was like anybody thought of it. It just came across. I'm not going to do that shit.
This is a question that Jules has asked. I've had this question from the first time I read the PCA. I don't get why no sketch. They made us all think they were asleep with no knowledge when a sketch could have been released the whole time. Why every case that we have looked at, okay, just about in most senses, or any case period, there have been sketches. Okay,
Dago, what about the sketch that was absolutely piss poor that somebody drew, and it looked like a guy? It looked like a stick figure dude with freckles and like a terrible drawn-on hat, and they caught the guy. And the sketch kind of looked like the dude. To be honest with you,
I agree. They didn't do anything. There was nothing.
Well,
but I got shit for that. Everywhere I went, I said, "Hey, how come there's no sketch?" People jumped down my throat, Dago, like you couldn't believe, because they were like, "Oh, what are they gonna do? Put out a sketch of eyebrows?" Like what?
Yeah.
In any case, when you have
weren't we just living in a period of time where everybody was covering their face? So in this particular situation, folks, a sketch based on her description would have been highly valuable in the face of the fact that you just have been all you've been seeing of each other is your eyes to your forehead, right?
Well, she couldn't make a sketch.
Think about the time period that this happened, the fact that they made no sketch at all is in and of itself massively sketchy, because he would have been likely identifiable even with a mask covering his mouth and nose because of the era we live in.
Yeah, but Sarge, she couldn't make a sketch because she doesn't even know the color of this person.
I don't agree.
It's not relevant. They should have came up with something like that stick man example that ended up resembling the dude. It was crazy. But here you would think a suspect sketch when you say the car is 2011 to 2013, and this is the information we have so far as to the appearance of a potential suspect, and you would put that forward.
I think
they didn't do it.
See, Jules gets it. Delphi, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Right.
Yeah, 3 different. Yeah.
Delphi has a sketch where it's like only the area right or pretty close to it. Right. And that's what I'm saying. A sketch would have been like huge. Why? And it said, I think it speaks volumes why there wasn't one.
Well, do you think maybe they didn't do one because he was so close? Like they knew he was like right there and they didn't want him to like run.
But then why put out a picture of his car if you don't want him to run?
I do agree with that. Right.
That's a good point. There it is. It's weird. The whole eye thing.
No, okay, they got tunnel vision.
Sorry, Chloe.
These guys had tunnel vision and they just ran it down, and they're going to run with it until to the point whether it works or not. It doesn't even matter to these people anymore. That's what's wrong with their justice system, right?
My mind works like yours, Chloe.
We did not get.
And I mean, honestly, like they said there's 22,000 Alondras, right? I don't know that the car would scare him, but here's the other side of that. If the WSU police gave you that car on 11/29, what was the point of releasing it to the public on December 7th?
Thank you.
Yeah, but hold on. I nobody is still answering my question on why they told us the wrong date when 2 days prior they found out the correct date. I still nobody's still answering me that. Why did they tell us the correct? Huh?
What date?
Well, okay, so the press conference, whatever the press conference when they came out with the wrong, whatever last one when they came out with the wrong year vehicle, 2 days prior to that, they knew the correct vehicle, but they came out to the public again with the wrong year vehicle, and that's the one thing I can't like. Why are you wasting the public's time with wrong information when you know the correct information? That has angered me for months. Months and months and months.
And it goes back to the thing I keep thinking of. On November 29th, y'all had the tip about his car at WSU. Why, if you were scared to release the actual year model that you knew it was,
right?
The only reason you're scared is because he's going to run off potentially, right? Why not just go knock on his door?
Thank you.
Go knock on his door and ask him to come in for questioning or for
give him a water bottle.
Right?
See if he throws a water bottle away. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, you can't tell me in a month he didn't throw trash out. Like, if you knew about him on 11/29 for 30 days, he didn't throw trash out, but you get there and the fucking trash can's empty.
My ass. What about his room? What about the kids he taught? What about the papers he grades? Take one. I mean, there's many ways that they could have got his DNA.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Very, very, very much true. And Michelle says, was his hair concealed because there was no mention of his hair, no description, hair color, hair length, hairstyle. There was nothing like that. So he had. I'm going to venture.
Well, people said he was wearing a beanie.
That's what I'm going to venture to say. He had a hat on as well. So, or part of the mask, maybe. Who knows? You know what I mean? These questions are the questions that are the interesting ones that make everybody go and has made everybody say, wait a minute, and why? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where we're at with this, and that's why.
But what's crazy is, like, asking these questions, you get labeled as BK sympathizer. But what people don't realize is this is exactly what the jury is going to do. They're going to sit down. They're going to talk about all this shit too. I mean, that's what they have to do.
Well,
and that question right there that Jules just said is, why did they have to get trash from PA? He worked at the school. Very, very, very great question. Why?
No, again, like, he's emptied his trash at the apartment. Where did it go?
Well, that I can understand. I mean, that I can understand because he's probably throwing it into a public dumpster, and they can. No, Dago, am I wrong?
No. I'm telling her no, it doesn't. You're fine, Willie.
No, I'm just saying, like, when he's throwing away his trash, like, unless they got a guy in there, that's undercover to catch it. Like, how would they know what bag was his and blah 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 if he's throwing it in the community? I don't.
He had an office. I'm sure at the school that he used.
No, listen, I get there's an answer for that question. It's just again, I just call bullshit because I feel like they weren't watching him in Idaho. This all came as he was making his way to PA or something.
Or when he got there, somebody tipped them off. Like, I'm not past one of the sisters didn't turn him in. Like, I'm really not.
I think it's the time frame of the time it takes to develop the IgG. That if you Google how long does it take to get the results or develop it, it says like 4 to 6 weeks. And when you look at when they got the DNA or when they got the sheath, so when they started that to when they made the arrest, it lines up damn near perfectly, right? And it makes it's a real hard picture to erase in my mind, right? That there's a huge gap in what y'all did from November 29th to December 23rd. And what did you do in there? And it's where I keep going back in my head going, why didn't you go knock on some of these doors? I get if you're chasing the IgG aspect, but do the damn legwork that your tax dollars are paying for.
Especially when they're telling us, especially when they're telling us they're clearing, hundreds of people that they're questioning. So what's one more?
And here's another aspect of it too, right? Let's say this guy was planning on doing more. Whoever it was, right, and had committed another act in that time frame.
Thank you.
How would you cover your bases going, well, we knew about him on November 29th, but we chose not to go knock on the doors because we were waiting on IgG.
Thank you very much, sir. And that's why I said, if I had a child in that classroom, and I believe that Brian was the one that did this, and I had a child that he taught in that class, I would be losing my shit. And that's why I don't believe that they were following him, because I don't think they would let him teach a class full of students where he could take out his K-bar and go to town again. Because like you said, how would they justify that if they didn't bring that person in for questioning that just murdered 4 people?
That's a good point. That's a huge point. I agree with you. I agree, David, that as well.
Me too. 100%.
100%, really. That night, especially going back after we watched the Banfield videos, I think all of us were kind of like, and that's never been talked about in that.
Well, the problem is it could fit more than Brian. Like, honestly, I don't look at Brian and think bushy eyebrows. I don't
either.
When I look at someone like Saeed or even Enon Harsh,
Enon Harsh, I do. 100%. Yes, ma'am. I do agree with that too. Do agree.
And that's why, and like I said, I want to give an apology because now that I've seen, I didn't know when the whole stuff happened on campus after Brian was on it, had left to go to PA. But I want to apologize to anybody that I came after for, saying that the Kopaka incident and this incident kind of, might go hand in hand because of the timing and because I've seen the body cam footage now. I can't go, I can't like shoot that down if anybody brings it up anymore because like it just seems like as soon as that happened, bang, they were on Brian's ass. So again, I'm not saying Brent's fault. I'm saying I don't know what they found or what turned them on to track this dude across the country all of a sudden, but I don't believe they were following him in Idaho at all. Like you just said, Clue, they had 1,000 opportunities to get his DNA. Why are you making it harder on yourself tracking this guy across the United States? And they lost him. They lost him for what?
Yeah, they had to ping his tag number. It says something about we think he's still driving the car because the tag was seen in Loma, Colorado.
And I think all of this is a valid argument and should have in the whole motion to reconsider, right? Like y'all have to explain what actual police did from November 29th to December 23rd in order to not incriminate yourselves as police officers of targeting one guy. Because to our knowledge, they didn't look at anybody else at all. To our knowledge, that is, right? And I think it's a fair question and should ask that they should have to answer.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought this rideshare driver called the cops. The cops didn't call him.
Yeah, one of them contacted MPD, not the other way around, I think.
Like one of the last people to say, see a victim wasn't contacted by Elliot. That's so odd. Like I said, especially when two of the victims' DNA are in the back of that person's car because they sat in the vehicle for, and they were probably sweaty and whatever from drinking and partying and whatnot. And who knows what conversation they had. That's why I said, I think that dash cam footage, I think there is dash cam footage, especially from a rideshare Uber or something like that, because of, like you said earlier, how many people, rob these drivers and stuff. And I think the conversation that they had in the back seat would be important to see or to hear during the trial and stuff. But that's just me.
I would think that the forensics in the phones would have indicated that these girls had gotten a ride share because they'd had to contact somebody for this ride.
Yeah.
So you would think that they would then actually follow up with that number and see who the rideshare driver was, rather than the rideshare driver having to go to them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You see Kaylee texting, right? Like she's on her phone periodically, almost like she would be arranging a ride.
Right. You would have to arrange that ride, or at least let them know you need one. And so how is it the police, when they went through their forensic examination of their phones, not realize that at whatever time at AM, 1-something AM, they didn't contact for a rideshare? Why didn't they follow up with that and go talk to the rideshare driver? Which is,
that's what I mean. And then why not ask that rideshare driver for video?
But I thought maybe they were talking about they contacted the DoorDash driver, not the rideshare.
Right.
Like I thought they contacted the DoorDash driver.
Mm-hmm.
They did, which they derived from her phone. Yet the driver of the vehicle that dropped the other two young ladies off was never contacted, but he would have had to have been on one of their phones too.
Well, I thought
that's what I mean. Everything they do in this case is so strange.
I thought they said they did talk to him.
Yeah, I thought they said he came forward.
Yeah.
He came forward. Right. Yeah. So, but here's what I'm saying, Clue.
You're wrong, Harlot.
If your forensics could have decided that a delivery was made from Zana's phone, why did your forensic not understand that they used rideshare to get home, the two girls upstairs? And why didn't you pursue that investigative lead? I mean, you're showing us on one hand that you know how to use a phone to derive information. And on the other hand, you're showing us you don't. No different than with Koberger's DNA. They show us that they could surreptitiously obtain DNA from someone's cigarette butt. They tell us that. But they didn't do any of that attempt with Brian Koberger.
You love that word.
They constantly contradict themselves constantly, man. It's insane.
And
Jules, I've been using it ever since he says it.
Jules, I saw a comment up there earlier. She said she wants to know whose DNA was taken from the cigarette. I can say this. The only person I have seen in this group of like students that I've ever seen smoking is David Loach.
Who? Who?
Cigar smoking. Yes.
I'm gonna say one more thing, and then I gotta finish up my cooking here. I think that their biggest problem is going to lie with the car identification, and I say that because in the modern era of automobiles, they build a body, a unibody constructed assembly, and attach the doors, the hood, and the fenders to it. The trunk, the fenders, and the roof, and all of its connecting structure are already made in one piece. So today, to change a car, unlike before where you would have Pontiac, Olds, Buick, you would have all these different lines with different shapes. Today, all they do is modify the shape of the front and rear bumpers because they're an injected molded piece of plastic. Because of that, when you look to decide what year a vehicle is, the only way to distinguish it year by year is through the fascias front and rear. There's no other way to distinguish it. You're not going to look at an Elantra in 2015 and see a different body line down the side. You're going to see the same door, the same rear fender, the same trunklet. What you will only see to differentiate the vehicles, the name pad located in a different spot, the turn signals in a different spot. Those things will change year to year to keep the brand new. They're trying to give it a new look. So in this case, where he determined it was an 11 to a 13, to me, that says that there was an identifying feature on one of those front or rear fascias that made him say that.
Yeah.
And what about the rims?
They changed it. No, the rims can be interchanged. You can't go with rims. So to identify a car, you could buy a car and change the rims, put the sportier rim on the cheaper car. People do it all the time.
Yeah.
What differentiates the sporty car from the cheaper car? The fascia and the trim package, because the fascia is trim. So if you get a sports car, you can, like a Corvette, for decades or for years and years, they make the exact same chassis and drivetrain and shell of the vehicle, and then they just change the front end. Look at the C5, the C6. That's all they were doing. That's what they did with the C3. That's what they do with an Elantra in the modern world. They simply change the aesthetic fascias. So I'm just saying the FBI agent made a determination, and it has to be based on his identity of one of the fascias, front or rear. And if that if I'm right, then the 2015 doesn't fit. It can't fit. It cannot fit the description of the car that a professional FBI agent determined. It'd be like asking me the difference between a year of a 70 and 71 Chevelle. I can tell you the differences. I know. But they're fascia differences. The fenders are the same, the hood, the roof, all of it's the same. But the headlight assemblies, the bumper assemblies, they're different. That's how you tell
made it fit.
There you go.
I think they're going to have a huge problem with that car identification at trial.
Oh, yes, my God, yeah.
I want to know, this comment just came through
about
U of I internet was down that night from 11:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. No cameras were working on campus.
We heard in the very first week, we heard that the Wi-Fi was down from I heard it was 11:30 p.m. until 6:30 a.m. That's what I heard. I think I can't remember for sure, but that's what I heard. I'm curious. I looked to try to find it. Take care, Sarge. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Enjoy your food.
Be good, everybody in here.
Bye, Sarge.
See you, Sarge.
I don't know. I tried to find that information. I tried to clarify that, but it was stated the very first week that the internet was down. But okay, see, Jules just said that it's not a campus house, so the internet being under reset would not have affected the King Road house. So that's what I came to the conclusion of as well. I don't know because I couldn't find any more info on it. So who knows? But yeah, that was always a good question.
Wasn't there a camera on the tower?
I believe so.
Well, that wouldn't be working, right?
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so.
A question, Diego. If they use that footage from Linda Lane, would a jury be able to do any kind of zooming in on the video, or would it just be as is?
What?
Did you hear? Hello?
I'm here. Say that again.
Oh.
Say that again.
If the jury is presented the Linda Lane footage, do they have to view that footage as is, or are they able to zoom that footage onto that vehicle and the jury view it that way?
Well, I'm sure they could, whatever way they have to look at it, they're going to. If they're going to.
Well, no, I'm saying like it. how can I explain it? If zooming in on a video, would that be considered doctoring a video or doing anything, changing anything?
If they're zooming in to see it clearer and closer, no. But changing it completely, yes.
Yeah, like even changing the resolution to try and make it a better quality would think would be a problem because that's going to be based on the software you run it through.
Okay, because somebody said that during the Kyle Rittenhouse, I forget who it was yesterday, or the other day, but somebody said during the Kyle Rittenhouse case that was a huge thing, was them zooming, something that had to do with zooming on the video. So that's why I ask if, there's an issue with the zoom. But yeah, I'm not. I don't know.
Yeah, just to zoom in, I would think would not be a problem. But if you're going to go in and like Cletus said, and change the filters and the contrast,
but what if zooming in changes like a shape of the like a shape like the image, like how a shape is perceived closer up than it is far away. Like
here's the thing. Like if they're gonna do that, they're gonna use a technology that most of us probably can't afford. They probably have something that is like really, really good technology in a sense for that type of stuff, as compared to what I have and what you probably have and stuff like that. So it's probably not gonna change it too much. But if it were to change the dynamic of it, the pixelization and stuff like that, then there's gonna be a problem, because then you can't count on that to be a realistic scenario. Do you see what I'm saying?
I got you. Okay. Yeah, that's why I asked. Thank you.
But I think it does point out one of the big problems that I keep going back to in my head with not doing the actual legwork. That was based on what we know, right? They didn't do a whole lot of actual legwork. So all of this technological evidence or technologically based evidence that they're going to present, at the end of the day, I think people think about, oh, well, it's high tech, so that must give it some credibility. But at the end of the day, all of that stuff is manipulated and interpreted by humans. So it's subjective in nature. So it's still not any more ironclad than just somebody going up there saying, this is what happened, and showing a picture of, hey, this is what happened. And at the end of the day, I want to know, who did you go question? How did you eliminate this guy? How did you eliminate that guy? Why didn't you look into any females? If what Christy Gonsalves says is true, how did you eliminate 2 potential suspects within hours of this actually happening?
Right.
And I think it's a huge problem for them in terms of the case. I know if I were a juror, it would be a huge problem for me.
Yeah, and CL just said that the FBI zoomed and manipulated the picture, and that the evidence was thrown out because it changed the image. See, that's I heard. Right. Yeah, that's what I heard too. So,
and that's what I'm saying. If it zooms into the point where the pixelization changes and it changes the image, 100%, it would have to be thrown out, I would guess. So thank you, CL.
So basically, the safest way that the jury is going to view that is how, it's seen. And without zooming in and putting more lighting and putting, drawings around the car, you can't tell what kind of car that is 100%. No way.
No, I agree with that all day, because, I mean, there's, 5 or 6 different ones that you can overlay onto that thing and see distinct similarities in. So,
yeah, you're going to have 12 different people see 12 different cars. That's what I mean. So that's why I don't understand why so many people, like I said, I didn't spend any time on it, spent so much time on that Linda Lane footage, because even if it's used, an average person doesn't know what the hell type of car that is. If they didn't have a launcher in their head, they would, I'm sure maybe 1 out of 12 would say, oh, it might be in that launcher, but they wouldn't know the year and all that. So,
yeah, right. And that's why I have always had issues with why we never got like a real picture of the car itself. Because I'm sure that there's got to be some form of a photograph of that car other than that.
I have a picture of his actual car.
Right. No, I mean, like, why they didn't show us what they supposedly have.
Exactly.
Okay, why we didn't see that, a raw image of the vehicle itself rather than what we saw. You know what I'm saying? Because
like what if he had a bumper sticker, or what if he had a ding or he had a paint scratch or something different than the stock photo we saw?
Oh, well, then that photo that we saw, the one that was taken through the window of the gas station and all that other like, that's still, to me, that's a bad photo, guys. That's
not even his car, though. I heard.
No, it has tinted windows.
Yeah,
right. That's what I'm saying. So, like, they're telling us there it is. There's the car, and okay, I'm just saying, like, these are the things that have always been questionable. If you have this car going from here to there on camera, why didn't we see that? Why didn't you show that? Why didn't you?
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, this is going to be the jury's heads are going to be spinning. I think this is going to turn into a hung jury for the first trial, in my opinion.
I can agree with you. I think there's going to be a lot of things that are gonna hang the jury, and that's what I was saying. This house thing is probably going to be part of it.
Yeah, dude. Listen, I'm sure if the defense is good, they're going to play this video to the jury, and when that video is playing, I swear you're not going to be able to hear a pin drop. Because people think it's they think it's fine now, but when trial comes and that jury and those 12 people are sitting there watching the crime scene get tore down, that's gonna do something to them, man. Like, because they're not used to. We're all not used to it. So obviously, 12 normal people aren't used to it either. So,
and I'm telling you guys, I can almost expect when we get close to the trial date that Ann is gonna file for a change of venue. I really, really think that's gonna.
She better, or she's not good.
But I'm still like really weirded out about how they're gonna choose a jury on this, and then what's gonna happen with the jury itself. Like Jules said way earlier, if we had 6 grand jurors that were uncomfortable with the information that they didn't have, how do we think it's gonna happen in this case? You know
exactly.
what I'm
saying? And that was a one-sided argument.
If this does go to trial, I have a feeling there's gonna be more than one. I'll say it that way.
You mean like you'd have to keep coming back?
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, but after all that time, if that's all the evidence they have on him, and this is truly all they have is what we know so far, why the hell would you even try him again? Like, I mean, I know they're going to, because it's either Brian or nobody now, but it's just, I don't know.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think, everybody that's up here and in here? What do you guys all think is going to happen if there is a mistrial? How do you think that's going to be handled?
I think it's gonna go as a cold case, and that's gonna be the end of it, because I think U of I wants this to be in the past. No matter what the outcome of the trial, I think U of I is in control of this thing, in my opinion. And just the way I look at the way things happen, I cannot help but see that the U of I is running this show.
Oh,
and at the end of the day, that's why the trial is going to take place in the summer, and whatever the outcome, that's going to be the end of it, because they're not going to want it to continue.
I absolutely agree with you, bro. I think that as much as it sounds ridiculous, that the university is kind of in charge with this. I really feel that way.
And I think Steve G knows. Again, I think deep down he knows something ain't right, because I think if he believed Brian was 100% the guy, he wouldn't be going around to all these places talking still. I think deep down, even though he says, he believes he's a guy, I think he might have like dug into somebody or dug into a few people that he thought, were way higher suspects on the list than, this Brian Kohlberger dude. And that's why, he's not 100% on this, I feel.
And this because earlier I asked if Brian was to be acquitted, or if it was to, a loophole or any of that. What everybody has the same answer for the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. I think I agree with you on that one, Cletus, because it's not going to be Mrs. Krampus. Everybody wanted a prelim. We all did, and it's not going to happen. So, unfortunately, that would have made a huge difference with this case. Huge. I mean, huge. But that's why I think it didn't happen. Yeah,
but absolutely. Steve G, but if Brian gets off, Steve G's going to blow his lid, dude.
Like I said, never going to go cold as long as he's around, because he won't. He'll hire whoever he's going to hire. He'll do this himself. There was no way in hell this case will go cold.
As he should,
But look at it this way, right? If it ends up in a mistrial, or they just find him innocent, there's no way in my mind for it not to become a cold case, because now you don't even have a crime scene.
Exactly.
There's nothing
That's
now.
why I don't understand this shit.
If they went back to the beginning, what is there to go back to? Nothing. Like you just said, the crime scene is now gone, and it almost makes other people have sent me emails stating because of this happening right here. In fact, I got one just yesterday about that they feel that was something that was done purposely, and I'm not going down a rabbit hole with that, saying that they did this purposely, thinking that there was going to be a mistrial, and that if that were the case, then what would happen then. So it, it's crazy. It's very crazy. Thank you, Brandy, very much. How this is all playing out right now. Okay, I mean, very, very crazy how it's all playing out.
Well, I'm anxious to see what happens next year with the land, because I've got a theory that I, in my opinion, I won't be surprised if the same owner that owns 1118 and 1126 doesn't end up becoming the new owner of 1122 address, and then the development company that he also owns doesn't tear down 1118 and 1126.
I'm right there with you. I think that by the time trial hits, that we're probably going to see ground broke for new apartments, and all those other houses on the corner tore down as well. That's what I think is going to happen. They're going to build apartments or something along those lines, along the lines of what's sitting right next door to them already for campus housing. And I think that's why this has been rushed like it has. And again, that goes back to the university being in charge of a lot. So that's my thought on that. Yes, Jules, apartments are for sure. It's more money, more income. Can you imagine what income that those apartments right there bring in right there? Come on. I mean, I can't give you for sure what they cost per month, but I'm sure it's a lot. I'm sure it's a whole lot. And that's a lot of money. Okay. A whole lot of money.
Well, and I go back to the whole Scott Green, his sales pitch, I'm going to call it, during one of the press conferences, talking about really trying to promote the safety of on-campus housing. And I can't help but look at this and see, the potential for this to really show through in the long run as a business opportunity, or taking advantage of an unfortunate situation to further the business of that school. And it's like, that's just
Absolutely. I agree. I do agree. It's not on. I know it's campus, Jules, but it's still part of. It's still part of the housing for.
Excuse me.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, if you go to U of I's website, you can find 1126 King Road. Right, it's listed on there. I forget exactly where, but I mean, it's all the same thing at the end of the day, right? Everybody's scratching everybody's back, and ultimately, the last back that gets scratched is U of I's.
And it was stated in the very beginning when we all first started looking at this how financially important this property here is. Okay, if you guys remember going back to the very beginning, they talked about how wanted that this property was, and how I'm trying to think of the right word that was used back then, but that house right there, for instance, that little place right there, and there's another one around the bend there on that where that corner is. I can see all of that being torn out of there. Can you imagine what they could put right there?
Oh yeah. That's why I say, if this would have never happened, would those people have gotten rid of those properties? Because it is literally a cash cow.
Thank you very much. That's what I'm saying. It's money. That's gold right there. That property is a gold mine, folks. Think about it. I mean, we see how many different apartments and like townhouses and duplexes are all down through this area. Okay, and that's just more student housing to bring more students in. And like you said, the numbers have gone up. So it's almost like it played in hand. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
It's wild, man.
Yes. What was I gonna? I just saw another comment over here that if you were paying someone rent, it wasn't campus. That's the difference. It wasn't. Oh, right. And that's what I'm saying. It now belongs to the university, right? Which means in turn, if that belongs to the university, that money from that income goes into their pocket, period. So if they put in a new building there that has 52 more apartments in it, that's a lot of damn money, folks. A whole lot of money. Again, business opportunity.
Dude, listen, if one of them were my kid, I would have been on that destruction site today with the gate or something, like trying to block them everywhere I could from taking the house down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Clue and I were talking about this on the way home yesterday, and it's like, talking about Steve G. Obviously, I mean, he's outspoken that he doesn't feel like this is the right move, and we were talking about, why if he has a problem, why wouldn't he file something? And bouncing around the thought of, well, out of respect for the family that is okay with it getting torn down, or maybe wants it torn down.
Exactly.
But it's like at the end of the day, we would be the ones that would be, file something, spend $150, whatever it costs to file a motion, and just go and have her voice heard and say, sorry if it hurt your feelings, but this was our kid, one of our kids that was there.
Well, you can tell Steve G has I'm not saying he has a problem, but you can tell he has a problem with how okay Ethan's family was with this coming down, because I saw a message he sent to somebody, and like at the end he said something like, I wouldn't have been okay sending my kid back to that school, blah blah blah. So I think Steve's upset with Ethan's family for being okay with this, because like you said, if all four of them band together, because I figure Kara wasn't okay with this. So I figure if all four families band together and filed something, they could at least stretch that waiting period or of that whatever hearing past the point of this trial. So yeah, you're right.
Didn't Ben say he was okay with them taking the house down?
Who?
Ben, Maddie's dad.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about Maddie's parent. I don't know.
I'm not sure. But still, I see what you're saying. I do.
Well, and I mean, I think it's a situation of just, even the, regardless of the other parents, right? If Steve really had a problem with this coming down, I can't imagine he couldn't get very quickly enough signatures of something to walk into a courtroom and say, look, this is going to be tried by the public, right? A jury of this guy's peers. And this many people in the public agree with me that it needs to stay. So how can you argue that, right? And it just makes me question, how much of a problem does he really have with it coming down?
Well, I mean, enough to go on News Nation and tell Banfield he has a problem with it. So
right, but then in my head, I'm like, well, if you have that much of an issue with it, why didn't you file something, right? Like it just seems a little odd. But I mean, you never know really what the deciding factor was, and it could just be that everybody is at the point of
but how can you be at that point, dude? Like, this is the place your child took their last breath, all the memories they shared in that house. Like, it's more than it's crazy. I don't know. It's sickening in my head.
I mean, I couldn't ever get there myself, but I could see where the just in my view, in my opinion, the control that the U of I has on things, I could see you looking at this as a losing battle and saying, whatever the outcome of this trial is, it is, and that's going to be the end of it. It's either
Well, remember before they were going to rip it down, and the parents had an opinion, and basically the university was like, screw your opinion. So they don't care anyway.
On December 21st, and I pushed that petition like crazy. They were even asking for everybody to sign this petition. So I'm curious to know what happened with that petition and how
it didn't get enough.
I mean, obviously it didn't, you know what I mean? But I wonder how far off it was. That's what I'm curious about.
Well, and I mean, how many signatures exactly would you need, right? I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's got the right to their day, to be heard in a court of law. And if you took an issue with this and filed a motion, a judge just can't say, no, we're not going to hear your side of this. They're going to say, okay, well, we'll set a hearing for this day and show up and say what you got to say, right? Like, that's just the thing I don't understand.
Okay, so
I don't know.
It says that at this point it's got 5,749 signatures, and the goal was 7,500.
Still, it's again, since this case, I've watched probably over 150 maybe other documentaries of cases on, you know, like I watch a lot of Explore With Us because they're able to get like information that nobody's seen before, like crime scene photos, interrogation videos. I sent you three. I texted you 3 photos of a crime scene where they used luminol stuff, and I didn't realize how bright blood, you know, even if it used to be in that area, glows with that shit. So the fact that they sprayed that in his whole car and then, you know, lit up that light and didn't even find a speck is literally it's baffles me that if Brian actually did this, I don't know. I want to bang my head off a wall because I just knowing a person as a real. I'd rather know somebody that, you know, did something like this and they had the evidence on, and, you know, he was put away or he was whatever, than somebody that, you know, they just wanted somebody and railroaded them and, you know, shot them. Like that would be such a shittier feeling than.
Oh, I got you.
You know what I'm saying, dude? Like it's
really.
Oh, it's starting to get to me, man. Like I've had a couple nightmares and shit. I don't know. I just wish, like I said, it's sick to say, but I wish they had the evidence on them that, you know, I could look at and be like, okay, you know.
Well, I think here's what I'm hoping for, and I don't know why it would happen this way if it did. I'm hoping that they do have the evidence on him. I'm hoping that they have something that, beyond the shadow of a doubt, says that this guy did this. Period. Because only after going through everything that's happened with this case, that would make this worth what has happened. Okay, to show that they actually have something. Why it hasn't been seen yet, I don't know. Okay, because it doesn't have to be. That's the only thing I can think of. But at the same time, I pray that they do have something that really, really puts this on Brian. And not that I'm saying that I want Brian to lose his life, but I'm just saying
that's me. I didn't want to come across, you know, evil.
It is what it is. You know, we have to look at it in that sense, though, Bo, because if we don't, all of it was for nothing. Okay. And if it comes out in the end that he didn't do this, they prove that he absolutely didn't do this, that's really going to blow me completely away, believe it or not. Because then who did? And where are those people? What did they do this for? You know, what was their motive and what happened? And I don't think we'll ever know that if that's the case, ever. If that were to happen, I don't think we would ever know anything about any of that. And that's the end of it.
Yeah. Again, and you know, along with those other 150 documentaries, I've never seen one where they've had this little of evidence in a PCA and arrested somebody. I mean, the pictures I sent you, dude, that guy who had blood on the door handle of the bathroom, on the toilet, on the flusher, on the cabinet handles, he wasn't arrested, dude. That guy was not. They let him go because they wanted to wait to get more evidence on him. Now they could have arrested him there, but they waited, and they had all that blood in the bathroom. So my question is, if you have touch DNA, cool, you have maybe him around the house, why didn't you just wait it out? Like, you know, and that's where you have to believe that they rushed. Obviously, they rushed his arrest, because if they would have waited, you know, a month or two, they might have come across stronger evidence. And that's where, again, I have to believe 1,000% that they rushed his arrest. If it was him, they rushed his arrest because of the, you know, small amount of evidence that they arrested him with, where, again, they could have waited, followed him, and, you know, gotten some more real shit.
I think
they never questioned them, and that's where I have a problem with what Beyonce said earlier, is they never questioned them. So I don't know.
I agree with you, and Penn Dizzy, I agree with you as well. I think we all can agree that there was a deadline. Okay, we know that the kids were going back to school in January, and that, you know, once again, going back to, and it's just an opinion, that the university has control over a lot of things, and they were like, listen, you have to do something with this. We got to get school started again. We can't go bringing people here, and people aren't going to want to come here, as we already knew was happening, unless we have somebody in custody. And I think that's the deadline. I think that's what it was about. That's why it was rushed.
That's crazy though, man. I mean, listen, what piece of evidence right now that's all out there? Because in a regular situation, when they find, something huge, they come out and tell the public right away. But I guess this case is different. So what piece of evidence do you think is indisputable as far as what we know so far?
Nothing. I don't think anything is. That's the problem. Not one piece of their evidence do I feel comfortable with. Not one.
Gotcha.
I don't know about the other Clue or Cletus. I just don't.
Yeah. I was just asking for everybody up here. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think there's anything they have that you could not say that's. I mean, that could just be without it being nefarious, right?
You couldn't explain it away. There's things out there that you could explain away that what they have, in my opinion, so far.
Right. Like, even down to like he was there 12 times. Well, you can't have it both ways, right? You say that the towns are close, students travel in between them all the time. And if he was there 12 times between like when he moved there until when it happened, that literally, you can break that down and say he got paid every 2 weeks. And then he went to the grocery.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, it's not 12 times in a week. It's 12 times in like 5 months. Like, I go past places, more times than that I don't even know that I pass. So
you go along with his alibi, okay? His alibi. He just likes to drive around at night, and
so does a route, They go.
That's what I'm saying. I was that type of a person that like to drive at night when there's no traffic and it's nice out. You got the window down, you're playing your radio or whatever you're doing, just releasing, venting, relaxing, chilling. That could have been what he did. That could have been his thing, to drive around 12 different times. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why, again, my question to you is if you were going to the grocery store, right? You had no other stops. Okay, you're going to McDonald's. And McDonald's is 5 minutes away, and it's a straight shot from when you pull out of your community. Would you take that route, a 5-minute route, or would you rather go left? That's a 13-minute route that's going to take you all the way around to McDonald's. And then what route would you take when you leave McDonald's? If, again, you have no reason to go anywhere else.
Well,
and that's where I have a problem with. He didn't go to the home and then go right back to his apartment. He drove this big ass route where, like you said, it looks like he went for a damn drive. I mean, what suspect wants to be on more cameras than he has to be?
Yeah.
Really, you said it yourself. He was new to the area. Maybe he was learning hey, Steve, happy holidays to you too. Maybe he was wanting to learn the area by driving it around. When he's not working, not doing this, he's checking out different routes, different areas. It's a beautiful area. The whole area is beautiful just to look at. I'd go drive it all the time if I could. Again, what's the best way to learn a new place? You go drive around. You go look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But after taking 4 lives, what is the place where you have the most comfort after that? It's your home.
Well, of course.
And that's why I can't understand where he didn't, because again, you figure by this time they followed the whole damn, area that he drove, or with dogs, and they don't have the weapon. So he obviously stashed a weapon off of that route. So why wouldn't he go home where he feels, the most comfortable, especially after the rush that you could? I mean, I can't imagine, what an individual feels after taking 4 lives, but he must have been through the roof. But he decided to just take a leisurely drive to see the area to go home. I'm not buying that, dude.
Well,
I can't.
So there's more than that, though. The next day, it's crazy to me that, like, it's so suspect that his phone cut off for like 2 hours that night.
Right.
But then literally the next day, you guys have him driving to like Lewiston or whatever it was, Johnson, Idaho, and his phone cuts off for the same amount of time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Explain that away.
But that's cool. But that's, that's cool. The fact that part's cool, but the fact that he drove the night before is not cool. And that's what I said. The fact that he pinged in the area that night is cool, but the fact that he pinged in another area, but he wasn't in that area is cool also. So like, how can you have this both ways when you're telling a jury this? Like they're going to be like, what the fuck? Like seriously, they're going to be like, what the hell is this?
It just makes me wonder if they don't have that trip in there to Johnson, Idaho, or whatever, wherever he went. It just makes me wonder if they don't have that in there for a reason that we don't know.
Well, and that's one of the things that I think with the whole, with the amount of stuff in the PCA that just quite honestly doesn't have anything to do with Brian. It makes me really go, y'all really think, like, y'all think there was more than one person involved in this? Because if you don't, why the hell do you put all this stuff in the PCA that absolutely does not pertain to this guy?
Yeah, and that people could allude to another suspect when you're saying suspect vehicle number 2.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, right? If you just think about the sheer number of women who have, like, written this guy, because they see him on TV, they think he's hot or whatever. He may have had a girlfriend in Lewiston, Idaho, and Moscow. You don't know.
Well, that's why I said this chick. He used to walk around with chicks, and I don't know if he dated them or what was going on, but I used to see him all the time walking around with, one or two chicks in high school and his little clique that, he hung out with. So he wasn't like, again, he wasn't as. What's up? Sorry.
He was not an incel. There's no way in hell you
no.
that.
Hell no. Hell no.
Listen, I don't care what anybody says.
I'll never believe that.
Brian is not a bad-looking dude. Okay, he's really not. He's very clean cut. He's got good, whatever you call it, ladies. I'm not sure, face structure and all that kind of stuff. He's not fat. He's not weird looking.
Well, that's what I mean, Dago. And but like I said before, like as I was knowing him, I saw him lose the weight. And before this, he was really heavy, dude. Like he was really heavy. And no homo, but yeah, when he lost weight, he became a decent looking dude.
Right.
And that's why the whole incel shit. I'm like, where are people getting this? Like, does a dude look like an incel just because he has a weird, stare or whatever I don't know.
God knows. I hope fiance never gets arrested and accused of anything like this. They're gonna say he was a damn. I don't even know where I'd go.
Yeah, but just think about it. You like, I'm not shaking nobody's hand anymore. I'm not opening doors for nobody anymore. Like, screw this shit. But you laugh. I seriously, I've never seen any other cases so far where they have arrested somebody on touch DNA. Like it's so easily transferable. It scares the shit out of me.
Guess what? Guess what, brother? It's probably going to happen a whole hell of a lot more now.
I guess.
I'm just saying, like, there's nobody ever could make me believe the whole incel bullshit. I mean, it's just like, and we even saw the interview with the guy that had, I hate to say it like this, but that's how I describe him. Had
that's kind of motives.
He had kind of like a speech impediment a little bit. Was talking about how Brian would tell Brian is a competent person in that sense. Mm-hmm. He would tell Brian or would tell him how he could go to the bar and leave with any girl he wanted to. That's not an incel saying something like that, okay?
The
guy didn't.
And then I hate and then I hate that people say he was a bully, and he got bullied. Like he got bullied and then he lost. Like I say, he lost the weight, and then at that point he was able to stick up for himself, to bullies, and he
had confidence because he didn't have that chub anymore, and he looked good, and he felt good, and that's how that works.
And he started jogging because, like I said, dude, I'm telling you right now, for 100% fact, there's no way him and Skylar Jacobson would have met if he never would have, started losing weight and running, because Skylar Jacobson did track and field. So the only reason they met is because Brian started running, and then he met Skylar, the one he went jogging with at like 2-3 in the morning all the time. Remember?
Yeah.
So and then, like I said, he gained confidence, and then he started hanging out with those more popular cliques because Skylar was in like the preppy jock clique. You know what I mean? So, Brian wasn't like the dude who ran from class to class, 100 miles an hour. Like he was he was chill. You know what I mean? He wasn't that weird person you would think is, sitting in the back of the room, drawing crazy shit on their notebook. He wasn't that person.
Well, and you see a photo of him that was at this like book reading or whatever, and it's all women in the room, and it's like someone who has such a problem with women, I wouldn't think that would be where I would spend my damn Saturday morning.
Yeah. Well, why the hell would the sales use Brian in their video if Brian's so creepy looking that, you know, he scares everybody away? The sales literally has a introduction video with Brian in it like 3 times. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
So he obviously can't be that scary looking.
I don't know if you guys saw this before. Hold on a minute. I'll let you guys hear this. Hold on. If it'll work.
Oh, this chick. Oh my God. Bang my head against the wall.
Who is it?
It's me, the girl that.
Oh my God. Is that Fawn?
You know her?
Fawn Daly? Oh, Jesus. Listen, her dad passed away. She got like $750,000 settlement. It's gone already because she blew it all on heroin. She was my sister's friend.
That's a lot of damn heroin.
She did more than the whole town, dude. Listen, she was you can start this video, but it's very important. She was my daughter's friend for, I don't know, 5-6 years. She came over to my house probably 200 times in my lifetime. And her best friend, Kayla, is who I was really good friends with. But yeah, Fawn, she did a lot of drugs back in the day, dude. I'd never seen this video. I'm just giving a background on who this is.
So this chick is from your town?
Yeah, Fawn, yeah.
Well, how in the you know what? See, this is why my gut feeling ain't never wrong about people.
I didn't mean to dox her for names not on there, but yeah.
Go ahead, Clue. I know what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
What are you gonna say, Clue?
She just, I don't know. She just run all through me when I saw her, and I'm like, I'm so glad that you said she's from your town, because how you have to meet this boy online and you could walk down the street and see him outside. Get the.
It's supposed to be a Tinder date. Like, why? Who the hell is going on Tinder and then?
Wait a second. Wait, hold on. What is this? Is she saying that she went on a Tinder date with Brian?
Yes.
Yeah, listen.
She went to school with Brian.
I knew she was a liar. I knew it.
What? I can prove. Yo, I'm telling you, everything I say, like, if I really would, and Dago knows this, I can prove everything I say.
You met your daughter's mother, not your daughter's friend, right, bro?
My daughter.
Your daughter.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, I must have said daughter. She was my sister's friend because she's younger than me.
Yeah, I was gonna say your daughter's friend, and I'm like,
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she's 1 year younger than Brian, or maybe the same year. But yeah, she was really good friends with my sister. She came over. She stayed over at my house all the time. Yeah, she's nuts, dude. Yeah, oh yeah, But I think that might have been how they met, is the drugs, not Tinder, dude.
See, y'all keep trusting all these females that come out on the internet and say this and that. Females are wicked. I'm trying to tell y'all.
What's her name? What was the other girl's name, Willie?
She's gonna hit me up now. I hope she sees this. I'm gonna be like, listen, don't fucking lie then.
What was the other girl's name? The first girl that they interviewed with that said that
y'all talking about Casey?
Yeah, Casey.
Casey Arns. Yeah, I had a bunch of classes with her because she was actually in my grade.
Something was off with her about to me too. Something about that.
Casey never said more than 6 words, I think. As long as I've known her. So she, I don't know what happened, but she got a vocabulary on her now, and she talks a lot now. So yeah, I never heard her talk like that. Because she was the quiet girl in class. She was very, very smart, but very, very quiet. But yeah, I didn't even hear what she said either. I'm just giving you guys some background on these people.
The interview was, in my opinion, paid for by the propaganda situation against Brian because of the things she said, in my opinion.
Yeah, Willie, listen to this girl. See what she says.
Listen to this. Watch. That's why I'm playing this.
And a lot of people have been trying to dox me, specifically on Reddit, but I never thought the comments that I made on Hobot News would make it to TikTok or Reddit or literally anything.
Lies.
But here we are.
So wait.
So
is her name Fawn?
Just because a lot of people are just saying.
I don't know what exactly her name is. I was surprised you said that.
Yeah, I don't know her name either.
Okay.
I call her Scary Ho.
Because that to me, that I can send you a picture, Dago, and you can tell me.
Yeah, I call her Red. That's it. That's all I ever called her. If you have another picture of her, then yeah, we'll definitely take a look at it.
I'm gonna text you a picture right now.
All right.
Saying things that are not true at all. My interactions with Brian were very brief. I don't know much about him. My total interactions with him were like 24 hours. We matched on Tinder. We talked for a couple hours, and then he was like, hey, you want to go to the movies with me tonight? And I was like, sure. So we went to the movies. Honestly, I don't even remember what movie we saw. We ended up going back to my dorm, and he kind of invited himself inside. I thought he was just going to drop me off, but that was not the case. He kind of invited himself inside, and I was just like, okay, I went along with it. So he wanted to watch another movie on Netflix, and I said, sure. He kept trying to touch me, not like inappropriately, just like trying to tickle me.
The women. Well,
see, that's what I'm saying is what she was trying to do was she was trying to turn something innocent into something that's negative because the fact of what was going on.
Dago, it's like I'm trying to tell you right now. I got to preach for 1 second. It's the only time I'm gonna do it today.
No, do your thing, girl. Go ahead.
But you women today, not all of you, some of you, y'all need to learn the value of what you got downstairs. Because I'm trying to tell you right now, I'm not about to talk to nobody for a few hours and then go nowhere with you. You might be effing crazy. Then I'm damn sure not going to invite you or even allow you to invite yourself into my place. And the minute you put your damn hands on me, you are leaving without a nut.
Alrighty, there it is. This is why I love you. Exactly, 100%. And here's the thing, though. She even said he wasn't trying to be inappropriate. He was like being ticklish. Obviously, the guy was attracted to her, and guys do that kind of stuff sometimes. Not saying.
What color are her eyes? Because I might be wrong.
Well, here we'll watch it again.
Wendy leaning forward and said she had a date with Brian.
Hey, it's me. The
girl. Are they blue?
They do look blue to me. But
like I said, she just had a kid, so
the lighting is hard to see. Did you send that to me via something?
Yeah, I'm sending it right now.
Brian, Dago, look at Brian Clinksdale. Okay. And Willie, you kill me, bro. Just period. You know what?
Girl that went on a Tinder date with Brian. A lot of people have been trying to dox me. Specifically on Reddit, but I never thought the comments that I made on Hobot News would make it to TikTok or Reddit or literally anything. But here we are. So I thought I would make this because a lot of people are just saying things that are not true at all. My interactions with Brian were very brief. I don't know much about him.
In all reality, in my opinion, he probably thought she was fucking weird. Sorry, but just saying.
My total interactions with him were like 24 hours.
Oh my God.
We matched on Tinder. We talked for a couple hours, and then he was like, hey, you want to go to the movies with me tonight? And I was like, sure. So we went to the movies. Honestly, I don't even remember what movie we saw. We ended up going back to my dorm, and he kind of invited himself inside. I thought he was just going to drop me off, but that was not the case. He kind of invited himself inside, and I was just like, okay, I went along with it.
Liar, you're lying.
Nope, I don't believe any of that. I was just getting ready to say that. Why did you just not turn and look at this man and say, okay, thank you, have a good night, and walk away?
Because they probably did some shit.
Right, you ain't about to go home, but you got to get the hell up off my doorstep. You're not about to come in this house, honey. No, you don't know me like that, and I don't know you. Sorry.
Thank you. And like I said, she had that control, not him. And I don't see him pushing his way in. Okay, I just don't. Jesus, this is so irritating to me. That's why I'm showing.
But the rest of it, Dago, where she there's another part to this interview with her, and she says that she went into the bathroom and pretended like she was throwing up and sick and stuff, and he comes to the door.
Yeah. Well, wait a second, because I would have thought this was Fawn once, because I've heard this story before. Is there another video that she did?
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find that other one.
Because I sent you a photo, but that lighting's terrible. And I might be wrong about. But
hold on a minute. Let me.
It would make sense that Fawn and Brian hung out, so I'm probably right about the whole. Everything I said was correct. Just it might not be this chick. Where's she from?
I don't think she says.
Hold on a minute. Let me go. Well, that's why I was looking at it to begin with, because she said there was a Tinder match, and then you popped up and said you knew her name.
Again, I thought her name was. I thought when I said her name Fawn, somebody said yes. That's why I freaked the fuck out. Now, if her name is not Fawn, then
it's one of those things.
I'm sorry, Fawn.
When she came out with
did a lot of drugs, Fawn.
If they had come out and said he was a troll, there'd have been 12 people that said they lived under the bridge with him. So that's my problem with her, is just the timing of it and the whole incel thing that was started. And it's like, it's just a little.
But like Clue said, or your girl said, I think they did some shit. She just doesn't want to admit it, and she's saying this complete opposite, so she gets a couple minutes on.
It goes right into the same smear campaign. I guarantee you, there's money paid for this. Hold on a minute. Hold on, I got this here. This is when she.
Yeah, so her name is. Yeah, I saw it, Jules. Thank you, Harlot. So her name is. Her name is Haley. Haley. Willett. But.
All right, here you go.
So yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it might not be Fawn, but I sent you a picture of Fawn. Looks just like her in that lighting.
And she had a very memorable
Let me see.
experience with him. Nothing tragic.
No, that ain't Fawn. Damn, she looks different in this lighting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
Gutsy
move, wanting to come forward and talk about this. You're going to expose yourself to the mob on social media. I suggest you stay.
Use a filter or something?
But thank you for doing this.
What
I was about to say that's a filter, but I didn't want to be rude.
I thought it was a completely different person on the other video that I saw. That's why I flipped. Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah, the other video was done in her car, and her hair wasn't combed. It is here.
Okay. Sorry, Fawn.
Start with the basic. How sure are you that Brian Koberger is the same person that you went on the date with some years ago?
100%.
Because?
He just has a very memorable face, and
Big Willie.
It's him. I remembered as soon as I saw him.
Not because you knew his name.
She didn't have time to get to know his name.
I mean, what the hell? This is ridiculous.
And the name is fairly memorable also, and he was going by Brian Koberger then as well?
Yeah.
So tell me, what is the big takeaway for you about what you remember about this young man?
The big takeaway is that he seemed completely normal until, we got back to my dorm, and then he got kind of pushy.
All right, now let's try to feel this out, because you've been on plenty of dates, I'm sure, and it's not unusual for somebody.
Oh my God!
But this now matters.
Say that again.
Did you hear how he just dissed her? You've been on plenty of dates.
Yeah, that was a roast. I'm sure.
You say that there was a moment where he was touching you, not in a creepy way, but he was definitely touching you, and you brought it up, and that's when things changed. How so?
Yeah, he was touching me, and I just asked, "Why are you touching me?" And he immediately got very.
No, she didn't.
No chick asked that, dude.
Nope. A clue? Come on.
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Especially if they're out. I mean, at this point, is she? Unless she ran away and just drove off from him after this, then she's lying.
She did not look at him and go, "Why are you touching me?" Because no.
And I just was like, "Okay, but you are touching me," and he was like, "No, I'm not touching you," and he just got very defensive about it. So I just let it go after that. But it was very weird.
Yo, this dude is in school for a PhD, and he don't know when he's moving his hands or not.
That didn't happen. None of that happened. What she just said, none of that happened.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, what?
The whole conversation, that whole interaction is complete bullshit. I'm sorry. That has never, ever. Listen, guys, I'm not trying to say that I was Rico Suave or anything like that, but I dated quite a few women in my life. That interaction is not something that, no, I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, I've been on dates like that where the guy will try to like start messing with you. I know what she's talking about, where they try to like, but if you don't want to be touched, that ain't how you handle that, honey. You need to come to me. I'll teach you some stuff.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. Or you back up, you make it known that it's a problem. You're not going to do it that, like, look at her face.
No, you're going to hit him in the face. Get off me, fool. Like,
yes, she's lying. Sorry.
Now, people
I hate her voice.
But everything that you've learned since made you see this through a little bit of a different lens. Explain that to me.
Yeah, exactly. This is a date I definitely told my friends about, just because it was a little weird, and especially his last comment to me. However, I haven't really thought about it until I saw his face again, and it made me look at it like, wow, he really could have hurt me. Anyone, really.
And what did he tell you about himself that you remember?
We just had a lot of small talk. I remember we talked about the fact that we were both psych majors at the time. So I don't really remember any specific conversations or any specific details about them, but it was all very normal.
How shocked are you to see him doing a perp walk now, connected to such a heinous set of murders, at least temporarily, until police make the case?
It scares me because I was very young and dumb, and I didn't think twice about having anyone, know who I was meeting up with, where I was going, what I was doing, and it all could have ended very differently. And that makes me worried for other young women that, they think they're invincible and don't think twice about, telling someone where they're going or who they're going on a date with.
Well, hey, thank you for watching.
You know what? I have a question, Dago.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How come every Christmas we always got to talk about Tickle Me Elmo?
Her story makes no sense. If the conversation was going well, there's no way she would have a problem with touching her.
She's still young and dumb. Sorry, it had nothing to do with that. Then that was ridiculous.
I hate it. I hate that voice, dude.
Yeah, that was quite irritating. Hold on a minute. All right, and then I'm gonna let you guys see a couple variations of this.
And she couldn't remember the movie they saw. I remember that part. She didn't know what movie they saw.
She didn't know any details. If you remember, I mean, I'm sorry. Granted, I've been on some dates where I don't remember a lot, but it was usually because I was either drinking a lot or I didn't want to talk about what was going on.
I want to hear what Casey said.
Oh,
I'm already there. That's why I said I'm gonna let you guys see a couple of these.
Like I said, I think the most accurate depiction would be Rich, and I'm not Rick. Like, what's his name? Called him Rick Pasqua on Fox. His name is Rich Pasqua, not Rick. He gave the most accurate account, in my opinion.
Interview after hers too, to let you guys see too. So I don't either. Truth Seeker. That whole interview.
But yeah, this is 1,000% Casey Arntz.
As Brian Koberger, and immediately I freaked out. Naturally, I went back inside work and I called about 8 of my friends because it was terrifying. It was a shock because there's literally 7 billion people in this world, and I know.
I mean, honest to God, you guys, I'm not being weird, but I'm so tired of people saying that because this guy is so weird looking and he's ugly and he's this and he's that. He's not. Just because he's accused of this doesn't make him. Look at Ted Bundy. He was a good looking dude too. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not to mention Not to mention Casey's brother was like best friends with him.
Yes.
What's his name? What's their brother's name? Tom? Something like that?
That guy right there.
Their brother's tall as hell.
Yes.
I was friends with him. Like, that's terrifying.
Arntz lives in Virginia Beach, but grew up in the Poconos and attended Pleasant Valley High School.
The same thing.
She tells us she became friends with Brian Kohberger through her younger brother during their time in school.
We just hung out and talked, and that's what it was. It wasn't anything crazy, just a typical friendship.
Arntz says she hopes his arrest will shed more light on the case for the sake of the 4 victims and their families.
That's not the full interview, but
I was gonna say she didn't say really too much there. I mean, like I said, everybody kind of felt that way when it first came out because they just see what the media is putting out. You know, it's just natural.
That's why everybody.
But like I said, Rich kept it 100. That's why I was, I was like, damn. Okay, Rich.
I think that's the guy that said they were trying to get him to talk bad about Brian.
Yeah. Well, Rich hit me up. Rich hit me up right away. Oh, this is Skylar. But Rich hit me up right away, and yeah, he was like, yeah, they like kind of were like cutting me off because they talked over him when Rich said, I forget what Rich said, but you have to listen really closely during his interview. But anyway, this is
him because like I didn't want to go running at night by myself, so I would text him like, hey, you want to go for a run? We go for 6-7 mile runs at night. So like when I saw who it was, I was just in like complete shock. I'm still kind of like shaking knowing about that. Like it's just unreal to think somebody could actually do that to somebody. Like it's absolutely like mind-boggling. Like my adrenaline's still kind of running after finding that information out. So just I feel for the families, and I'm just happy justice can be served now. So.
And we have also learned that Kohberger studied criminal justice at an advanced level, having gotten a master's from the Sales University in Pennsylvania in 2022, according to this.
Yes, he felt comfortable enough to go jogging with him at 2-3 in the morning. Dude, a half a mile behind that gas station is where I basically grew up, where my best friend lived, and I must have bought, without even exaggerating, probably over maybe 2,000 Dutch Masters from that Exxon right there in my lifetime. Strawberry Dutch Masters. Because back in the day, we'd walk in the snow like a half mile to that gas station, then walk back and, roll a couple blunts and shit like that. But yeah, that's where I was. I was like a half mile down that main road right there, 115, around Christmas time when supposedly they had some recon on Brian. But like I said, I never saw any cop car. I never saw shit when I was there, dude. Like nothing out of the ordinary. And that was the 25th. So when was he arrested? The 28th?
The 29th.
29th.
So it was the morning of the 30th. Yeah.
So me and my daughter left the 26th. Yeah, I didn't see shit.
Well, if they're doing their job right, you shouldn't see them.
No, I get it. I'm thinking like, damn, they're probably looking in that whole area up in the sky.
Well, and you said he goes running with him, and I think that's really interesting, right? Because everybody that wants to paint him as just this creepy persona, right? If that's the case, I mean, that guy doesn't look. Obviously he's fit, he runs, but I mean, I don't look at that guy and think, okay, he's not going to worry about anybody that he's with in the dark. You know what I mean? He doesn't.
Well, that's me. It's because they went to school together, and Skylar was on track and field. So I figure if Brian went off the deep end, that he wouldn't feel comfortable jogging with him at that point. But I guess he did.
Yeah. Hold on a minute.
Now think of Mike, the one I talk to all the time, the one that's going to come on. He's the one, like I told you, he introduced Rich to Brian for the purpose of helping Brian get a job, and that's when Rich got Brian a job at the pizza place that Rich talks about.
I can't find that one. I've looked for that one time and time again, and I can't find.
You might be. Have you typed? You might be spelling it wrong.
Okay, hold on.
Pasqua.
Hold on a minute. Rich.
I believe that's it. I can look it up on my Facebook.
Pasqua.
Yeah, and then I just type in like Rich Pasqua, Fox, and then it usually comes up.
Yeah. Here we go. I remember this one. Maybe.
But like I said, there's one point in it where the guy who's commentating talks over him. Yeah, that's him. And Rich says something really important where he said, I never felt, again, you're going to have to listen really closely, but I think he says, like, I never felt threatened, or I never felt like he was in, like, I never felt in danger or something like that. But you got to listen.
That right there, exactly is what I had said, Bombshell. Why I thought if Brian did this, that his car wasn't even parked there, that he could have jogged and ran in the distance that he needed to get to where you had to go.
Sure. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. If they went jogging for miles and miles, his house wasn't that far, right?
Yes,
No.
that's my thought. So,
all
right, let me see.
I didn't think of that.
Let me get to this point here. Right here, I think it is. Okay, hold on.
Rich Pasqua, you worked with him for a period of time. Rich, what can you tell me about the suspect? What was he like?
He was just your average guy. I met him through some friends, and they told me that he was a little weird, and he was a little socially awkward, I guess you could say. But he wasn't a bad guy. He needed a job, so I worked at a pizza shop at that time, and they were hiring. I said, yeah, come on in and apply, and he did, and he got the job. So I worked with him for a little bit. But he was quiet, though.
What
he
was conversation like with him?
What was
right there, Dago? You heard that?
What was conversation like with him? Like when you talk with him at work, would he look you in your eyes? Did he?
What was that? He was quiet, though.
What
he
was conversation like with him?
If you guys couldn't hear that, he was quiet, but he never came off as anything threatening in a sense. So,
what was that?
What was conversation like with him? Like when you talk with him at work, would he look you in your eyes? Did he have friends? Did he have a girlfriend at the time?
It was so long ago. It was like 2013, but he didn't have a girlfriend. I do remember that. And my wife went to school with him. They graduated together, and she doesn't remember him ever having a girlfriend, and I don't remember him ever having a girlfriend. And he didn't have many friends, so he would do anything to fit in, and would do he just wanted to be liked by everybody. But he wasn't a bad kid. He was all right. And I knew his sister. I went to school with his sister, and I knew his father worked for the school, and I believe his mother did too. But his family, they were all nice people. And, his dad was always really nice to me, very polite. But I never thought that he would do something like that.
Good copy. So we've heard from some people that surrounded him that there may have been drug use in his life prior as well. Did you know him to use drugs or anything like that, sir?
Yeah, he did use drugs. That's how I really know him too. He was a big heroin addict, and so was I. I got 6 years clean now. I work in treatment and everything, but back then I was using, and so that's how I know for a fact he was using. I've got high with him a couple times and used with him. And I remember one night we went out and his car broke down, and his dad had to come out, and he got pretty angry because his car broke down and everything, and we couldn't get what we needed that night. And I knew other people that dealt drugs, and we would deliver drugs to him a lot. And so that's when I heard about this case. I haven't heard from him in so long. And then I heard about this, and it said that he was going to college. I said, I haven't heard from him. I guess that's what he's been doing. He must have cleaned up. I know he was in and out of rehab a couple times, but he really cleaned up and was going to college all these years.
Rich, I'm short on time, but I got to ask you one last question. We've heard from people that he had a track record of being inappropriate, borderline offensive to women. Did you ever see that in any of your interactions with him and interactions with women?
Not in my time knowing him. I've never seen him ever act like that towards women. I've never seen him come off that way ever towards anybody.
Yeah. Rich, thank you so much for joining the program.
There you go. What's up, Riddler? But that's it. Like I said,
what's up, brother?
That was the only interview that I saw. I remembered that one. The only one I ever saw, like Willie's saying, he kept it real. I mean, he never stated anything at all about Brian being. He said in the beginning he was a little weird, but everybody's okay. So he's a little bit weird. That doesn't make him a killer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those things cannot make that person who
And
they.
and you got to understand the year that he's talking about right now is 2013. So this isn't 2009, 10. This is 2013.
Right.
This is after this is I believe would have been his senior year, and then this is probably after he graduated. Because like I said, that's the year that, Mike told me, because like I said, Mike was the one who introduced them to is the year that Brian did heroin, because he only did heroin for like a year, maybe a year and a half. So it wasn't like a 5-6 year type of deal. It was a 1.5 year type of deal. So yeah, and I think the car you might be talking about is a Tib. I mean, from what Mike told me, the only car he remembered Brian having is a Tiburon or some shit like that. So that might have been the car that got stuck that he's talking about.
Right. What's up, Riddler?
Hey, how you doing, Dago, Clue, Willie?
What's up, buddy?
I was going to ask a question. They got this white Elantra every 5-10 minutes, making this turn, going here, going there. What about other vehicles? Do they have them down on more than, let's say, like 10 different cameras?
That's a good question. Never heard of anything else.
Because, to me, and I know Willie has seen this footage, it's where about 420 in that Linda Lane parking lot back there.
Mm-hmm.
There's that big old Suburban or whatever it is. Now, did they follow it for an hour and say, hey, we might want to look into this vehicle also?
What about that person? Did they follow up on that person? Did they ever identify that person? That's what I want to know.
But it seems like they got the white Elantra in its crosshairs from the very beginning. How many times did they say it? Well, it was here at 320. We saw it make 12 passes. We saw it make 5 passes here. We saw it go over to this Walenta Lane. We saw it go to Linda Lane. We saw it go to Taylor. Did they do that with other vehicles?
Yeah, because I'm with Riddler on this. Because if you think about it, when that big, I guess it's a black SUV leaves, that almost fits the time frame you put down, because it's closer to 4:25 than 4:20. It's after 4:20.
Yep. And like I said, it's just crazy how everybody brings up that Linda Lane footage to draw some crazy, whatever, just light it up and draw shapes on it, but nobody ever focuses on that dude. Like, the dude literally walks in. He didn't get out of a car. He didn't walk out of his house. He walks in off screen. Like, do you have that? Do you know what time that was, Riddler? Do you have any idea what time that dude walked in off screen?
Oh gosh, I have to go back and look. I had
because again,
all in the garbage can. I got so mad.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was this version or the enhanced version that somebody had put out, but you can clearly see the dude walk right in from the right-hand side of the screen right here, walk around the parking lot, and then back towards the home, and then come back at the perfect time, right when basically the murders were done, and hop in that car and take off. I mean, that is incredible. That
tell you what, for a little town, they're busy from 2 to 4.
Gloria, there's a guy that walks in off the right-hand side of the screen, and then walks through the back parking lot, down the left-hand side, past the homes over here to the left, and then back to the road that leads towards the King Road residence, and then comes back. Looks like he's at a quick pace, and then hops in a vehicle that then takes off.
Can you hear me, Clue? Can you guys hear me at all?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Clue must have. Yeah, she must have lost connection or something. She'll be back up. She said that something happened. I lost audio. No,
you hear
Clue,
me?
she's in the back chat.
I just brought her back up.
Okay, cool.
Can you hear me now, Clue? Hello, hello.
Uh-oh. She's been hacked. I think this 320 something, 330 something.
This is 422.
Yeah. That's when he hops back in the. That's when he hops in the whip. I'm trying to remember what time he comes in from the right hand side of the screen.
So Willie, what I see in this, I see the guy, what I think is running. He runs from the left hand side. You can see him in front of this apartment complex.
No, that's him running back. But what about him going back? Like, have you seen the part where he goes back towards the home, or have you only seen this person running back from the home?
I only see him coming from the direction of the house towards the vehicle, getting in it and leaving. That's the only one I've ever seen.
Right after the.
Okay, because at 320 or I don't know if it was 320 something or 330 something from the right hand side of the screen, whoever made an enhanced video for a different reason enhanced the right hand side, and you see the guy clearly walk into the screen, walk back across the parking lot, and then right down towards where that guy right now we just that Dago was talking about, we see coming walking from. So it's like the guy walked back there and then did something and then walked back and got in a car. Like, what the hell? Did the cops not? I hope they followed up on that person or know who that was.
Well, if you watch with that dumpster guy, remember the guy that like went to the dumpster, he was smoking a cigarette or whatever?
Yeah.
You see him walk in and he like walks behind the fence, but then when he gets to the end of the fence, he takes off running like hell towards that house. And people are like, it's probably just a dumpster diver. And I'm like, I mean,
right? Like,
I get it. Like,
diving?
if I'm dumpster diving, like my fat ass is not running
At a university. Like, you know how nasty like university trash is? Like, what the hell is he gonna find? Used solo cups? The frick? Use condoms? Like, yo, nobody's dumpster diving at that time. But again, I don't know who that person is. I want to know if that's the person that walks on to camera here, because it would make sense, because it looks like this guy walked from the back right hand side, and I don't know what's on this. You bring that the video that Dago just had up, that whole back right hand side. I don't know what's back there, so I don't know where that dude walked from. If that's the same, that might be the same dude from the dumpster. Like, is a dumpster back to the right?
Yeah,
it's over here. Yeah.
Well, hold on, where?
Yeah. To the right side. There's a dumpster. Isn't there a dumpster down here too, Clue, at the bottom, like around here?
No, more to your right. So like that's a hill right there.
Yes.
And then back down that hill is where the dumpster is. But I put those two videos together, and the guy walks from the dumpster up to where your mouse is right there, walks behind that fence, and then he just takes off running. I just find it weird because you guys, what's
Might
the
be
word?
the same dude then.
Stereotypically or whatever, collected DNA from a cigarette, and this guy's smoking.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh shit! I forgot that. I see a cigarette light up on the other footage. The one with the dumpster. But now, do the times line up? What time is that guy at the dumpster?
Yes, it lines up perfectly because I put them together and made like one long thing about it. And he walks on that one camera up to the dumpster, Then he comes up this parking lot. And then again, when he hits the end of this fence, right?
Oh, there he is.
Huh?
It's on. There he is.
You're looking at the TV. Look at the.
Oh, yeah, that's him. That's the dumpster guy.
So, yeah, and then he walks across the parking lot.
But then wait, he'll take off running. Once he gets to like that fence, he's like out of there.
So that would make sense that he took something. Maybe he didn't put something in the dumpster. He took something out of the dumpster that
Thank you. That's what
could
I
have
said.
been the knife.
And now he's running now. Okay.
Yep. And then you see him passing the headlight. Yeah, he just passed the lights, and then
he's walking.
Bang! There he is. He just saw his. Yep. Bang! There he goes. Bang!
He's
and now
running.
Yep. So now he's back towards. That
before.
See him running?
Yeah, I never saw that before. I saw that the other way, but never saw that.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Yeah. So imagine that this dude's back there right around the times that, this guy could be sitting out, out back watching the house, blah blah blah, and then comes back right around the time that basically these murders stopped.
Yeah, because you see a light, like you'll see a light flash. I put this. It's on one of the. I think it's on a short I did, but it's like you see a light flash really quick, and then you see the guy like take off running.
Well, wait, because I see some people don't see the guy. So, how did nobody see that dude's legs walking on the right hand side of the screen? That was clearly a dude walking.
Well, they zoom in on it. You see him. He's there.
He's inside the red circle.
Yeah.
You might need to play it again, Diego.
I saw this. Wait, I can't believe everybody didn't know about this already. Because I've been yelling about this, and everybody just doesn't seem to care about this guy. I'm like, what the
Me and you both, Willie. Like,
this is insanity.
Here.
I got burnt out on this Linda Lane shit early on, and I never went back. That's why I never saw this.
Yeah, I think all you did, I don't know if it was here, but we were trying to see if there was somebody sitting in that vehicle waiting for.
That's all I did. Yeah, I never went.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Here we go. Back there.
But go back a little bit so you can see his legs.
Yeah, it's 3:15 is when he does that, when he walks up there.
Right here. How is that not a person? Who is that? What is that? Bigfoot?
That's a person.
Yeah, and then here he comes.
Right. And he's running.
Well, see, to me, he's walking right there.
But you see him pass. You see him pass by the light. That's how I mean, look, watch the light.
Oh shit, I'm behind. Sorry, we got you on the TV too, Diego.
I'm sorry.
Right here, watch the light disappear. Bang, and then here he comes. Boom.
He was definitely running right there. Yeah.
Yeah, he was moving. So we got a guy going to a dumpster and then taking off back towards the house and then running back and hopping in a vehicle, and that's not the suspect.
4:20, you got somebody running the opposite way from the house.
Right, coming back from the house. Right.
Thank you. And an hour would make sense more than 7 minutes.
You know what, Willie? Actually, if I'm not mistaken, remember I like really enhanced that video, and the guy that gets in that truck, did I not say he's in a white hoodie or like a light colored?
Yeah. It is. I watched that for 3 hours, 3 days straight. It is definitely a white hoodie.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, is that just a coincidence that we got a guy doing literally what we think a person that committed this crime would do? Like, what the frick?
Well, they come running from that direction. What else would you think at that time of night coming from that direction?
Well, again, it explains him going up to the dumpster, retrieving something from the dumpster that he put there to retrieve later on, and then going back and doing this. And it would also explain why there's no DNA in Brian's car, because DNA is in that car.
Well, at the end of the day, they've never said anything about seeing anybody they put all this out there about this 2011, 2013 launcher. They put all this out there about the camera footage of the car and its path to travel, but not once have they said anything about seeing somebody get out of the car. So then in my mind, I keep going, how did you eliminate somebody on foot? Because you don't ever say anybody gets out of the damn car, but you say this is the guy. I just
That's what I mean. Why is that not the vehicle you're looking for? And how the hell do we know? And how do they know that one of the unidentifiable DNAs isn't that dude?
Right. Exactly.
Why didn't that, like I said, why didn't that DNA get a tree built? Why didn't that car get followed on camera and every, yeah, you're exactly correct. But we'll never know because, we have to go with this shit now.
It is weird too that SUV, it does stay parked there, because I remember watching like all of the times,
It was there the whole time. Yeah,
it's there the whole time.
Yep. But what I wanted to know is if we could possibly, and I don't know if to see if this guy Kane or whatever his name is, whoever put this video out, if he would possibly be able to, maybe provide, if somebody was able to contact him to see if we can get some footage from maybe 2 weeks prior, 3 weeks prior, to see if that car is always there or was it only there for that night? Like, is that a car that's always there because somebody lives there, or was that car just there for that particular night and that particular night only? Because that would be suspect as well.
Well, see, my point is they follow the white Elantra in 2 different states. Okay, now tell me all the movements that black truck made once it left the parking lot. Don't tell me you didn't follow it. Don't tell me you don't have it on other cameras.
Yeah, but they probably didn't look into it. Like,
that's what I want to know. And if I was Ann, I would ask that question to the Officer Payne when he's on the stand.
Oh my God, yeah. Like I said, this is just another person that she could put around the scene at the time. She has this guy. She have the DoorDash driver. You have the rideshare driver. You have DNAs. You got Jesus mighty. But this is a slam dunk. Holy shit.
Okay, so somebody in here stated that Tommy put a video up that showed something clear. I'm trying to find Tommy's video that another person did, shows clearly the people at Linda Lane from yesterday.
Yesterday?
There's one from 17 hours ago.
That's actually a good point. I made this point the other night. Look how many people are like driving and doing shit around or something in the morning in this small little clip that we're seeing of a town. Imagine the whole damn town, what they're doing, how many people are up and driving and doing shit. That's where.
But they say there's not a lot of traffic and stuff going on in
my ass. It's a Saturday night.
It was a Saturday night. Okay, the football game happened and this and that. We see people all over the band field, people running, doing this, doing that. It's a college town once again. Of course, there's people out doing shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But for them to state in the PCA,
right, Ashley,
from their experience, there's not much traffic in the area at that time. It's like that to me is a problem for y'all. Like you almost destroy your own credibility saying based on my observation or experience or whatever it was that they said, and it's like, well, I mean, it's obviously not the case this night. So what's your point?
But that's what I mean. And if you can't 100% identify the vehicle, how are you going to show me a vehicle on one camera and then say a mile down the road another vehicle on another camera, but you can't identify them both as the same vehicle? How am I supposed to believe that's the same vehicle 100%? If that's if you don't have his light, like
I will tell you guys 100%. And I'm not trying to bring up nothing bad, but me and CJ took that video when it first came out and spent 3 days and 3 nights and went through this whole thing. And we listened to what we heard on top of what we watched. Okay. And there's a car driving around that whole night long from 12 to 4 a.m. It's got some kind of a growl to the motor. It wasn't a damn Elantra, I'll tell you that much. You could hear it. I mean, it was really like I came up with it sounded like a BMW turbo or something like that. It had a really deep, like fast sounding motor, if you know what I'm trying to say. An Elantra does not sound that way. It didn't.
Even that white car that they have that they say is his, it's got a throaty exhaust, right?
Yeah, thank you, throaty. way to put it. Exactly. It's not a damn Elantra. So,
well, if you think about it, I mean, their original timeline matches more with the video we just saw of this guy than their timeline now, because they said first it was between 3 and 4, which again, that would make a hell of a lot more sense. That's exactly when this guy just walked towards the house and walked back.
Yes,
like
I can agree.
That dude, that is such a huge issue in my opinion. I don't know. Like you said, brother, I want to know if they look into this dude at all.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of people agree. There's something else. And maybe it doesn't have direct connection with this, but there's something else that goes on in the background of this when this is all going on. That's why I walked away from that Linda Lane stuff, because I was getting frustrated with it, and I didn't want to trust the audio. But in the audio, to hear a car, that wasn't something that was faked or added. You could hear this car in the background on top of everything else, and that's what I got frustrated with. That nobody ever talked about it, looked at it, or thought about it. It could have been a DoorDash driver. It could have been just somebody driving around all damn night, but it definitely wasn't an Elantra. I can tell you that much.
And I will say this: there's a guy who, Mark B, I think, he took the Linda Lane footage, and he also took the Banfield stop footage. And when the officer, he either locks his car or unlocks it when it beeps twice. You hear the sound of that horn on the Linda Lane footage.
Gotcha.
So the timing is right.
Okay. Hold on a minute here. I'm trying to see.
Oh my god.
Clue, were you talking about the DoorDash driver?
No, I'm talking about the police at the Banfield stop. He takes the horn when it honks, and it matches up. Like, you can hear it in the Linda Lane footage.
That's who you're saying.
Like the DoorDash driver locking and unlocking his car, possibly.
No, so you remember the cops had that Banfield stop?
Yeah.
Okay, at some point the officer hits the key fob and either locks it or unlocks the car, and it goes beep beep. You can hear the cop's horn on the Linda Lane footage. You hear beep beep on Linda Lane.
You're talking about this right here?
Yeah, so like when he beeps that, you can hear that car on Linda Lane.
Oh, yeah. I got you now. I remember hearing that too. Right. And it's right in the right timeline, so that it wasn't screwed up. Right. I get what you're saying. Okay, so which video are you talking about, Happy? Is in charge of surveillance throughout Moscow.
This is insanity.
The same one.
Like if they say Brian was on foot, right? Blah blah blah, and they had this shit as like evidence, we would be like, yeah, like look, he took something out of the dumpster, he ran and did it, and ran back and got in a car. That's what I find nutty about this. Like it's.
Well,
I'd be talking about this shit every fucking day, man. This is incredible.
Okay, so this was it. The video. Hey, Ashley, thank you for that, hon. Appreciate that very much. I don't know who was gifted, but thank you for gifting that membership. All right, so you're talking about. Oh no, that was. Oh my God, Dago, come on here. Pay attention. Yoy, hold on. So Tommy's latest video or one before that? There's one from 17 hours ago and one from 1 day ago. I'm sure. Okay, so he has Van Life, one of her videos that he was talking about. Is that what I'm guessing here? And is this the video you're talking about, guys? Right here. They looked into this dude on YouTube, and you will know who he is. Okay. Is this the video? Okay. What are we looking at here then? Hold on. Let me get to this point here. Right here. Okay. I've never seen this before.
Get a little bit more of a close up. There's another guy over here on the far right that's covering the vehicle for just a few seconds. So I mean, go to the far right, and there's a white vehicle behind it. So men are running in the opposite direction of that house. This house, the light is already out. See? So that would be the King Road house right on the side of this white house.
It does, Jules. You're right.
In this little dark area.
It looks like I thought when I saw the video or the vehicle in the demo video this morning, it reminded me of like a silver Dodge Neon is what that looked like to me. And that's the same thing that this looks like too.
Area. So, I'll show you.
It may not be a Dodge.
Here too.
That.
So I can circle it.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but
and here
I don't know what this is, guys. I'm just looking at it because somebody said to look at it.
Sorry. Now, if I hit save, I'm going to lose this picture. So, very well also could be one of the informants. He may have been there during this incident.
All right. I'm not. Hold on a minute.
I'm lost.
I don't know what we're looking at here. What we're supposed to be looking at. Thank you.
I don't know what it is.
Where is also a male wearing a black coat with a mask on? Where do you guys see? I mean, are you talking about these shapes here?
What footage is this?
It came from. I don't know. Where did this come from, you guys?
It looks like the traffic or the drunk stop, the alcohol.
Oh, yeah, okay. When they walked up on they walked up the hill on the house to the house.
Yeah, the band film.
They were dumping out. Okay, yeah.
I tell you what, y'all make me feel old as I don't know what. Because if y'all can see a man in a mask and them figures right there, honey.
I don't see anything. I don't.
That looked like a Rorschach painting to me.
Well, are they, I mean, is there video of them moving? Those figures moving?
I don't see anything. Unfortunately.
If you ask me, I'm looking at a dumpster because wasn't there a dumpster right there?
I believe so.
I'm lost.
Oh, okay. They're saying she got those from Bubbly. Okay. They're just too blurry to see anything clearly, in my opinion. That to me, that looks like it could be 2 garbage cans.
Are we talking about what's circled in red?
Yeah, I think they're talking about what's in that block.
It looks like a 4-door gray truck to me.
You see a car in that?
I see a 4-door gray truck is what I see.
All right. I see garbage cans. You see a truck. I don't know what they see. And how is this so clear right here? I'm trying to put this picture into perspective in my mind as to where I've seen this before.
Well, it's on this is from that when they stop them kids. This is when they turn around and they're looking back at their car that's parked, I think.
Okay, and this is zoomed in. That's the house.
See, people say that you can see the house from. I didn't think you could see the house. I think that's that Taylor apartment.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, because I turned in a lot when we watched the Banfield videos. I couldn't barely see the house in between those other houses. You know what I mean?
Nah. Yeah, because them apartments block it. You know, if anything, you could see the very tip top, but that's only if the lights were on.
Right. Yes. And then there's a light on there, but
some people,
I don't know.
I feel like at some point, like I want to know what y'all are puffing on because
I don't know, but I definitely saw a dude in the other video we watched. So I wonder if Dan brings that up.
That car right there looks like it's superimposed. Somebody in chat said it too. It looks like it's overlaid.
Yeah, 100%.
yeah, definitely.
100%. I thought it was two separate photos.
Yeah, that looks like it was chopped into there.
Yeah, it's driving on the grass.
On the hill. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I can't go run. I can't. Sorry. I just can't see anything with it. Not that it's not there. I just can't see it. And I don't like to pull up somebody else's stuff and then talk badly about it. I'm not going to do that. But I couldn't see it. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I literally thought it was just two separate photos that they were showing.
It looked kind of like
an example or something.
Right. But I think I have to get down out of here today anyway. I don't even know how we got to that. But I agree with what you guys are talking about 100% today. Not even talking about another video. She's gonna find it. Okay, Rach, thank you. Does anybody else have anything to say based on what we talked about today before we end up for the day?
Nope, go Dolphins. That's it.
Go Browns tonight.
Don't do it.
Cleveland's playing tonight, and I think if we make it tonight, we're in the playoffs.
Really? Wait, who's your Q? Oh, you got Flacco.
Yes, we got Flacco, and we just hired a new quarterback.
He's the fuck, dude. He should get some kind of award or something, bro.
They're already talking about our coach getting the coach of the year because half of our team is on the reserve list, and we're still doing good. So
and roll cut. Oh shit, dude. We got a game coming. Dude, the game's coming up soon. I'm nervous, bro.
It is. What's up? Don't dive. How are you tonight?
Hey, Dago. You're not gonna play the video?
I can't. I couldn't hear you, hon.
Are you playing the video?
I don't want to play any more of it because I can't see it, and I don't want to be critical of something that's not mine. I did play some of it, and I couldn't see it.
Well, Yoda, you can keep playing it. It's coming up. I'm telling you, it's worth seeing. It is worth it.
Tell them.
Let me see.
I mean, it is. You got to keep going. You don't just give up on something, Dago. I'm not trying to be ugly, but this is very important. I know a lot of things at Van Life, maybe was bullshit, but I'm telling you right now, the stuff she's been putting out lately is damn fucking good.
No, I have no problem with that. Like I said, I didn't want to have anybody get critical of something.
She's not. She's not going to get critical. Tommy's not going to get critical. But what I saw last night blew my damn mind. Ask Rach. She saw it. Ask her. But I'm serious, Dago. When you're going to see the guy that was at the dumpster and he got in the car and listened to what the guy told the other ones in the car, like it was something like it's done or I did it and they left. If you tell me.
Tommy's channel? This is Tommy's channel. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's Tommy's channel, but he got it from Van Life, from Open Mind Perspectives. And let me tell you something. That blew my mind. And it's not a hearsay. The receipt is in the damn picture.
Is it playing or is it just
you just have to keep watching it. You don't just
but that car right there is fake, right? That's not.
Listen to me. You keep going on the video. It's not finished. Who watched it in chat? Would you can some of y'all tell them to just keep playing the video?
It's playing right now.
Okay, well,
it's playing.
Just let it roll.
Is there sound to this too?
Yes. You're going to hear that guy.
Let me bring the sound into it then. I'm sorry. I didn't know if there was sound or not. Hold on. All right. That's pretty better. And boom. There we go.
They were doing a bust, and the bust did not go right, so they had to cover this up. Yeah, you just wait. They were all there, okay? So whatever happened, during this bust did not happen at the house. They all got busted where they were. This is why I was trying to tell you that even the Grubhub truck was doing their best to not become a part of being a witness. So that's why they were filming it live on Twitch. Please forgive me, speech impediment. They wanted you to see what the hell was going on. Okay, so of course they're going to cover up for their informants and for the university. You also have to think of why even the owner gave it back to the university, which actually the owner of this house still is the very owner who grew up in this house. So just hold up. We ain't done yet, because now we just proved Brian Koberger's a part of this. He's part of the training. He knows everything that's going on here because he wants to work with these people. He's also an informant. Don't forget he got caught with drugs and doing all kinds of stupid shit. Okay, so I got a
When the walls come crumbling down, when the walls come crumbling.
lot for you on year 2024. What I'm showing you here is a sneak peek of what I got for you and how I'm going to prove this to you. So, like I said too, be careful. I don't know how safe my channel is going to be. You want to be able to find me should this channel disappear. I told you how to do it. So just hit.
And they're covering it up. Or B, they were literally jumped at this point, and then the rest of the scene was set up. Thank you for listening. If you think I'm wrong, that is okay.
To end the video here.
Yes, Miss
The
Kitty, I did very much
perpetrator
so. It's
that's
wonderful
coming
to
out
see.
around the corner goes past this vehicle. I think they wanted to go for this vehicle and leave, but instead, because they noticed that officers were in the Banfield at this time, up this way, this person continued to go this way. This person continued going the other way, just continued passing the car. These guys did not know this is an undercover cop car, and if they knew that these were the lookouts, basically. So there's two scenarios. They didn't know that's a cop. That's an undercover cop car, right? Number 3, B, they did know. That's why they're going in this direction. They know that the other two are out here making sure that anybody from the parties and anybody from the frat houses don't see what the hell happened here. Okay? So I'm giving it to you in 2 ways. So it says, why did they spare the roommates? Okay, so I'm going to prove to you that Bethany is an informant. As for Dylan, I'm not there yet. I'm finding out the fact that Dylan and Asget know each other, guys. That my whole situation with them back in March, I never knew that I was being targeted by Dylan from the beginning. So yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'm not done, guys. I'm in the thick of it. I am in the thick of it. And watch me prove who Asget really is. Okay? Yeah, everybody who loves that 3D animation bitch. Who tried to put me down, try making me look bad, make me look like a thief, try to take my channel, try to take my shit. I ain't, like, I may not have stood up for myself here on YouTube, but I know the laws, and I just know to be careful with certain things that I'm doing. The other thing too is there were some questions that I had about the situation.
Am I supposed to fast
myself.
forward this?
Yeah, go ahead and do it a little bit, Dago, because I want you to get to the dumpster.
And it's going to put
Oh, there we go. Oh, whoa. There's the guy.
I'm just, and I get
That guy right there.
I'm gonna pause this now, okay? Now, like I said, when I know that they're completely safe, I will definitely give recognition. This person already knows.
Before I do this is I just want to make sure this is clear. This is not my footage, and anybody that's in here that's going to be critical, please. This isn't mine, so be nice, okay? That's all I'm saying.
This belongs to them because they worked very hard on finding this. If you haven't seen it, just give me a minute. If she's okay with it, I will make sure that the links are there. And because what I am saying is, it's going to blow your mind. It's controversial, and
I don't see a
it's
time
going to put
guys,
that
I can't
person
tell
in a
what it
spot
is.
because I'm using it as proof. Okay. So now we're gonna watch the knife. We're gonna watch this whole motherfucking action, and we're gonna watch the hat, and we're gonna watch out exactly who this motherfucker is. Okay? Are you ready? Because I'm going to tell you who it is. Where's my like button? There's 48 of you because I'm going to tell you exactly who this guy is. And yes, with the help of students from the university, is helping me figure this dude out. Okay? We ain't done yet. And don't forget the cowboys that came out of the house. Okay? So, watch closely. Watch with diligence. When I use the right words, right? Yes, here we go. Okay, so there's two white trucks, guys. There's the one that's a I think it's a Chevy or a Ford or GM. I don't really remember. That's the one that lives right in the apartment complex off of Linda Lane. No, this one does not live off of Linda Lane. This one belongs to the construction guy. The very construction guy that's gonna level the motherfucking house, y'all, belongs to him. We're gonna get into the cleanup. Oh yeah. The cleanup that has already happened before their construction company gets to go in and level the motherfucking house and hide whatever the fuck they want to hide. Sorry. I apologize for my foul mouth. I was raised by wolves. I get a little upset sometimes, but here we go. I apologize. Let's get to the point. This was found by Truth and Transparency, but this was not the private driver. Okay, the private driver drove a red vehicle, so we'll get into that. I gotta prove if it's the young 29-year-old or if it's the 69-year-old, but we already know what vehicle it was. So this was not the private driver, but they're from the same type of construction company. They do home improvements, construction. They have been local for years. We're gonna get into that. Yes. Goer, right? I speech impediment, can't do it. I cannot pronounce your last name. Yes, you got it. You just wait. Okay, so now we already know about the Axe Club, right?
Okay, everybody's staying to fast forward to the dump part.
No.
Hey, I'm lost, dude. I thought we were about to get see something. And then
Willie, hold on to your weenie, Willie. It's coming. It's coming. I'm telling you.
I'm waiting.
Well, wait, because it's coming. Give her a chance.
I've been waiting.
It's not Halloween. Okay, when we took these pictures, but it was. I was told it was after the incident, but I'm not quite sure. So I'm gonna go to the source to see if they have a timestamp on this. But I'm gonna actually prove to you that the sheaf was possibly planted. Oh, you're like, oh yeah, right. That's it. I'm unsubscribing. Okay, watch me. Watch me prove that shit was planted. Okay, hold on. We got some time. We got some time, y'all. This isn't everything. So we seen the golf clubs, the female golf clubs. That's up there. Boom. 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 Okay. These are your hitmen. Okay. They're shoving it in your face. Now watch me show you how they shove all this shit right in your.
Anybody know who this is right here? Anybody know that guy? Anybody know this dude right here? That's no other than Mr. Blueberry.
Their face and how proud they are of their little cleanup, their little ops. Okay, I'm gonna show you every one of these little motherfuckers. Okay, here we go. If you are not able to see it, look at the knife. See how it pokes out? There's your knife. Now there's other people around. They're doing weird shit. There's other people watching, but they're doing weird stuff. This is what he does. He puts it into that container. Then he does take a pee. He pisses on that container. I just don't know if he does it then or while he's waiting for the vehicle. He ends up walking up this way, going right back up the Linda Lane area. Okay? Why does he need to go up Linda Lane? Oh, this guy's getting a ride, which is going to pick him up down here. Hold up. Yes.
Okay, some people aren't agreeing with what she's all saying, but I've watched all this stuff and I've seen this stuff before, and I have seen the movements, and I've also actually Rory was one of the first ones to post this guy dropping the knife off in that dumpster. And if you look, that is a knife, bubbly, pretty much. You can see the point on the thing, and that's right there by Linda Lane. And there's more coming. There's more coming to this. So I think it's a little. No, shut up, Miller. Shut up. Did I call you a troll? I said there's trolls. Now you're being a troll. Why did you have a judgment so quick before this was even over, Mr. Miller? We'll troll somewhere else, buddy. Anyway, guys, there's more to this. It's coming.
He did all the hard work. And again, I do have to put her name down at least. I have to. We took her time to slow all this down to show you what was going on here. Here, look at all these men. Look at these people back there. And what this guy was doing, he was slowly just because he knows there's people back here doing some weird shit, hanging out. And he had to.
Okay, so there's people back here. That's what I'm.
I don't know.
I don't see the people back there, but it's just when the car comes and picks him up.
Okay, I wasn't missing something. That's all. Okay.
Well, no. Why can't they just use that same infrared shot right here to see to show there's people back there?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Gently, bring the knife out. Now, just hold on. We ain't done yet. You gotta watch that hat. Watch the hat. Yes, Bubbly Waters did a lot of work on researching, finding things. There's the knife. And he's acting like he's just looking in the garbage, like normal homeless people do. 'Cause they do have some homeless issues and drug people look in the garbage for stuff.
Yeah, Bubbly showed this also, and she's already given credit to Bubbly. She put her name across the screen, and she actually has said that a few times now. She's definitely given full credit to Bubbly for zooming in and doing all that work. Yes.
Okay, I didn't realize. I guess
Bubbly was the very first one to discover that knife. Yep, no doubt about it.
He's gonna walk around to see who was watching him. That's the only reason why he's going up this way. He's just looking around, see who's around, see who's got their eye on him. Okay? There's no other reason that he's getting on the phone. Hang on, hold up.
I'm good, Lily. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
Bubbly Waters found it. Here we go. Here we go, yo. So this guy was the one that walked.
Now, here's hoping I'm not bringing any trouble to our channel, but at the same time, she did the hard work that guided me where I needed to go, where I was able to go get the evidence that I needed for this.
To the dumpster. I don't know if he walked away and then came back to this spot, but he's going to get picked up by somebody. He's already disposed of what he needed to dispose of.
Something else I have to say here too. Karen and I were working on all these people because there is people all over in here. And we were working on putting a show together on showing these people because there is people around in this area. This whole area, there's people. Even back over here when the camera scans a little bit. But yeah, there is people all over in here. And we were going to actually do a show on it.
He's getting picked up. I assume Uber works all night. I don't think Uber sleeps. Okay, I see you. Good spot. Good spot. Check out the people.
Shit.
What is that vehicle?
I'm red. I believe I'm a red little ugly eye car. That
Is
looks
that
like
red?
a compass. I had one. It was blue.
Oh, I mean, if I have to, I'll zoom out, guys,
red.
because
That takes
it's
me
that
back to
night,
something
and it
else
does
then.
have a night, a fucking stamp on it. Okay, all right, but I'll let Bubbly Waters do that because I mean she's already done it. It has a timestamp on it. Okay, it's that evening, that morning. Excuse me. All right, 5 in the morning for the sun rises when this person finally disappears out of this whole thing.
Dago, I have to go right now, but thank you for having me. Take
All
care.
right, buddy. Thank you for jumping up here with us. I appreciate you. Hope to see you soon.
See you, Red Meister.
Take care, brother. Okay, so the reason why this has my attention for here for a second is if that car is red.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember back a ways, there was some talk about a red car that was in the trailer park that they were cleaning out, bleaching or something like that. That's what that reminds me of at that point. So I don't know. But it looks like it's got like, it's hard to tell because it's black and white, but a red. I don't know exactly if it was a red Mustang. Yeah, it might have been Miller. But anyway,
I mean, it is kind of weird though that like he's fucking around with something. He's doing something in a dumpster. He's doing something behind a dumpster, and then this car comes and picks him up.
Yeah, right. I agree. And then Rolo had talked about a red Mustang too. I remember that. And then there was a red car that was talked about. Somebody said that they saw somebody cleaning out bleaching a car in a trailer park or something like that. shortly after this happened, and that's what it reminded me of. That there. So
wait a second. So this isn't, because I need to be right here. So this isn't the guy that walked into the screen over on the Linda Lane footage.
I don't know. This was a completely different video.
That's what I mean. It looks like he got into a vehicle. So I thought she was saying, I thought she confirmed that the times lined up to where he left the dumpster and walked towards wherever the hell that person comes into frame at. But it looks like this person hopped into a completely different vehicle.
Right. I don't know.
See,
and then
I mean, you have two weird ass things going on around the times of the murder.
But this also reminds me of something else too, is when I had the conversation with the friend to Eric Gower, the rideshare driver. I was told that he drives a little red, older model red SUV type vehicle. That's what I was told is what they. So I don't know. I don't know if any of that fixed together or not, but it just reminds me of these things. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna keep playing it.
That is a compass. It's a Chrysler vehicle.
Yeah, you came up with a valuable. You came up with a valuable point. You knew that and you had a feeling, even if you don't know, that something was up with the roommates. Why would they need to protect them? Why were they cleared so quickly? Well, voila. Now you know.
I know me Chrysler. It's definitely not a Hyundai and it's not a Ford. It is a Chrysler vehicle. Remember, there's a red car that took a nice hot bath. There's a report on that. Oh, look at this. We got the inside view. What? Oh, we're getting close.
Oh, use an infrared camera.
Lovely. You know how to.
You know how many people are in a car.
What I'm saying. I am pointing the man out to you. At the dumpster. At the dumpster. Right there.
Who the hell's...
Oh, look at this. We got the inside view. What? Oh, we're getting close. Lovely. You know how to. Yes. What I'm saying. I am pointing the man out to you. At the dumpster. At the dumpster. Right there.
Anybody recognize those faces?
Yes.
Who is that?
He's a partner at the axe throwing place.
He's a what?
Oh,
He's a
the axe throwing place.
Yes. You know where they throw the axes? Where there's two brothers. Okay.
Right.
But one of them is partner with him that runs that place.
Okay. Do you know their names, hon?
I can't remember, but I think she's gonna say the name.
Okay. I'll be quiet. I was just trying to see if anybody.
That's okay. That's okay.
Because I've never seen this though.
And that's at the grub truck. So they were there. The two guys. Well, all three of them actually. See the one on the left with the beard?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Look at the hat. Oh, look at the hat. You. Look at that. Look at the hat. Oh, look at the hat. You busted. Look at the hat. This guy likes to wear the same cap constantly, huh?
In the same brown jacket.
No, he didn't throw nothing away.
Did you hear him?
And what was said while he's getting in the car? That's it.
Huh? Look at the cab. Tommy is dancing away. This guy likes to wear the same cap constantly, huh?
That's it. I guess that's it. It's hard to hear because of that funky noise, but it does sound like that could be what they're saying, or he said.
This guy likes to wear the same cap constantly, huh? Look at the cab.
Hold on a minute here. Let me try this.
Don't turn away.
Yeah, it does sound like that's it. I don't think that's a Mustang. I agree, that's not a Mustang.
It's definitely what that person said, though.
What's that?
I said it's definitely what that person said.
Why he's getting in the car. That's it. Listen, that's it.
It did sound like that when I slowed it down for sure.
Somebody asked me, do I believe Brian Koberger is an informant? Yes. I don't have to believe shit. I know he is. Oh, sorry about my language. I got a foul language.
It's definitely not. That's an older model, late model.
Say it again, Wilson. Say it again.
Whatever that is, it's not a Mustang, though.
Okay, here we go.
That's it. That is what he said. That's it.
Definitely what he said.
What did they pick up that sound on, though?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there a microphone on this camera or mic or what?
That's what I'm trying to gather. Like, how did they? I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be close enough.
That's why I never trust any kind of audio and stuff, because you can put anything in anything.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I'm going to jump down, but listen to me. Willie, Dago, I'm sorry if I sounded like a bitch, but this right here is it's pretty significant, don't y'all think? This part with the dumpster guy, you know, the way it's kind of taking place.
Hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I really do. And I mean, I'm sorry, but Dago knows me. He knows me. He knows.
No,
he knows I'm passionate about this. And all I have to say, in my opinion, my speculation, Brian, I don't know if he's an informant, but I can tell you right now, this guy had nothing to do with this. He did not do this. This guy is innocent. And that's my opinion. That's nobody else. So if Detective Weenie, you watching this, screw you. Nobody else is saying this on this on Dago's channel. It's me. Don't dive 509. Come after me, baby. Because I'm not scared of your ass.
Yeah, and he already knows he doesn't want the smoke with me, so I ain't gotta say nothing.
Well, he don't want it with me either. So, but listen, y'all, I'm sorry if I sounded mean or rude, but I really.
You were fine. Don't worry about it.
I just want I want the real people to get caught, Dago.
You didn't sound rude at all. Your mic is just loud as shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, and then I'm sick, y'all. I got the flu, so I'm sick right now.
I'm just busting. You know, I just bust balls.
I know, Willie. But and I'm sorry for saying hold on to your weenie, but I'm sorry. That's a Cajun. That's how people in Louisiana
I
we
don't
just.
give a shit. Listen, my skin's pretty thick. I don't get offended by shit.
But
it's all good.
But I love y'all. I really do. Y'all are just awesome. And Clue, oh my God, let me tell you, that girl right there, I love her. Her and her fiance, the ass better hurry up and get married. That's all I gotta say.
There you go.
And I want to walk in the wedding.
And then he's screwed.
I mean, I love them. They're so awesome. So awesome. Okay, y'all, look, y'all have a happy new year. I'm going to go back in chat.
You too, hon. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dago. Thank you, Willie. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good day. All right, man. You getting off here?
Yeah, I'm going to bring it down. Thank you guys for joining me today. It was a good show. I made it through. I'm still here. So that was.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to have to go look at that shit myself because we just watched, to be honest with you, right now I'm a person watching a YouTuber that just watched another YouTuber watching another YouTuber watching a video. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm going to have to take that apart myself and look at it by myself, slow it down, change, do all that.
Yeah. But again, it does bring up points though that, again, through all this, without making up assumption on who's who and all that, because that's not what I do. All I'm saying is this is just more shit that Ann can use on her side to bring up. Hey, look, you have all these people in the area. You have this person going back. You have this person getting picked up. You have shit going on.
Right. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And it wasn't, like they're saying, a quiet night and all that kind of.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking a look at this. And this, like I said, I just didn't want anybody in the chat to be very rudely critical because it's not my video. If it was my video and you want to criticize, that's fine because we're in my channel. But to criticize somebody else's video, I don't want that to happen because they work hard on their stuff, and I respect that. You know what I mean? So that's them. But I appreciate them putting out what they put out and taking the time that they put into it. I guess initially that came from Bubbly Waters. I thought it was Optum, but either way, they all kind of work together to make it happen. So it's interesting. I'm going to check it out for sure. Motors Mary says, Dago, I'm going to email me. Might help make some sense of that stuff. Not sure. Okay, thank you, Motors. I appreciate that very much. And no problem, Rach. Willie, thank you for joining me today. We had 500 people in here today, guys.
Yeah, man.
At the max.
You had me up.
Absolutely pretty awesome. Sadly, it was a sad day to watch what we did watch happen today. Thank you guys for joining me when you did. I appreciate that very much. I'm sorry I didn't have it from the very beginning. Great conversations as always today. And I appreciate everybody's input and output, thoughts and theories, opinions, and everybody kept it real today. There was no crazy stuff today. I appreciate that so very much as well. And it's always a pleasure to have you up here, my brother. Always.
You too, man. Nice seeing you back, brother. Hope you have a good day.
I'm trying. And I'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
All right. Later, man. See you, chat.
Take care. Everybody else in chat, thank you guys so very much for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you for all the well wishes. Welcoming me back to being gone for a while. That I appreciate. I appreciate all the prayers from everybody to get well, and I'm still not well, but I'm working on it. My damnedest, I promise you. So sad when you have to thank adults for being adults. That's a fact, isn't it, my dear? Isn't it a fact? Yes. But I have to do it, guys, because you guys did it, and I appreciate you so very much for that. This community always pulls it off. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. Anybody that donated any of those cash links or anything, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you guys so very much. That's what keeps me going when I'm going, and it helps to pay the bills, and I appreciate that so very much again. Anybody that was on panel, Clue and Cletus, I'm going to call it Clue and Cletus, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate it. Jules, thank you for being here today, as always. Willie, of course. Sarge, always a pleasure. Thank you, guys. And again, the community, you guys rock and roll. I love you guys to death. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And please don't change anything about yourselves because you guys are the beautiful people. And I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye now.